He started as a total nobody, a porter so weak, he couldn't even handle the lowest level monsters. But thanks to some strange new power, he transformed into a hero almost overnight. A cheater, basically. When hordes of monsters swarmed the city, Ace used every ounce of his strength just to get his sister to a shelter. He saved her, but the attack left her leg severely injured. To pay for her treatment, he joined a crew of so-called cleaners. Cleaners are the people who follow heroes into dungeons, scavenging for any items left behind. If they get lucky and find a complete piece of gear, it can mean a serious payday. And today, while on a job with his crew, Ace discovered a well-hidden pit deep inside a monster's den. As he leaned over to look, he saw a skeleton at the bottom. It had clearly been there for a long time. But on that skeleton's hand was a ring that looked incredibly valuable. Without a second thought, Ace geared up and rappelled down. With the ring now in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a rush of pure joy. This was amazing. This was clearly a rare item, more than enough to pay for his sister's medical bills without a worry. So he slipped it on his finger for safekeeping, planning to get it appraised later. But the moment he did, he cried out in pain as the ring clamped down hard. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. The Infinity Ring had accepted its master. Before Ace could even process what was happening, he was sucked into a completely different dimension. His teammates, who had been waiting outside the entrance, were getting worried about his strange disappearance. When he woke up, everything was bathed in a blood-red light. He was tied to an altar, about to face some kind of heavenly punishment. The Orc King, sitting on his throne, ordered the execution. The first prisoner, a weak-looking orc, was brought forward and instantly vaporized by a bolt of lightning. The executioner's voice boomed again, calling for the next person. It was Ace, still tied up and helpless. He struggled with all his might but was kicked forward by the orcs until he stood before the altar. Seeing the lightning flash in his eyes, Ace made a desperate break for it. His sudden burst of speed shocked the surrounding orcs. But before he could celebrate, another bolt of lightning struck him dead on. His final thoughts flashed through his mind as his body began to disintegrate. Suddenly, the ring flared to life with a notification. He had activated the God-chosen system. To the absolute shock of the orcs, Ace's body began regenerating instantly. They watched in terror as his body seemed to absorb the very lightning that was striking him. System notifications chimed slowly as his body's restoration progress ticked up, granting him new skills along the way. His body moved without his control, walking straight towards the center of the altar where the God King's mace rested. Ace grabbed the massive weapon, lifting the mace high with a deafening war cry as his body fully healed back to its original state. The huge orcs were stunned by this impossible sight. The lightning itself seemed to gather into the mace, which began to shrink in Ace's hand. God King's mace, if you are calling to me. Brilliant arcs of lightning wrapped around his hand in a magnificent display. Finally, Ace took hold of it. The once massive mace now fit his hand perfectly. His eyes flashed with a powerful, overwhelming aura. Then let me be the one to wield you. A congratulatory message appeared, confirming he'd obtained the God King's mace, along with rewards and stats to use it. The man who was seconds from death could only stare in disbelief. He actually lifted it? That human? Liao Dao watched the scene unfold, his mind racing. That lowly mortal better return the God King's mace. No, this can't be happening. How could a pathetic human be allowed to touch the great, sacred mace of the orc tribe? He scowled, the wrinkles on his face deepening, his whole body radiating pure rage. Not even our great orc king can lift the God King's mace, so how in the world could a human possibly do it? According to the orc prophecy, whoever lifts the hammer will become the future leader of their people. This has to be some kind of mistake. Meanwhile, Ace was busy checking his own condition. He felt way stronger than before. He glanced at his personal status window and his jaw dropped. An experience reward? He was already level 3? Ace leaned in close to the system screen, so absorbed he didn't notice the massive shadow appearing right behind him. He was lost in the God-chosen system. A huge shockwave hit as the shadow landed, finally getting his attention. It was Liao Dao, looking like a feral beast, roaring at him with absolute fury. You detestable human. Put down my tribe's God King's mace. Now, the orc crowd roared, their cheers shaking the very ground. That's him, the greatest of our Liao Ya tribe, General Jiang Nan. He would never let some lowly human steal the God King's war mace. Not a chance. General Jiang Nan, take back the pride and honor of our orc tribe. Liao Dao growled, his voice deep and raspy. I don't know what dirty trick you used to deceive the heavenly punishment, or how you even lifted that war mace. His words grew sharper, laced with menace. But I advise you to return it now and accept our tribe's judgment. His brow furrowed in pure, undisguised rage. There was no hiding his fury. Just then, A notification panel popped up right in front of Alan. A skill had been activated, Heaven's Eye, complete with instructions. His eyes widened, confused by the sudden prompt. A passive skill, Heaven's Eye? With just a single glance, Liao Dao's complete info appeared. Alan's brow furrowed as he tried to figure out just what he was looking at. Heaven's Eye, so this was part of the system's package deal. It could reveal an opponent's every last detail. Suddenly, Liao Dao's massive hand reached back, gripping the giant blade slung across his back. Really? It seems you've got some nerve. You pathetic human. Do you still wish to challenge me? The colossal blade stopped right in front of Alan, a clear and powerful threat. Fine. Then I'll grant you a quick death. Alan threw his hands up to stop him, desperate to explain the situation. Wait a minute. You've got it all wrong. Sweat poured down his forehead as pure panic set in. Fight a level 84 warrior? Are you kidding me? He wasn't even a real hero. A real fight would mean certain death. But Liao Dao didn't care one bit, raising his blade decisively. Enough nonsense. Taste my steel. Alan threw his arms up to cover his face, shouting, Wait, just let me explain. Someone in the crowd, who had been watching quietly, started to worry for that human. Alan, you absolute fool. General Jiangnan is one of the most powerful fighters, even among the orcs. He's also one of the 5 orc generals serving directly under the orc king. A single strike from him would slice that human clean in two if he dared to block it. But then, a brilliant column of light erupted from the altar. Liao Dao unleashed a devastating shockwave blade slash, forcing Alan to desperately block it. Alan gritted his teeth, struggling to stop himself from being pushed back. When the chaos settled, the dust began to clear. He slowly opened his eyes to look. Did I actually block it? But man, the shockwave made my hands hurt like crazy. This war mace has terrifying power. It wasn't just him. Even Liao Dao stood there completely stunned. He actually managed to block my shockwave blade slash? It had to be the divine mace's power, but how could his body possibly withstand the impact from that shockwave? A powerful gust of wind blew between them, carrying the orc's scornful voice. You should thank the overwhelming power of my tribe's divine mace. But with my next attack, you won't be so lucky. I will definitely send your head flying. Alan, still across from him, tried to plead his case again. Hey, I already told you, this is all a misunderstanding. He was sweating bullets, trying to get through to the stubborn general. Listen to me. I'm not from this world. Just hear me out. Liao Dao's massive figure suddenly charged forward with incredible speed, heading straight for him. What's there to explain? He grabbed Alan tightly, ignoring his struggles, and rocketed into the air. Liao Dao twisted his body, already calculating his next move with deadly precision. I'll just toss this human filth straight up into the sky, then finish him off with my heaven and earth shatter. Right at that moment, the system panel flashed again, notifying Alan that the absolute counter skill had been activated, with detailed instructions. While flying through the air, he was a little surprised by this new skill. A counter skill? Alan's whole body spun like a giant ball in midair. He frowned, deciding to use it, reaching out to feel for his opponent's heart. And so, his hand shot out, aiming straight for the unprotected part of Liao Dao's chest. So I just need to stab him in the chest, right? Finally, his 2 fingertips pressed deep into the flesh of the orc's pectoral muscle. It was as if some hidden weakness in Liao Dao's body had been triggered. His entire frame went rigid. He let out a soft cry, almost like a young girl. The sight left Alan completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. At the same time, a flood of system panels showcasing different moves appeared, making him even more confused. Is this for real? Which one am I supposed to choose? Liao Dao gripped his blade and roared, You bastard, why did you touch me there? How dare you humiliate me like this? His anger boiled over, and he immediately swung his blade. You pervert, go see the devil, heaven and earth shatter. But in that critical instant, one particular skill on the screen quickly caught Alan's full attention. This move doesn't look half bad. And the divine mace can even power it up? Alright, I'll take this one. A notification confirms the skill copy. Without hesitation, Akung unleashes heaven and earth shatter right on his enemy. Liao Dao scoffs. No need to think. Like I told you, there's no way I'm losing here. You stupid little pest. His jaw hangs open in utter shock, his voice filled with disbelief. How do you know this move? A beam of light suddenly cuts through the sky, slamming into the ground and vaporizing the rock. The Ots and even Akung are stunned by the sheer power. A thick cloud of dust envelops Liao Dao, forcing him to shield his face. When the dust finally settles, he straightens himself up, looking completely and utterly confused. No, there's no damage at all. In fact, he actually feels pretty good. Akung is still wiping away sweat when a system notification pops up. Without a job class, he can't actually deal any damage. Liao Dao's cold laughter shatters the silence. His massive hand snaps up the huge blade from the ground. He swings the blade and charges, roaring with absolute fury. You pretentious human. It's time to die for making me lose face like this. Just then, a figure swoops down from above, stopping his attack cold. The moment this happens, the Ott tribe erupts into a massive cheer. The Ott King, our great king, has finally stepped in. He couldn't stand that lowly human. Is he actually going to handle this personally? Ott King, take that human's life. He's making his move. A huge explosion rips through the air, sending out a powerful shockwave. Kung grits his teeth, trying to stand his ground against the sudden force. Through the swirling dust, a pair of muscular legs appears. Then, a figure with silver hair and a sharp horn on his head is revealed. The Ott King kneels on the altar, a posture that definitely doesn't scream battle ready. This leaves all of his subjects completely stunned. He's kneeling. The Ott King slowly rises, his voice deep and powerful. It seems you are indeed the one chosen by the Mace God King. He places a heavy hand on Kung's shoulder with a loud thud. Human. Oh, human. Perhaps this is truly the will of the heavens. His face can't hide the pure, unfiltered excitement and joy he's feeling at this moment. The only one chosen by the divine mace, someone who appears only once every 1,000 years. The Ott King turns to the roaring crowd, his voice booming over them. My fellow tribesmen, for years, no one could lift the divine mace. Today, a human has succeeded. He is the one acknowledged by the divine mace. The Ott tribe falls silent, every single one of them looking totally lost. But the king keeps going, completely ignoring their bewildered and frustrated expressions. If that's the case, then this human, he will be the future leader of our Ott tribe. Why don't we just wait and see? Hearing this, the entire Ott tribe immediately erupts into hushed, urgent whispers. It's just as the ancient prophecy foretold. Anyone who can lift the divine mace is destined to become our future leader. But he's not one of us. Liao Dao, absolutely furious at this announcement, immediately objects. Ott King, my great king, I don't mean to question your wisdom, but he's a human. How can this be? The king's crimson eyes slide over to Liao Dao as he quietly murmurs to himself. A human, you say? A flicker of anger appears in the Ott King's expression. And does the prophecy say that only an Ott can be chosen? Even I, your mighty king, cannot lift this divine mace. Are we really going to cast away this incredible glimmer of hope? Liao Dao's voice shrinks to a pathetic whisper. This subordinate wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The prophecy doesn't forbid it, but he still isn't one of our tribe. If this happens, then in the future. The Ott King suddenly turns his gaze back to Kung. Young man, what is your name? His eyes go wide, and he answers honestly. My name is Kung. The king's voice turns serious. Good. Young Kung, if you agree to carry the hope of my people, I will free you. But you are far too weak now. He holds out his hand, a purple flame dancing in his palm. You must train for 1 year. Only then may you return. At that time, I will personally test you to see if you are truly worthy of leading our tribe. The Ott King raises a finger, pressing the purple flame directly into Kung's forehead. However, if you fail to return after 1 year, this spiritual mark will lead me and my entire tribe to hunt you to the very ends of the earth. A final, chilling condition to the deal. This way, I can also explain things to my people. So, what do you say? Do you accept? Kung just scratches his head, completely dazed. I. The crowd below explodes. Hurry up and agree already. They're all screaming, cheering for Kung to get his freedom and come back stronger. He glances over at the girl, a curious look on his face. Wait. He recalled that the woman behind him was also supposed to face divine punishment. He decided to try out his Heaven's Eye skill. Activate. Instantly, a status panel of the man appeared. Her words echoed in his mind. As long as you survive, there is hope. Don't give up on the miracle heaven has granted you. When he looked, he was so startled he almost jumped. Wait a second. Level 72. She was actually a level 72 female warrior. Was he seeing things? She was so strong. So why did she have to suffer the same punishment as him? In the end, Alex smiled, making a firm decision in his heart. He raised his hand high and shouted towards the crowd. Thank you. Alex's heart was now filled with eagerness and excitement. The miracle granted by the heavens, she wasn't wrong. It was all a miracle for him. So what was he still hesitating for? The first thing he had to do was survive, and then find a way to return to his own world. Alex nodded slightly, answering the Orc King in a low voice. All right, I agree. I'll train here for a year, then you can test me. However, I have one more request. He crossed his arms, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. A request, go ahead. He pointed to the woman standing in the crowd of orcs, declaring, "I want to take her with me. She'll be my assistant." She was so startled she couldn't believe what she had just heard. "Me? Me?" Alex stood tall, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Consider this my thanks for your advice." Later, he stood outside the orc clan's barracks, bathing in the bright moonlight. It seemed all of this started when he wore this infinity ring. Staring at the golden ring on his hand made him fall even deeper into thought. He remembered a voice in his head describing it in detail. Alex's lips were pressed into a thin line, his thoughts racing more than ever before. This ring couldn't be removed, and it gave him miraculous power. But how on earth could he return to his old world? What was happening in this other world? Suddenly, a clear voice cut through his train of thought. "I'm ready, Master." Alex was a bit surprised by this title. Master. She stood before him, looking incredibly beautiful and graceful as she replied, "Yes, that's right, Master. You saved my life, and my life is yours. I'm willing to risk it all for you. May we set off now?" He quickly turned away, trying to hide his overly excited expression. Oh my God, she's so cute. This beast-eared girl is even calling him Master. He can't handle it. Alex turned his head and cleared his throat twice, trying to speak seriously. "Not exactly. If it weren't for your reminder, I would probably still be hesitating, confused and unsure how to react. Once we're out there, we should just help each other. What's this Master stuff? No need to be so formal." She glanced at Alex shyly, her cheeks flushing a light pink. "You may not understand what this day means to me, Master. You gave me a second chance to live." Her small hand reached out and clasped Alex's, catching him a bit off guard. "My whole life, only you have been willing to protect me. Only you looked at me and said thank you. Please allow me to call you Master. This is my humble request." Seeing Alex remain silent, she pressed even closer than before. "Your appearance is the miracle of my life, Master. I am willing to devote everything to you." Alex tried to turn away, his nose already bleeding, and stammered, "Well, if you feel that way, you can do as you please." Hearing that, she happily exclaimed, "All right, Master, let's get going then." In the night breeze, her soft voice was completely captivating. "It's getting late. Let's go, Master." She then carefully gave Alex a warning. "Master, please watch your step." He didn't answer, just let out a long, quiet sigh. The full moon in the sky brought a sense of calm to his heart. What a different world, so gentle and beautiful. However, Alex quickly dismissed the thought that had just popped into his head. "No, that's wrong. My sister is waiting for me to come back. What am I thinking?" Just then, the system announced the activation of the Infinity Passage. Seeing it, Alex quickly remembered something. "Right, this is the Infinity Passage that brought me to this other world. Through this very passage, could it be that he could actively start it to return?" He hesitantly shouted, and the Infinity Ring glowed in response. "Activate passage." Instantly, the space around Alex was quickly sucked into the ring. "It's really happening. I can go back. I can finally go back." The woman, who had been walking ahead, turned her head back with some curiosity. "Master, why aren't you moving?" Alex's entire body was sucked in, causing him to scream out loud. The feeling of spatial distortion was just as bad as before. In a flash, his senses returned, along with his usual set of office clothes. He looked down at his hands, his breathing a little ragged. "I'm back." He suddenly furrowed his brow, and with a single thought, tried to use the ring. The familiar notification panel appeared, and a Kung cheered. It was still here. All of his miraculous powers were still with him. This was perfect. He studied the information on the screen, murmuring that he was level 3. He could actually survive in the real world now. But what about the divine mace? The system warned him he couldn't use it unless he stored it in his spiritual backpack. He stroked his chin, thinking hard, trying to piece it all together. Then it clicked. The levels in both worlds were linked, which meant he could level up absolutely anywhere. Because the mace was automatically put in his backpack, it returned to the real world with him. But wait, he was level 3 now. Could it be? Suddenly, Uncle Lee's voice echoed from the top of the well. "Hey, Akung! What in the world are you doing down there? This cave is about to close. We have to get out of here." Akung looked up from the bottom of the well, shouting back, "Uncle, you guys are still here? I thought I was gone for ages." Confusion washed over him. What was going on? He'd been in the other world for at least 5 or 6 hours. Why were they still waiting for him? Uncle Lee simply chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. "What are you talking about? Has scavenging junk finally scrambled your brain? We got worried when you went down, so we came to check." "All right, let's go," another person called out. "What are you spacing out for? We need to get out of this cave now. If that entrance closes, we'll be trapped in here forever." As Akung grabbed the cable to climb, a wild thought hit him. Had time stopped? Halfway up, the incredible truth started to sink in. He got it. Time had frozen. He frowned, continuing to climb as the full implication hit him. Whenever he crossed worlds, time in this reality simply paused. It only started again the moment he returned. This wasn't just a power, it was absolutely heaven-defying. Akung scrambled over the edge of the well, no longer caring about the skeleton hand below. Did that mean time was now frozen in the other world? What kind of existence was the original owner of this ring? As his hands gripped the ledge, he immediately spoke up. "Uncle, I need to ask you something." Uncle Lee looked at him sincerely, asking, "What is it?" A huge grin spread across his handsome face. "I remember the next round for the hero assessment test is tomorrow, right?" In the pouring rain, ragged gasps could be heard from a face covered in cuts and bruises. Akung was running on fumes, carrying his sister whose legs were horrifically injured, trying to escape the apocalyptic storm. His bare feet pounded through alleys piled high with wreckage. The scene was pure devastation. Ahead of them, a ferocious, skyscraping beast roared, destroying everything in its path with absolute impunity. Akung was powerless, frozen, when Xiaohan's pained whisper cut through the noise. "Brother, I can't feel my legs anymore." Desperate tears streamed down her cheeks as she asked, "What about Mom and Dad?" Just then, a horrifying impact rocked the buildings above them, followed by a deafening, grinding crash. Akung had to stop as rubble rained down all around him, pure terror seizing his heart. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot with fury, his entire body trembling as he grit his teeth in utter despair. No, no. The massive monster struck again, completely obliterating the building above their only home, and Akung let out a soul-shattering scream. "Mom, Dad!" He could only watch, paralyzed by helpless rage. Finally, something inside him snapped. Screaming and sobbing, he broke into a dead sprint right back towards the destruction. Suddenly, an arm shot out, blocking him. Akung! It was Uncle Lee, grabbing the hysterical boy with all his strength. "Uncle Lee, my parents!" he screamed. His uncle just shouted back, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Come with me." He tried to force the painful reality on him with his words. "Can you actually save them? If you run back there now, your sister will die with you at the hands of that dark demon. At least think of her. What power do you have to fight that monster?" But Akung wasn't listening, his eyes locked on the rubble as he just kept screaming. "My parents are still in there. My parents!" The scene unfolding above them was nothing less than hell on earth. More demonic monsters appeared, swarming until they blotted out the entire sky. Uncle Lee quickly pulled him into a corner, his voice firm. "Look at Xiaohan's leg. Let's go. We're going to the hospital." Sometime later, after things had quieted down, a somber Xiaohan asked from her hospital bed, "Brother, did you just say you're taking the hero test tomorrow? I'm just worried you'll push yourself too hard." A nurse preparing medicine nearby overheard and offered him a kind, admiring smile. "Xiaohan, you worry so much about me. You should get some good rest, too." "Ah," Qiang says, awkwardly changing the subject. "I'm fine, really. I'm not tired. How about you? Does your leg still hurt?" A nurse then steps forward to explain her condition. The nerve damage causes intense, sporadic seizures of pain. That's why Xiaohan needs her shots and medication on schedule. The little girl trembles as she pulls up her shirt, trying to look brave despite her fear of the needle. "It's okay. It's been so long, but it still hurts every single time. But I'm used to it. Don't worry, brother." Ah, Qiang could only watch, his heart aching for his sister. "You mean, you know you can't stand up anymore, don't you, Xiaohan? It hurts that much, doesn't it?" Ah, Qiang activates his heavenly eye on her. The info appears. Both legs crushed, 98% paralyzed, with no hope of natural recovery. The chance to stand again? Just 1%. He swallows hard, staring at that crushing information. A 1% chance to ever stand on her own again. Deep down, his little sister Xiaohan was absolutely heartbroken. She just wanted to be like she was before, a normal girl, going to school, playing with friends, and going wherever she wanted. He remembers her innocent smile, that radiant face. She was the only family he had left in this world. Ah, Qiang walks silently through the bustling crowds, his mind in turmoil. How could he possibly let her keep suffering like this? Even if the chance of self-recovery is almost zero, he will help her stand up again. He swears it. Ah, Qiang's mood instantly brightens. If the system says there's a 1% chance, then it isn't hopeless. There must be a way. In that exact moment, a serious goal forms in his mind. If he becomes a hero, he could get access to way more information. There would have to be a solution somewhere. Ah, Chang stops dead in his tracks, realizing the plan has merit. This isn't just for his sister, he's done living with his head down. He raises his hand, letting his golden ring gleam under the moonlight as he makes an unbreakable vow. So he has to become a hero. More than that, he has to become the strongest. That same night, At the official BTG Hero testing arena, a tense voice makes an announcement over the speakers. Final test results are in. 3rd rank hero. Combat power. 540. The manager cheerfully shouts before a group of people. Congratulations on officially becoming a hero. He politely offers a name card, explaining, "This is your automatically generated certificate based on your rank. Please, accept your hero certification." The flashy guy in the sunglasses laughs with glee. "So I'm a hero now." His mother stands beside him, beaming with pride. "That's my boy. You're amazing. You have to work hard to become a C-rank hero now. You can do it, son. Tonight, I'm cooking you the most lavish meal ever. What a fantastic day. Oh, my son is going to be famous." After the two leave, the manager calls for the next contestant. Checking his list, he says, "Let me see. The next one is named Ah Kyung. This is your second test, isn't it? The first one was below the minimum required score, so you didn't qualify." He pushes up his glasses with a sigh, complaining out loud. "Just another guy wasting my time, keeping me from dinner. Go on in when you're ready. All you have to do is place your hand on the detector. You can come out when it's done." But the Ah Kyung who walks in now looks stronger and healthier, filled with a newfound confidence. Whether or not this is a waste of time, you're about to find out. The manager scoffs. "Oh, feeling cocky, are we? If you failed the first time, you'll fail every time." The test provides the most scientific assessment based on a person's overall physical condition. He then lets out a loud, mocking laugh for all to hear. "This idiot. I've seen countless people like him try over and over again." Ah Kyung doesn't bother with him, walking through the closing doors. A moment later, he enters a spacious room. In the middle sits a glowing machine displaying strange parameters. He considers it. For heroes of the same rank, combat power determines strength and potential. That last guy was also 3rd rank. His combat power was 540, well within the normal range. Ah Kyung walks forward and places his hand on the machine. He is sure that he's a 3rd rank now, so he'll definitely qualify to be a hero. He just hasn't actually tested his true combat power yet. He frowns slightly, staring at the machine and cursing inwardly. "Come on, give me the real numbers." Immediately, Ah Kyung focuses his power, his muscles bulging as a powerful magic aura explodes from his body. The machine instantly overloads, turning red and beeping non-stop. A robotic voice announces, "During your hero value test, please remain still." Ah Kyung's power is so immense the entire building begins to shake, startling the manager outside. Huh, an earthquake? The machine is going absolutely berserk, every indicator flashing a blinding red as it lets out a piercing mechanical scream. Finally, a single number appears in bold red on the display panel, 5,400. A system notification chimes. Test complete. Your speed is 3. Your combat power is 5,400. You've set the highest record for level 3 heroes, ranking number 1. The combat power of the person in second place is only 930. That record stood unbroken for 30 years. Caden was a little surprised to hear that. 5,400? That's 10 times the last guy's score. A wave of pride hit him as he stared at his own hands in disbelief. He knew this body was good, but he never imagined it was this strong. Suddenly, he tensed up, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, striking a weird pose while screaming with joy inside his head. But no matter how it happened, this was exactly as he planned. The goal was to become the absolute strongest. Then something occurred to him. Wait a second. He was really curious how much power this mace of his was actually holding. With that, Caden held out his hand, and a brilliant flash of electricity shot out instantly. A dazzling golden mace appeared, crackling with lightning. But the system had an announcement. Insufficient ability. The Divine King's mace cannot be activated. The current activation time was just 1 second. Caden stared at the weapon, feeling both frustrated and incredibly curious. 1 second? His current power could only activate the mace for a single second, huh? But he wondered if using the machine for 1 second would be enough to get a rough estimate of its power. If he activated the Divine Mace, how high would his combat power go? Deciding to act, he walked back to the machine with a look of pure excitement. 1 second, it is, then. It should be fine. Let's try it. Caden's eyes flashed as he powered up once again. The system announced, "You have activated the Divine King's mace for 1 second. Instantly, the mace blazed with a blinding light, rapidly absorbing the energy pouring out of Caden, making him cry out, "Whoa!" It was almost immediately draining all the energy and life force from his body. The absorption rate grew, making him tremble, barely able to take it anymore. He roared, "Test it! Hurry up!" Caden had no intention of giving up, veins bulging on his sweat-drenched face. "Show me just how much my combat power will increase." The glowing mace now looked like a giant vortex. Its influence was so great that a strange black hole opened in the sky, unleashing electric dragons that shook the entire city. What in the world is going on in the sky? Is that an earthquake? The machine shook violently, glitching out as it tried to report that the energy was too massive to be measured. Then, everything suddenly stopped, and a grim darkness fell over the city. Every single block in the mace's area of influence suddenly lost power. The facility manager burst through the door, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Hey, hey! The earthquake caused a blackout, no more testing. Everybody out." Then he froze, spotting a skeletal, withered man sobbing in front of the smoking machine. "Oh my God. Son, who are you?" A while later, peace finally returned to the hero testing building. Caden walked wearily down the hall, blaming himself for being so careless. He never thought the mace would be that terrifying. Just 1 second had left him completely exhausted. It looked like he shouldn't touch it again until he was strong enough. But then Caden's lips curled into a smug smirk. He skipped out of the building with his hero certification card, grinning with an over-the-top, satisfied expression. He was a hero now. A few days later, inside an auditorium, a powerful voice introduced himself. "I am the hero who will be leading you. Level 9, with a combat power of 1,200. The man with long silver hair continued. "Just call me Instructor Kaya. My requirements are strict, so I hope you all will cooperate." The trainees below stood at attention, buzzing with excitement. "Hello, Instructor Kaya." Caden was in the crowd too, secretly sizing up the teacher with a judgmental look. "He's level 9 with a combat power of only 1,200, and I'm just level 3 with 5,400. He wondered what his combat power would be when he finally reached level 9. Meanwhile, Kaya looked visibly irritated, complaining internally about being stuck with this intern teacher mission. A mission like this was completely useless. It gave very few honor points, and the reward from the union was pathetic. He'd much rather run a few D-rank dungeons. This was so annoying. Done with his internal rant, he immediately shouted an announcement. "Listen up. Tomorrow, I'm arranging for you to go straight into a D-rank dungeon. You can only choose a suitable class for yourselves through real combat. If you're lucky, you might even get some beginner equipment." The hero trainees were completely shocked by this. "Huh? We're going straight into a dungeon tomorrow?" One of the new warriors quickly objected. "But instructor, I heard all new warriors have to go through a week of physical training first." Another trainee stammered in agreement. "And we still have to choose our classes. Aren't we supposed to do that before entering a dungeon?" Kaya scoffed, an infuriated look on his face. "Physical training? I don't have time to guide you through physical training. You've already become heroes, and you're still talking to me about basic physical training?" The man was practically a dictator. "I'll say it again," he growled. "My standards are incredibly strict. If you can take it, you stay. If you can't, then get lost. Do you understand?" A grim atmosphere settled over the trainees, his message crystal clear. This was his style, his rules. Terrified, they quickly stammered, "Yes, sir." But Alex wasn't fazed in the slightest. He scoffed internally. Wasn't this just a cheap power trip? The guy was clearly just blowing off steam. So-called heroes were just regular people after all. Thinking this, a wicked little smile spread across Alex's face. But it didn't matter, because he had the Infinity Ring. The Infinity Tunnel would recharge tonight. He already had a plan, and a level 72 Beastkin warrior made to help him execute it. The first day of training finally ended. That evening, in Alex's humble apartment, the TV reported on the chaos he'd caused, but he was busy with something else. At 7 p.m. last night, a minor earthquake occurred in our city, the news anchor announced. It caused a short-term power outage. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The Hero Alliance ruled out any involvement from the Shadow Demons. Alex just admired his ring, completely unbothered. All right, the tunnel's recharged. Time for a trip back to the other world. He was determined to get stronger, choose a class, and grab some gear before returning. Then, he mentally commanded, "Infinity Tunnel, activate." The ring flashed, emitting a brilliant burst of light. Suddenly, Alex's vision went completely black. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw a melancholy, blue night sky. A moment later, massive rock formations came into view around him. Finally, a desolate landscape of rocky hills, bathed in the serene light of a giant moon, materialized. Alex opened his eyes and sighed. "I'm back again." Looking at the magnificent scenery, he confirmed that it was exactly as he'd left it. Then he noticed the yellow outfit he was wearing and was a little surprised. His clothes were the same as before. So that's how it works. When you leave this world, not only does time stop, but your appearance and equipment are also frozen in place. It has nothing to do with other worlds, right? Suddenly, a gentle voice accompanied by a very prominent chest entered his view. "Master, what's wrong? Are you planning something?" He jumped, startled. Crap, he almost forgot about this. Asset. He awkwardly glanced away, but a nosebleed had already started. Still, he clenched his fist, trying to act serious. "It's nothing. Let's start training. Time to kill some monsters and level up. You lead the way." His maid jumped for joy. "Master, you're so motivated. This is wonderful." Then, remembering some nasty green monsters, her expression turned serious. "I do have an excellent plan for you, Master. I checked earlier. There's a level 3 goblin nest nearby. They're relatively weak, so I believe they're a good place for you to start. Goblins are not only cunning by nature, but they are also extremely lecherous. Plus, there are a lot of them, so Master, you must not underestimate them." Hearing this, Alex looked at his innocent maid, feeling a little helpless. Lecherous, huh? In that case, she was the one who needed to be careful. But he just got more excited, clenching his fists. Awesome. He never expected to find standard low-level mobs like goblins. It really was like another world. He wondered what his God-chosen system could really do here. He was actually looking forward to it. Alex looked into the distance, his resolve hardening. That settles it. First target, the goblin lair. The two of them crept up to a cave, from which the sound of snoring could be heard. "Shh, Master," she whispered. "Be careful not to make a sound. There are 2 goblin guards sleeping." Alex then turned to ask her a question. "Aren't you level 72? Can't you just rush in and slaughter them all?" he thought, genuinely impressed. He hadn't really noticed before, but this beastkin girl had a combat power of 630,000. No wonder she was level 72. Insanely strong. Unaware of Alex's appraisal skill, she tilted her head curiously. "Master, how did you know I was level 72? Did I say that?" Alex coughed, brushing it off. Well, I have my ways. I just wanted to see how a level 72 warrior fights." She seemed to understand. "Is that so? But Master, if we fight together, you won't get any experience points, since my level is so much higher than yours." Alex was surprised and confused. "Huh? This world has rules like that too? Fine. I just wanted to see your heroic fighting style anyway." She blushed a little. "Oh, heroic style. I don't think I'm worthy of that praise. But if Master wants to watch, then it's no problem at all." She drew a dagger from her belt, her expression serious. "Please watch my movements closely, Master. I hope my combat experience can be of some help to you." In an instant, she lunged forward like a lightning bolt, dagger in hand and eyes full of killing intent. Then, "I'm going in, Master." With a single slash that flashed like lightning from the heavens, she effortlessly finished off both goblins with her skill. Void flash slash. Alex watched, totally captivated, before leaping to his feet and clapping. Wow, incredible. "So that's the move of a level 72 warrior?" The beast girl turned away, embarrassed, but she seemed to glow under the beautiful moonlight. Ah, how mortifying. Then, he earnestly gave her some advice that even against the weakest opponent, you have to give it your all. That's his experience, and he hopes it helps her. Alex just laughs, completely fascinated. No, 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 that was amazing. Seriously, that move was beautiful. Can you teach it to me?" She replied with a hint of regret. My apologies, Master. Void Flash Slash is a high-level warrior skill you can't learn yet. Besides, you haven't even chosen your class, right?" Alex just smirked, brimming with confidence as he said, "A class? That's the easy part. I'm currently level 3, so obviously I'm going to choose to be a warrior." With her standing right there, his mind was made up. Of course he had to pick warrior. Having a level 72 beast-eared fighter on his side was just too perfect. And skills? With his absolute copy ability, any mid or high tier skill was on the table. He just needed to find a way to copy it. However, he absolutely could not touch that divine sledgehammer. He had to use a normal weapon for the time being, or he wouldn't be able to deal any damage at all. A moment later, a system notification popped up with an info panel. "You have selected the warrior class." She was now beaming with pride, blushing as she took Alex's hand to make a vow. "Master, you trust me this much. I don't know what to say. You chose to be a warrior because of me. I won't let you down." She pressed his hand against her chest, her eyes filled with determination. "Leveling up isn't easy, but I'll definitely do my best to help you. Let's work together to get a basic warrior gear set. We'll definitely level up with you." Alex's face went completely red as he thought to himself, "Wow, this other world is so gentle and beautiful." At that exact moment, the sound of goblins echoed from a cave nearby. Time for the shift change. 2 goblins came out to guard the entrance, both level 3 with a combat power of 420, and they immediately panicked. Hey, an intruder? Alex stood firm, saying, "Looks like I'll have to take care of these goblins then." He stepped forward, holding his own small sword as he said, "Let me borrow your short sword for a second. I think I have a move for this." A system notification appeared. "You have equipped the silver short sword." But she moved to stop him, her voice filled with worry. "Master, if you recklessly fight goblins at the same level as you." Alex paid her no mind, already getting into his stance. He remembered using the divine sledgehammer before and causing 0 damage. That means he still hadn't tested the high-level warrior skill, Heaven and Earth Shatter, that he'd copied from Captain Fang. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Instantly, Alex launched himself high into the air, swinging the sword that was now glowing with brilliant blue magic. He brought the blade down with immense force, and the resulting shockwave caused the ground to explode, vaporizing the goblins as he roared, "Heaven and Earth Shatter!" Her eyes widened in admiration. So strong. How did the master do that? He's only level 3, and he just wiped out goblins of the same level in a single second? Back in the day, she needed a team of 6 people just to clear this dungeon. Alex stood happily in the crater, his experience points rising non-stop. He grinned, saying, "Feels pretty good, doesn't it? Let's go, you can watch me slaughter this entire goblin nest." He was thrilled. Heh, this divine system is pretty interesting. I'm definitely hitting level 4 tonight. His progress bar showed 50 out of 3,000 experience points. She watched Alex from behind, speaking with a bit of concern. "This is unfair to you, master. Having to use this as a temporary weapon." Alex simply stretched and looked over the pile of bodies. The system displayed his status. Level 3. Crude wooden club equipped, with 50 out of 3,000 experience. Alex held up the club cheerfully. "It's fine. This was the goblins, and it actually feels pretty good to use." She reminded him that the most urgent task was to get him a basic set of equipment. "Master, you're currently wearing this strange outfit. Its defense rating is almost 0. Suddenly, Alex turned to look. The system display confirmed it. Current equipment. Defense strength. 0. He grabbed his sleeve, thinking, "Oh, right. If it's not official gear, it won't have any defensive function at all. If he got attacked, he'd be injured instantly." It wasn't just about weapons. It seemed good defensive equipment was also essential. As Alex walked, he thought about the function of his divine sense backpack. The words appeared in his mind. This magical space isn't restricted or affected by the multi-dimensional world. Alex figured it out. The difference between this and a normal backpack was that items put in here could be used in this other world and the real world. That was a pretty cool feature. He took a closer look. At the moment, his divine sense backpack only had 2 empty slots. The unsummoned divine sledgehammer had already automatically taken up 1 slot, leaving only 1 more available. The system explained that the backpack acts as a tool. Kwang figured it out. This whole training and growth system meant the more he used something, the higher its level got, giving him more space in his inventory. He wasn't sure when he'd get more slots, but one thing was certain. The divine mace was stuck there, and having only 1 empty spot left was a real pain. Kwang glanced back at his companion. After all, in this world or the real one, a complete set of gear always has 5 parts. She looked confused. "Master, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" But Kwang was just sizing her up, head, hands, torso, thighs, and feet. A twisted smile started to form on Kwang's face, but then it quickly vanished into embarrassment. "No, it's nothing. Just making sure you're keeping up." But then she suddenly shouted, "Master, look out behind you." Snapped out of his daydream, Kwang whipped his head around. A pack of level 4 goblins charged forward, screaming, "A female! A female!" In a flash, the girl stood protectively in front of Kwang. "Master, the deeper we go, the higher the monster levels will become," she warned. "We cannot be careless." Kwang just grinned. "Perfect. That just means more experience points, right?" He immediately dashed past her. "Stay out of it," he ordered. "Otherwise, I won't get any EXP. The goblins just got angrier." "You looking for death?" Suddenly, Kwang kicked off a wall. "Eat this," he yelled, swinging his wooden club down hard on the goblin. His attacks were relentless, giving the creature no time to recover as his eyes glowed a faint red. When he finally rested his club on the ground, the area was littered with goblin bodies. The system dinged. Level 3. Wooden club broken. Progress. 150 out of 3,000. Kwang slowly got to his feet, clenching and unclenching his fist. So, higher-level opponents give more experience points. But man, this garbage weapon is not durable at all. She could only think to herself, Master's explosive power is truly terrifying. The raw force he'd just channeled through that club was on a completely different level from his supposed strength. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized it wasn't just a 1 versus 3, it was an instant, overwhelming slaughter of 3 level 4 goblins. No ordinary person could do that. No wonder he's my master, she thought, while Ah Kwong was still happily wiping out more goblins. His progress bar was shooting up, but the deeper they went, the more numerous and higher level the goblins became. But they were absolutely no match for Ah Kwong's fearsome power. "Master, you're amazing," she cheered, while he just complained. "This skill isn't half bad, but these weapons are useless. This is the 6th one that's broken. Only one left." A thought struck Ah Kwong. The experience rewards in this world were simply on another level. The EXP was climbing way faster than he could have ever imagined. He swung his club, recalling how he used to hear heroes complain that level 3 or 4 shadow demons in dungeons barely gave 10 experience points. For them, leveling up was a long, slow grind, needing to clear at least a few dungeons for the next level. Plus, any heroes from the real world wanting to enter a dungeon were forced by the Hero Alliance to form a party. This meant all experience was split evenly, making it horribly inefficient. Ah, Kwong remembered their conversations, how the big guilds had already snatched up all the resources. One of them had even said, "We should probably think about joining a guild." Every single dungeon was now contested territory. He'd sighed, leveling up is just getting slower and slower. But Ah Kwong? In this world, not only could he monopolize all the EXP, but every single small monster here gave him even more. This was perfect, absolutely perfect. He decided he would stay in this world and grind like a madman. The potential was insane. Just then, he and his companion ducked behind a haystack. Ah, Kwong peeked over the top and broke into a cold sweat. Is that the goblin boss? In front of him was the massive silhouette of a monster. His companion whispered, "What terrible luck. To think the boss would be possessed by a shadow demon." Ah, Kwong glanced back at her. A shadow demon? He thought to himself. So they exist in this world too? The dungeons in the real world also had them. The creatures inside were all shadow demons. Are they the same type of creature? He wondered. This shadow goblin gave him the exact same feeling as the thing that had murdered his parents. It felt exactly the same. Could it really be the same kind of shadow demon? The thought made him anxious. "Master, you can't underestimate a creature possessed by a shadow demon," she warned. "Even though this goblin boss is only level 6, once possessed, its strength, physique, and all other abilities are massively enhanced across the board." She frowned deeply. In short, shadow demons are terrifying, mysterious beings. Not only do they possess incomprehensible power, but their very existence is an enigma. "So please, Master, allow me to deal with this boss for you." Ah Kwong flatly refused. "No." His voice was hard as steel. "I have to be the one to kill it." Model. Whether it was reality or the future, it didn't matter anymore. He didn't know the connection between the dark demons of two worlds, but he knew one thing: this entire species deserved to die. He decided then and there to wipe them out himself. He charged forward, remembering they had murdered his parents. "Master," she cried, trying to hold him back. The goblin boss turned, its massive jaw unhinging. Kwong launched himself into the air. This cursed species. He thought of how they had destroyed his sister's life. Kwong unleashed his full power and roared, "Die!" But before his attack could land, the goblin boss casually swatted him aside. Kwong was sent tumbling across the ground. He finally stopped, his clothes shredded to pieces. Kwong staggered to his feet, cursing internally. Damn it all! Suddenly, the goblin boss spat something out, an impossibly long tongue shot from its mouth. It rushed straight for Kwong, but he managed to block it. His companion panicked. Master was in danger, he was completely unarmed. He trembled as he rose to his feet. "You want to kill me? Revenge for my family hasn't even begun." A fire lit up in his eyes. How could he be defeated by a low-level goblin like this? Just then, the system announced, "Strongest body has been activated." Kwong raised his fist, veins bulging on his arm with raw, untamed power. His arm, now rippling with muscle, slammed down onto the earth. Kwong's fist was clenched tight, no weapon in sight. A system warning appeared. "You have concentrated physical power into your right arm. Warning. This will create an immense load." Kwong channeled all his might. "My body is the weapon." His arm flew like lightning, spinning with the sheer momentum. The goblin boss began sucking everything toward its massive tongue. But Kwong unleashed his ultimate power, roaring, "Just die for me." Behind him, his companion shielded her face. With a final cry, Kwong smashed his fist down, creating a huge explosion that sent rock and debris flying. Moments later, Kwong rose from the rubble. The system displayed that he had reached level 4, the earth-shattering copy warrior. Leveling up granted him 1,000 points, but he could only tremble as he gripped his ruined right arm. Dark demons, he thought. Not a single one of them deserves to live. The system displayed his progress to the next level, 0 of 6,000. His companion immediately stammered in a panic. Master, your right arm. Kwang's arm was shaking uncontrollably. A system warning popped up. His right arm was severely injured and needed treatment to avoid necrosis. His voice shook. I think I overdid it a little. This is not good. The system prompted that the focus of his power could be adjusted. Because he had channeled all that energy into one arm, his current stamina couldn't handle the massive power output. Kwang's vision began to blur. His strength completely gone. He collapsed to the ground. Master, she screamed. Kwang whispered weakly, my right arm. It hurts so much. She frantically searched her bag. Don't worry, Master. I brought medicine. About 2 hours later, as two small sprites played nearby, Kwang sat up. Whoa, this medicine is seriously potent. He figured that while the recovery was slower than a capsule injection back in the real world, the healing effect was still incredible. I get it, he mused. Maybe the medicinal formulas in this world were just more ancient. She clapped her hands, overjoyed. It looks like the Master has recovered. This is wonderful. Kwang struck a refreshed pose. Not just recovered. I feel even better than before the injury. Master, since you're all better, we should go claim our reward, she suggested. Kwang's face lit up. Oh, right. Clearing a stage means loot. The system announced a reward increase. By quickly defeating the goblin boss, he had set a new record time for a boss kill. The reward was upgraded from a single piece of equipment to an entire equipment set. Kwang rested his chin on his hand, reading the system panel. His eyes widened when he saw a treasure chest in the distance. We found the treasure chest, Master, and it's a dark demon treasure chest. A bonus reward, Kwang thought to himself. A full dark demon set? He knew those were incredibly rare in the real world, almost never showing up even in the auction house. He remembered a time when he could only ever get his hands on broken, leftover equipment fragments. Kwang ran his hand over the chest's surface, his eyes sparkling with pure anticipation. Man, he loved this other world. This was just too amazing. He slowly began to open the chest. The system announced, Congratulations, you have received the Dark Demon Goblin equipment set. He was ecstatic. This is perfect. It's a complete set, and your level is just right to wear it, Master. Go on and change. But Kwang suddenly slammed the chest shut, and the light vanished. Wait a second, he thought. My system inventory only has one empty slot. What happens if it's a full armor set? He pressed the icon. Huh? Isn't this all considered a single unit? Can I just put it in my inventory? The system displayed a message. The Dark Demon Goblin equipment set has been sent successfully. You can retrieve it from your inventory anywhere. Kieran's smile twisted into something unsettling. He was a genius, he thought. This way, he could bring the gear back to the real world. Seeing his strange expression, his companion asked from behind, Master, what are you doing? Kieran quickly snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing. I've stored this armor for later. By the way, do you know how to sew? She blushed and raised a hand. Ever since I was a child, I've sewn my own clothes, so I always keep a needle and thread with me. Under the bright moonlight, Kieran and the girl sat together on the grass. She happily showed off her work. All right, Master, I did as you asked. Is this good enough? Kieran replied. Not bad at all, this is perfect. He put the modified shirt on. It was a perfect fit. You're amazing, thank you so much. She beamed with joy. That's wonderful. Being able to help you, Master, is my greatest honor. He thought to himself. Now that he'd successfully leveled up and gotten his equipment, it was finally time to head back. Kieran took the lead. Since we've successfully powered up, let's find a place to rest. She agreed. Yes, whatever you say, Master. A moment later, back in the real world, a shimmering portal slowly opened inside a small room. Kieran leaped out onto his bed just as the gate snapped shut. Phew, finally back. He recapped the events in his head after trekking through the wilds with the beast-eared girl. They'd found a place to rest. He waited until she was asleep to return. Kieran buried his face in a pillow. Next time, I'll take her to eat something really delicious. Then he rolled onto his back. He knew progress in this world couldn't be put off forever, but first, he had to get some real rest. Kieran's gaze became serious. Tomorrow would be his first day in the dungeon. The next morning, he checked his system panel. You have withdrawn the Shadow Fiend Goblin equipment set. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to equip it? He didn't hesitate for a second and hit yes. Immediately, the system announced, You have equipped the Shadow Fiend Goblin set. Set bonus unlocked. Tentacle Storm. Activation emits a piercing roar. It freezes low-level enemies caught in the sonic wave. At the same time, your arm transforms into a tentacle to deliver a fatal blow. Kieran was impressed. So there's a special skill for wearing the full set? A sly grin spread across his face. Haha, I'm really looking forward to this. But then he paused. If he went out looking like this, other heroes would definitely notice and cause trouble. He'd heard it wasn't rare for stronger heroes with bad intentions to just murder others to steal their equipment. Kieran looked down at his armor. For a total newbie, gear this good was basically a giant target. His hand froze. Huh? He looked up at a new option on the system panel. Conceal equipment. It would hide the armor under his everyday clothes. He watched the armor fade from view, completely ecstatic. Conceal equipment? This is perfect. Exactly what I needed. Kieran stood up. There's still plenty of time before the meetup. I'll go buy some noodles. Just then, the old second-hand phone in his pocket began to ring. He was surprised. Huh, someone is actually calling me? He answered. Hello? Before he could finish, a panicked voice erupted from the other end. You're Xiaohan's brother, Kieran, right? I'm the head nurse in charge of your sister. Some very dangerous-looking men have come to the hospital. They ignored every attempt to stop them and are trying to forcibly take your sister away, shouting something about using her to pay off a debt. You have to get to the hospital now. Kieran was stunned. The loan sharks. To get his sister proper care, he'd taken a loan. He'd had no other choice but to borrow money from those thugs. But he'd been making his weekly payments right on schedule. So why are they still harassing Xiaohan? He shouted into the phone. Please, tell them not to touch my sister. The nurse could barely get the words out. They're grabbing my phone. You have to hurry. Click. The line went dead. Overcome with rage, Kieran's hand tightened, crushing the phone. His face darkened, his eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. Those absolute animals. He stormed out the door as his system updated. Level 4, Warrior Class. Equipped with the Shadow Fiend Goblin set and the Tentacle Storm skill. At the hospital, a scream rang out. Please wait for my brother to arrive, you can't do this to me. Xiaohan struggled helplessly. Please don't touch me, I don't know you. The lead thug leaned in close with a disgusting sneer. Don't know us? Oh, but we know you're just a crippled little girl. Your brother Kieran borrowed money from us and failed to pay it back on time. According to our agreement, we have no choice but to take you with us as collateral for the debt. The goon sneered internally. The only reason he'd lent that idiot kid money was because his boss had taken a liking to his disabled little sister. A cute girl like her is always in high demand on the black market. She'd definitely sell for a good price. And with those crippled legs, she was a perfect match for the tastes of many wealthy degenerates. He'd tampered with the contract at the time. The stupid kid would never understand the fine print. After all, these two orphans had nobody. Go ahead and take me, I don't care. Xiaohan shouted defiantly. I've been through this before. My brother would never agree to these terms, she yelled. You people must have tricked him somehow. The money your brother gives us barely covers the interest, he sneered. So when exactly will you pay back the principal? He grabbed her face, squeezing hard. I'm warning you, girl, don't test me. Tears streamed down Xiaohan's face as the thug loomed over her. Do this the easy way or the hard way. Be a good girl, and this will hurt a lot less. His face twisted into a monstrous grin. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being merciless. Suddenly, a crash from the doorway. Ah Chang smashed through the door, his face a mask of pure rage. I want every single one of you out of here now, he snarled, his only thought on his terrified sister. He'd rushed over as fast as he could, and just in time. A system window appeared. Level 4 reached. He was equipped with the Shadow Demon set, granting him the Tentacle Storm skill. Combat power, 6,400. Upgrade progress, 6,000 points. In the middle of her fear and confusion, Xiaohan looked up and saw him, her beloved brother, here to rescue her. A warm feeling spread through her chest as she called out to him. But the head thug just laughed. Well, look who it is. If it isn't Ah Chiang himself, saves me the trouble of hunting you down. You delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Xiaohan broke out in a cold sweat, her heart pounding with worry. Ah Chiang just clenched his fists and strode forward, letting the man run his mouth. What good is that tough guy act when you can't pay? We're done being polite. I'll just let your sister settle your debt, and that's me being generous. The thug didn't even get to finish his sentence before a fist connected squarely with his jaw. The impact shattered the thug's jaw and sent a tooth flying. Ah Chiang's punch sent him spinning like a top, rotating 3 times in midair. A cold, red light glowed in his eyes, and the veins on his biceps bulged with terrifying power. System notification. By adjusting the body's power flow, movement speed can be greatly increased. He finally crashed to the floor with a heavy thud, letting out a pained groan. A minion rushed to his side, seeing his boss get taken down so easily. "Boss, are you okay? Boss." The remaining thug charged forward, furious. "You're looking to die, aren't you?" he shouted, ready to avenge his boss. As the bald thug's fist came flying, a cold glint flashed in Ah Chang's eyes. He met the attack head-on, throwing an even stronger punch. His punch was so powerful it completely shattered the thug's hand. A sickening crunch of bone echoed through the room. The thug's eyes went white. "My hand!" he shrieked, clutching his twisted arm as he trembled and screamed in pure agony. The leader got back on his feet, grinding his teeth. His voice was dripping with pure rage, like he wanted to tear Ah Chang apart. "You damn bastard," he seethed. "You actually dared to lay a hand on me?" He reached into his jacket, pulling out a pistol with a confident sneer. No one has ever dared to attack a member of the Qinglong gang. With a final declaration, he pulled the trigger without a second thought, determined to send Ah Chang to his grave. "Time to meet your maker." The bullet flew straight for Ah Chang. Crying out in terror, Xiao Han could only scream, "No!" But Ah Chang remained perfectly calm, almost bored by the weapon aimed at him as he struck a casual pose. He simply raised his hand and snatched the bullet out of the air. Xiao Han stared in utter disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Her eyes were wide with awe, staring at her incredible brother. The three thugs were frozen in shock, completely unable to believe their own eyes. The minion stammered to his leader, "Boss, I'm not seeing things, right? Did he just catch a bullet with his bare hand?" The bald leader stared, completely baffled. "No, that's impossible. How could you possibly do that?" A feeling of pride swelled in his chest. The days of him being a weakling they could bully were officially over, because now he was something more. A hero, with the power to protect everyone he cared about. Another system notification popped up. By using the body fortification skill, damage from all conventional weapons can be nullified. That's when real fear finally hit them. They huddled together, trembling like frightened puppies, and uttered a single word in unison. "Hero." Right at that moment, a nurse rushed in, leading a group of police officers right behind her. "They're in there, harassing one of my patients," she urged. "They look like serious trouble. You have to hurry." But when she burst through the door, she stopped dead in her tracks. The scene before her was the exact opposite of what she'd expected. The three battered thugs were huddled together, their faces bruised. But now they were smiling obsequiously at Ah Chang, trying to get on his good side. "Ah, Brother Chang, please, just pay us back as soon as you can." "Yes, just pay it all back in one lump sum, please. If you don't pay me back, I'm afraid my second in command. He's a hero too, you see. So, we'll just be on our way. Sorry for bothering you today. Rest up and get well soon, Xiao Han." Gone was his arrogance. The father tucked his tail like a dog, waving a meek goodbye to everyone. On the surface, he looked totally defeated, but his thoughts told a different story. He couldn't believe it. That brat Akung had actually become a hero. Damn it. He had to report this to the second master. The plan to kidnap Akung's sister had failed. The second master was a level 10 tank warrior. His combat power was a whopping 2300. Since Akung was just a trainee, he'd have the second master take care of him personally. He swore he'd get his revenge. After they finally left, a relieved Xiao Han turned to her brother, Akung, for confirmation. "They're gone," Akung replied quietly. "Xiao Han, I might not be able to visit as much for a while." He gently tried to warn his sister, because that scumbag had been right about one thing. If they didn't pay back that loan soon, the Green Snake gang would show up at their door. He promised to find a way to get the money. "I'm a hero now, so you can relax." Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart soared, and she asked again, just to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "Brother, you really became a hero?" Akung showed her his ID card as proof. "Yep," he confirmed, "but I'm still just a trainee for now. After I enter the dungeon today, though, I'll become an official hero." But then his face darkened as he thought about the real issue. To pay for his sister's hospital bills, he'd borrowed 300,000 from the Green Snake gang. Trying to earn that kind of money in the normal world, even as a regular hero, would take way too long. He had to return to the other world, find some good gear, and sell it. The scene shifts to a forest where a group of people are gathering. Akung was among them. He was thinking that his Infinity Ring's cooldown would be over by tonight. Then he could become a true hero. A man stood nearby, arms crossed, sizing up the entire group. "Is that everyone?" he barked. "Gather up." The system identified him as Kaya, a level 9 hero. He was their trainee instructor for the day, and he immediately began laying out the rules for everyone. "Today, I'm taking you all into the dungeon. This will serve as your official promotion test. But there are a few things I have to explain first. Any piece of equipment you find during this dungeon run, you are required to hand over to me. This is a long-standing rule. Any objections?" In unison, the entire group replied, "Understood." Standing in the crowd, Akung thought about how he'd heard of this kind of corruption. The Hero Alliance just turned a blind eye. Whatever. It's not like they'd find anything good in a low-level dungeon. Kaya continued his speech. "As for your evaluation, rest assured. I am a level 9 warrior. Just follow my instructions precisely, and I guarantee that every single one of you will pass." He wagged a finger as he continued. "As a token of gratitude for your successful promotion, each of you will pay me 1,000. He clasped his hands behind his back, acting all nonchalant. "No problems there, right?" The two guys closest to him quickly stammered. No problem at all." But Akung wasn't having any of it. He raised his hand and flat out challenged the instructor. "Why do I have to give you an extra 1,000? We're already giving you all the equipment, so what's with the extra fee? I don't have that kind of money to give you." A young man with glasses standing nearby tried to warn him. "Hey buddy, don't make Instructor Kaya angry. He's from the Mad Wolf Guild, you know." Hearing this, Akung just sneered to himself. So, he had a guild at his back. No wonder they were so bold. He clenched his fist, thinking they could beat him half to death and he still wouldn't pay. Besides, he barely had a few dozen coins left, not even enough to eat. Kaya's voice was full of menace. "You've got some serious nerve, kid. These are my rules." He shot Akung a sharp, sinister glare, his voice turning as cold as ice. "If this little beggar can't pay the 1,000, he can take the test alone." He smirked inwardly, wondering where this idiot even came from. How could this kid not understand the unwritten rules? If he dared to cause him to lose face, he would make sure he died a miserable death. The crowd below gasped, whispering nervously. One trainee even started to stutter. "A solo evaluation? No trainee has ever passed that alone. It's a C-rank dungeon after all," another trainee added. "Isn't that just suicide? Even official heroes wouldn't dare enter a dungeon like that by themselves," another one chimed in. "That guy is a complete idiot. Why would he tick off Instructor Kaya from the Mad Wolf Guild over $1,000? His career is over." But when Akung heard Kaya's threat, he was secretly thrilled he wouldn't have to pay. With full confidence, he spoke up. "So, I can apply for a solo evaluation, right?" "Good. That's exactly what I wanted." The scene shifts to a dense forest, cast in the golden light of dusk. A voice cuts in. "Excuse me, are you being serious right now?" Our guy just warms up, barely listening as the official from the Hero Evaluation Center rambles on. "You registered for a solo evaluation. Are you absolutely positive you didn't file the wrong paperwork?" "I came all this way just to confirm it with you." He adjusts his glasses, staring at the file before adding, "No one in history has ever passed the trainee evaluation by themselves. Not once. Ever. Even though this is just a D-rank dungeon used by the Hero Alliance for tests, for a new trainee, this is basically a death sentence, isn't it?" But he doesn't seem to care one bit, giving a casual confirmation. "Confirm my entry. And thanks for the warning." With that, he strides right into the dungeon. The official just stares after the back of this fearless or foolish kid. "If you're so sure, then please enter." Internally, the man is just thinking, is this for real? A solo evaluation. This kid has to be crazy. Meanwhile, Arthur had already stepped into the dungeon's forest, a place teeming with bizarre creatures. A system window pops up. C-rank forest terrain. Recommended party. 5 members with a combat power of 600 or more. Golden sunlight filters through the trees, casting a strange glow on him. He's lost in a memory of only seeing these portals after heroes had already cleared them. So this is what the inside of a dungeon actually looks like, huh? But his moment of wonder is cut short. A creature with glowing red eyes and turquoise skin sees its chance to ambush the human before it. The monster, tentacles flailing, slams a wooden club on Arthur's head. But to its shock, the club just snaps in two. His concentration broken. Arthur turns to face this reckless creature, his eyes blazing with fury. "Trying to sneak up on me? Good thing my gear is strong enough," he thinks. "Looks like its attack couldn't even break through my basic defense." The system confirms it. Shadow Fiend equipment shows 0 damage taken. He turns, effortlessly plucking the weapon from the level 3 goblin's grasp. The creature is stunned, its hand suddenly empty as it lets out a gasp. Arthur then uses the broken club to teach the monster a harsh lesson in manners. He realizes that even the mobs in this dungeon are high-level Shadow Fiends. But it doesn't matter. With a combat power of 6,400, he's more than confident he can crush them. After killing the monster, the system announces a gain of 20 out of 6,000 experience points. Arthur just scoffs. If this is for real, the experience monsters give in this world is ridiculously low. These are the same kind of mobs, but they give less than half the XP from the other world. No wonder heroes level up so slowly here. Hearing movement all around him, he knows these things usually attack in packs, so he calls out, "Stop trying to hide and just come at me all at once." The hideous monsters screech, pouring out from all sides to surround him. He thinks with a smirk, "Perfect. I've been wanting to try this move." A black, viscous liquid rapidly envelops the lower half of his body. Just as the horde of monsters charges in, his new armor is fully formed. The armor makes Arthur look like a giant octopus as he unleashes his skill. Tentacle Storm. Like an octopus with countless arms, his tentacles lash out in every direction, tearing the monsters apart. He yells, "Bring me more shadow fiends of this level." From a distance, it looks like dozens of white tentacles are just sweeping through the entire forest. Outside the dungeon, the official mutters to himself, "It's been almost an hour now." Honestly, lasting that long alone isn't bad at all. Still, he can't help but sigh. Such an arrogant and fearless rookie hero. Pride will be his downfall. A solo evaluation. You'd have to be insane to apply for that. The Alliance was even planning on removing the option entirely. He figures it won't be long before the life sign detector transmits news of the kid's tragic end. He sighs. But then his eyes go wide as a notification flashes on his screen. Huh? The solo evaluation results have been updated. Participant, Arthur, has passed. Just then, Arthur steps out of the dungeon covered in grime and monster blood. "Excuse me, is there a place nearby I can wash up?" The system shows his level up progress at 960 out of 6,000. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, a man named Kalis is absolutely livid. His face is a mask of pure fury as he screams at his party members. "A bunch of useless trash. If it wasn't for my overwhelming power, all of you would have been killed by those shadow fiends a long time ago. I seriously have no idea how any of you even got your hero licenses. You don't even know how to provide basic support. I'm only charging you 1,000 yuan, and now I'm thinking it's not nearly enough." This is a level 9 warrior with a combat power of 1200. He tells us not to help, but when we do, he calls it interference. One of the members mutters, completely fed up. His magic was slow, yet he still charged 1,000. The others were fuming. Their first dungeon, with no real guide, so who could blame them? A man nearby overheard and cut in. "Hey, keep it down. We cleared it, right? Just let it go." But Kai must have heard their whispers, because he turned around, his voice dripping with arrogance. He told them, "For rookies at your level, charging 1,000 was me being merciful. You got that?" Just then, the comms device on his wrist buzzed. He stopped mid-sentence, quickly raising it to his ear to answer, "Hello? Hero Assessment Center? Spit it out. I don't have all day." But as soon as the person on the other end replied, Kai's face went pale with absolute shock. His eyes widened as he stammered, What? That kid passed the solo assessment? That's impossible." Kai then stormed over to Kwong, demanding arrogantly, How did you pass the solo assessment? Hey, answer me." Kwong was just washing his face in the courtyard, completely ignoring the man's tantrum. Not wanting to be embarrassed by the silent treatment, Kai pushed on, "I've already investigated you. You're only a level 3 or 4, and thanks to a power outage, you have no combat record. You're a total newbie." He crossed his arms, his whole posture screaming superiority as he barked his demands. "You must have some kind of high-level item, don't you? No rookie has ever pulled this off. You're just a trainee hero, so there's absolutely no way you could pass the solo assessment. Now, talk." Kwong casually brushed back his hair, his eyes half closed. His handsome face was practically glowing as he calmly replied, "I believe I told you, Instructor Kai. Just because no one's done it doesn't mean it's impossible, right? Then again, maybe that 1,000 yuan fee of yours pushed me to succeed." Kai completely lost it, his eyes burning as if he wanted to eat Kwong alive. He lunged forward and grabbed Kwong's shirt, snarling, "Ha! You little punk. Are you mocking me? You're asking for it. Do you even know who I am? Ever heard of the Mad Wolf Guild?" In stark contrast to the man's explosive rage, Kwong remained completely calm and answered nonchalantly, "Level 9. Combat power of 1200. Your guild standards are a bit concerning, Instructor Kai." At that, Kai's fury finally erupted. He gritted his teeth, his hand tightening into a fist as he roared, "Are you looking to die? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just some poor nobody, and you have the nerve to mock me?" Kai threw a punch, aiming to teach him a lesson. But Kwong easily blocked it, his gaze sharp. A level 9 hero's punch, aimed at my throat. "Were you trying to send me straight to my grave?" Kai was completely stunned by the move and the words. He stood speechless, thinking, this speed and power. Isn't he supposed to be level 3 or 4? What's the matter? Kwang shoved Kai's hand away, making the older man stumble back in fear. You. But while acting flustered, nobody saw the sly move as Kai secretly drew a dagger behind his back. Hearing the faint sound of metal, Kwang was startled, looking at the instructor with alarm. Without hesitating, Kai brought the dagger up, threateningly growling. What exactly are you hiding? When Kwang didn't respond, he lunged, stabbing viciously at his arm. Shadow Demon, defensive effect plus supreme body. In a bizarre twist, not only was Kwang unharmed, but Kai's dagger had snapped clean in two. Stunned, his eyes bulged as he whispered, "What? It broke?" He realized the impact felt nothing like hitting actual flesh. He stared hard at the rookie, coldly demanding, You're definitely hiding equipment on you. It has to be high-grade gear, doesn't it?" Kwang tensed up at the question, suddenly realizing his mistake. Damn it, he was too careless. He shouldn't have shown off his abilities like that. If the rest of the world found out about his secret, it would only bring him a world of trouble. Suddenly, Kai's mouth twisted into a sly, wicked grin, his eyes glinting strangely as he spoke with a hidden meaning. What kind of treasure are you hiding that can be so perfectly concealed? Good, very good. Whatever you have is definitely top tier. Heh. Which dungeon did you find it in? You tried to keep it a secret. Feeling like he just dodged a bullet, Kwang let out a silent sigh of relief. That was way too close. He put on a pained and miserable act and started spinning a story for the instructor. If your dagger hadn't already been seriously damaged from countless battles, it wouldn't have broken just by touching me. If not for that, I would have been a goner. Suddenly, someone approached, politely interrupting their intense standoff. Excuse me. It turned out to be the staff member from the Hero Assessment Center. An official arrives to inform Kane he's needed for an identity confirmation, then he'll be an official hero. Kane politely agrees. Sure thing, I'll be right over. He turns to leave with the man, letting out a silent sigh of relief. This was perfect timing. That psycho Kai wouldn't dare try anything in front of the staff. What a close call. But lurking behind him, Kai's face contorts into a horrifying grin, his eyes bulging with pure malice. As he walks, Kane feels like something is wrong. Then it hits him, and he realizes he's a complete idiot. Sure, the God's Choice system granted him incredible combat abilities and strength, but he's still only level 4. If he runs into a high-level enemy, he's basically got no way to protect himself. The scene shifts to an apartment building later that night. Kane lies in his room, unable to sleep, replaying the afternoon's events. The way Kai looked at him, like he wanted to devour him whole. Yep, trouble was coming. He suddenly remembers the beast-eared girl, knowing she can't fight alongside him in this world. He really needs to lay low. His current level is just way too low for this. Just then, two strange figures in black cloaks appear in the hallway outside, creeping toward Kane's door. This is the place? It turns out they're from the Mad Wolf Guild, level 10 mages, with a combat power of 3,500. One of them pulls out a magic staff as they discuss their plan. Once we break in, I'll restrain him with magic. You knock him out and we'll take him. The other person? None other than Kai. Kai's tongue flicks out as he laughs menacingly. Deal. If he has the treasure I think he does, we'll split it 50-50. The other man gets nervous, worried they'll be discovered. Keep your voice down, he hisses. Don't let him hear us. With that, the mage moves toward the doorknob, giving Kai his final instructions. I'll use a spell to melt the lock. You get ready. His staff flares to life, and a spark snakes toward the doorknob, melting it instantly. But before they can get through, the door bursts open. Kane stands there with a huge staff, startling them both. He's fully equipped in the Dark Demon Goblin set, with his special skill, Howling Storm. His weapon is the earth-shattering skill-copying staff, boosting his combat power to 6,400. Kane glares at them, absolutely furious. Damn, you showed up at my door fast. He furiously slams his staff down, shaking the floor. Now, get on your knees. But Kane is tense, his face grim. They actually brought a level 10 mage? His combat power is only 3,500, but he's 6 whole levels higher than Kane. A head-on fight would be a massive disadvantage. He watches Kai's every move, analyzing. Combat power is supposed to directly measure a hero's strength, and while his own power is 6,400, he's only level 4. Fighting someone 1 or 2 levels higher is no problem, but a level 10 opponent, even if that guy's combat power is lower, a 6-level gap is more than enough to make up for the difference. This is like a low-level player running into a massive raid boss in a JRPG. Think about it, a level 3 warrior trying to take on some grotesque, level 72 boss. Yeah, that warrior gets completely annihilated in one shot. Kane grinds his teeth. Maybe, just maybe, with his new equipment and skills, he could barely turn this around. But the margin for error is razor thin. One mistake, and he's dead. And Kai's partner is from the Mad Wolf Guild. Annoyed, the mage shoves Kai aside and charges forward, yelling, "You damn brat! You dare try and ambush me? Good thing my cloak just got a physical defense boost. Whatever, let's just kill him and take everything he has." With the spell Fire Tongue, a blazing red flame erupts from the tip of his staff. He raises his staff and aims right at Kane. The power of the spell unleashes a firestorm, threatening to overwhelm him. Kane shields his face with his arm, the heat almost unbearable. Damn, it's hot. This goblin armor has great physical defense, but it seems its resistance to magic is absolute trash. This isn't like fighting those goblins. Those low-level creatures only knew how to swing clubs around. Realizing the situation is hopeless, and that he can't hold out any longer, Kane makes the smart choice. He turns and runs for it. Retreat is the best strategy here. He can't fight both of them. Seeing him flee, the mage yells for the chase to begin. Under the moonlight, Kane sprints down the hallway, and then leaps straight out of a high-rise window. He pours all of his physical strength directly into his legs. With his armor's protection, he figured he could take the impact from the landing. But just as Aaron was about to hit the ground, the strongest body system flashed a warning. You have focused all physical power into your legs. The rest of your body is currently unprotected. And in that unguarded moment, some punk from another guild shot out of nowhere, slamming a brutal punch right into his gut. He clutched his stomach, thinking, another ambush? This new guy was a level 12 warrior with a combat power of 3,900. Veins bulged on the attacker's arms, his eyes blazing with pure fury. A twisted grin spread across his face. All's fair in war. Bet you didn't expect 3 of us, huh? That single punch sent Aaron hurtling down to the ground. The guy sneered, saying that for a level 3 scrub like him, this was more than enough respect. Aaron lay face down, his body covered in scrapes, hands trembling as he struggled just to push himself up. He was lucky he'd regained his strength just before landing. With his stomach exposed during the fall, his knees had taken the brunt of the impact. If it weren't for the basic defense from his Dark Demon Goblin set, those 2 hits would have knocked him out cold. Aaron forced himself to sit up as the attacker landed right in front of him. Still not dead yet? Now that's what I call a surprise. The guild member from before rushed over, barking at him. What was that skill you just used to attack me? You're just a rookie. How do you have a power like that? Suddenly, Aaron's face twisted, veins popping as pure hatred filled his eyes. You want to kill me? Fine, you can die first. Then, Aaron activated Corrosive Tentacles. Upgrade progress, 960 out of 6,000. His entire body warped into a vicious, monstrous form. The enemy mage immediately raised his staff and chanted, Action Lock. The spell would immobilize all targets for 1.5 seconds. And if the target's level was lower than the caster's, it could forcefully interrupt their actions. Exhausted, Aaron muttered, Damn it, my skill was cancelled. The mage smirked at his ally. Good thing I came prepared. He might be low level, but he's loaded with treasures. The other guy laughed. Kill him and split the loot. Isn't that the plan? Right then, a new system notification popped up. The Infinity Ring's cooldown had ended, and the Infinity Gate was now ready. Aaron stared at the golden Infinity Ring on his finger, a wave of relief washing over him. The heavens were on his side. Perfect timing. He activated the Infinity Gate just as his attackers powered up their own skills, ready to finish him off. Aaron turned to leave, but not without pointing a finger back. Just you wait. I'll be back. You 3 pathetic scumbags, wait until I level up and return. Then we'll see who's really going to die. And with that, Aaron bolted for cover. He finally collapsed, gasping for air. He was safe. Looking at the Infinity Ring on his hand, he made a vow. That's right. He needed a plan to level up, to learn more skills. This quest was no joke. After getting the God-chosen system, he'd gotten way too relaxed, almost forgetting that you need real power to protect a gift like this. He had to get stronger. Then he'd go back and slaughter them all. His fate was going to be in his own hands. Just then, Aaron remembered the beast-eared girl was with him. He turned to ask her a question. Hey, beast-eared girl, do you know where I can learn skills? But when he looked over, he saw something he definitely wasn't supposed to see. Aaron's face turned beet red in an instant, and a nosebleed erupted like a fountain. The girl was fast asleep on a fur rug, completely oblivious to her. Very revealing sleeping position. He mumbled, Oh right, I forgot she was sleeping when I left. A faint scent of cherry blossoms drifted through the air. The beast-eared girl always smelled like cherry blossoms. Oh, this was bad. Aaron's whole body started heating up, his six-pack abs tensing and coiling under his skin. He cursed under his breath. Damn it all. As a man, how am I supposed to just ignore this? The strongest body system kicked in. His muscles swelled from a surge of adrenaline, mysteriously enhancing his strength, speed, and other vital areas. He flashed back to the three thugs attacking him, yelling, "Kill him!" before his mind went completely blank. Aaron collapsed to the ground, trying to force himself to snap out of it. No, this is wrong. What am I even doing? This was not the time for these kinds of thoughts. He had a real-world crisis to solve before he could relax. Calm down. Just calm down, he said aloud. Hey buddy, you need to calm down too. Outside, the sky was pitch black, lit only by the silent moon. His own voice seemed to echo in the quiet room. First things first, he had to plan his level up and learn new skills. Time flew by, and soon it was a new day. The beast-eared girl woke up with a long, satisfying stretch. I haven't slept that well in ages. Aaron sat across from her, dark circles under his eyes, forcing a pained smile. Yeah, he lied. I slept great too. The truth? His mind was racing all night, and he didn't get a single wink of sleep. Model. He then asks her softly to please make him one more shirt. And with that, they were on their way. His companion gently explains, Master, to learn new skills, you need to find skill scrolls first. She says she heard of a convenient way, which is to go and study at the Combat Academy. But at the small Orc Academy, the moment Ace appears, the Orc gatekeeper immediately barks out a warning. You're that suspicious human, the Orc King designated. If you want to enter the Combat Academy, there are requirements. First of all, your level has to be at least 6. Second, you have to pass the Academy's test. You're only level 4, so get lost. Ace looks back confused. Huh? It's that complicated? He needs to reach level 6 and still has to pass a test? Ace is wearing that black shirt with the small heart stitched on it. A new heart on a new shirt, skillfully sewn by the Beastkin girl with a little secret wish of her own stitched inside. She suddenly turns and politely apologizes to Ace. I'm so sorry, Master. I didn't know about these requirements. It's because I bypassed that special rule after I found a skill scroll while clearing out a monster's lair. He just stares, nonchalantly asking why she's sorry. He had to level up anyway, so he'll hit level 6 and then return. They finally turn to leave. After a moment, the Beastkin girl ventures a suggestion. Master, I know of some low-level monster lairs nearby. They could probably help you level up faster. The Orc guard stands there, laughing loudly just to mock them. Haha, you filthy, shameless human. So no Orc in the tribe will take you. If the Orc King hadn't vouched for you, you would have been torn to pieces by now. Besides, even if you do reach level 6, you could never pass the Academy's trial, especially not with a puny little half-orc tagging along. The two of you are a perfect match. Hearing those contemptuous words, the Beastkin girl's face darkens, filled with shame and remorse. She thinks to herself that her lowly status is just bringing her master more trouble. The master's kindness made her forget her own station. She feels she'll only end up holding him back. A deep sadness fills her eyes. He's a good master, and she feels she can't let him down. She decides it's better to explain things later and then just leave. But then, Ace suddenly whips around. His sudden move startles her. She knows something bad is coming and cries out, Master! He storms forward, grabs the guard's collar, and snarls. You animal, what the hell did you just say? His eyes blaze with killing intent. Want me to rip your filthy mouth off? Apologize to the Beastkin girl. Immediately. But the Orc gatekeeper isn't scared at all and just argues back defiantly. I'm only telling the truth. She's a half-orc, a mix of human and orc. The disgrace of our species, an impure half-breed, despised everywhere, unworthy of a name, living a low life, and rejected by both races. It finally clicks for him. Ace remembers their first meeting. So she really is a human and orc hybrid. He remembers using his analysis skill, but no name appeared. She never said her name. Is it because she doesn't even have one? Her information panel shows blank fields for both her name and her title. But somehow she's level 72, an orc sword warrior. The arrogant guard continues his threat. The Orc King may have chosen you, human. But disrespect an orc warrior, and you will be punished. He then issues a challenge. Still don't get your place here? You want an apology? If you can pass our test, then I will apologize to her. But a human passing the orc warrior trial? That's ridiculous. This is just absurd. Ace doesn't even know what to say in response. The Beastkin girl approaches them, whispering a plea. Master, he is right. Please don't get yourself into trouble over me. At her words, he finally lets go. Ace stares him down and declares with absolute certainty, her name is An. Remember it. The girl is completely stunned, lost in her thoughts. An, she thinks. Did my master just give me a name? Since you said you'd apologize to An if I pass the test. I expect an orc warrior to keep his promise. Done. Ace puts a hand on her shoulder, saying, let's go, On. We're going to level up. Sometime later, they arrive at a waterfall. On stands there holding her sword, radiating an aura of incredible power. This is pretty rare, she comments. All right, let's use these things to level up. But her mind isn't on leveling up. Still thinking about earlier, she hesitantly asks, Master, why help me? And why name me On? Ace stares at her, shocked. Huh? You don't like it? It was my call. Seeing her master might have misunderstood, she quickly explained. No, it's not like that. I love it, I really do. Then she looked down shyly, adding, I just wanted to know why my master chose that name for me. Kung gave a slightly awkward laugh. Well, this is a little embarrassing to say. But it's because when you're nearby, I can always smell this faint scent of cherry blossoms. It might be your natural scent, so I thought the name On would be a perfect fit. Sorry if that was too forward of me. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Kung's neck, and a warm, gentle voice made him flush red with embarrassment. Thank you, thank you. The beast-eared girl was so grateful she just kept repeating, thank you so much. Thank you, master. I absolutely love the name. Thank you. My name is On. I finally have a name of my own. Kung, a bit flustered, scratched his head and said, don't mention it. Then, the two of them headed deeper behind the waterfall. Kung was the first to speak. All right, On, shall we start leveling up? The cave was filled with massive limestone formations stretching everywhere. On asked with concern, Master, that short sword you bought from the weapon shop, have you gotten used to it yet? Kung tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, listening to her words. Even though it's not a high-grade weapon, it's miles better than that goblin's wooden club, Kung said with a smile. I'm very satisfied. He wondered if it was because he could lift the hammer. Now, it felt like any weapon in his hands was surprisingly, almost impossibly light. His current combat power had reached 6,400, with his leveling progress at 960 out of 6,000. Up ahead were hungry fox people with razor-sharp fangs and eyes glowing a menacing red. Before Kung stood 3 level 5 fox people, a black one, a white one, and a foxman. Fox. People are incredibly agile monsters. They're sharp, and way smarter than other beasts, guaranteed to make any adventurer who underestimates them regret it. All 3 were level 5, each with a combat power of 720. Kung turned to her with instructions. Same rules as always, On. You stay behind me and guide me, but do not take any direct action. Otherwise, it'll register us as a party, and I won't get any experience points. She just nodded excitedly in response. Okay, hee. Master said my name again. Here's the catch with party mode. If the level gap between members is 5 or more, nobody gets experience points or item drops from the fight. Kung suddenly launched himself at the charging fox people. Time to test out my new short sword on you guys. On stood off to the side, enthusiastically giving him guidance and pointers. Fox people are fast and incredibly smart, so Master should avoid big, telegraphed swings. Following her advice, Kung's first swing sent the monsters scattering in fear. Kung was surprised, thinking to himself, whoa, she's right. They're even more agile than I thought. Suddenly, one of the fox people lunged at him in a frenzy. Kung used his powerful arm as the ultimate body shield. Focusing his body's energy into one spot dramatically increases its physical resistance. Every single one of the fox people stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A powerful killing intent radiated from Kung as he flexed and taunted them in a low growl. Your combat power isn't even enough to leave a single scratch on my body. The beast-eared girl couldn't help but marvel at his incredible technique, praising him silently in her thoughts. His physical resistance was unbelievable. No wonder he was the one chosen by the gods. Low-level opponents couldn't even dream of dealing physical damage to her master. This meant he'd have no trouble leveling up quickly. Kung cleverly applied his practice skills to make quick work of these fox people. To deal with high-speed enemies, you need to use quick, precise attacks, instead of slow and heavy blows. So this is what I've learned, he thought, standing still for a moment after his attack. He had to admit, leveling up in this world felt so much better. Not only did he get all the experience for himself, but there was no need to compete for resources, and just like that, his combat power was on the rise. His leveling progress was now at 1,860 out of 6,000. His face grew stern as he thought to himself, at this rate, among those 3, the highest combat power was only 3,900, but the user was level 12. No matter how high his own power was, a huge level gap like that was basically useless. The system window displayed the Kaya team's info. The first member, a level 9 warrior, with 1,200 combat power. The second, a level 10 mage with 3,500 combat power, and the last, a level 12 warrior with 3,900. They're too strong, Kung thought. I can't face them head on. I have to close the level gap and choose the right 4 active skills. Kung's face was a mask of tension and fury, but his voice was calm when he spoke to An. We're hitting level 6 in one go. An, I'm going to make that self-righteous monster apologize to you. She simply obeyed with a firm, yes, master. As A. Kwang and his guide entered, they spotted a massive white-backed figure ahead. Turns out, it was the level 7 Dark Demon Fox boss. It hadn't noticed their arrival yet, and continued to walk slowly. A Kwang's eyes locked onto the massive blade on the boss's back. The sword was huge, long, and gleaming. The more he looked, the more he wanted it. He whispered to his guide, that sword on its back. I need it. You think it can drop? It feels like it was made for me, the perfect length and brimming with power. Hearing this, his guide responded, do you mean as an equipment drop, master? Seeing that he understood, A Kwang nodded, rubbing his chin. Yeah, I'm just asking. Is it possible for that greatsword to drop? His guide immediately replied, well, generally speaking, anything can drop, master. He explained that the drop rate depends on the equipment's rarity. If the master is willing, you can grind the same dungeon over and over until you get the desired item. Each dungeon has a different reset time, but using special props will speed things up. Basically, the better the equipment, the lower the drop rate. A Kwang listened, thinking that of course there was a drop rate system. This world was built almost exactly like a game. The system in his body suddenly made a lot more sense. Yeah, this was much more logical. An information panel for the Dark Demon Fox boss suddenly appeared. Besides its level 7 status, its combat power was listed as 1500. Another panel popped up for its equipment, and A Kwang grinned, ready to learn more. He read the name, Dark Demon's Cold Light Blade. Drop rate, 6%. That was pretty low. It'd be a real shame not to get it by level 6, since the blade was perfect for him. Suddenly, the system screen changed colors, displaying a new notification. System swap activated. The system detected a need and had enabled the swap feature. He could exchange for corresponding items by meeting certain conditions, and the available items would constantly refresh to match his level and strength. If an item wasn't exchanged after a long time, it would eventually be replaced. A Kwang read on, analyzing the new swap feature, a conditional exchange system. It seemed this destiny system in his body still held many secrets he didn't know about. For now, only one item was available. A high drop rate scroll. Let's see here. He tapped the scroll's info. It would increase the drop rate of all items by 30% for 1 minute. There were 3 scrolls in stock, but each required defeating 30 normal monsters between level 1 and level 5. The screen also displayed the total number of monsters he had defeated so far. 114. A Kwang stared at his kill count in surprise. Wait a minute. 114? Doesn't that mean I can exchange for them right now? 30 monsters for 1 scroll. Turns out he'd already taken down a total of 114. That number had to include stats from both worlds. If he exchanged for 3 at once, the drop rate would hit 96%. With a rate that high, how could it possibly not drop? 1 scroll adds 30%, 3 of them would be a game changer. That would push the drop rate to 96%, making it a near guarantee. Without hesitating, A Kwang hit the exchange button, and 3 scrolls appeared in his hand. The system notified him that the exchange conditions had been met, and he had successfully acquired 3 drop rate increase scrolls. However, since he didn't have a regular backpack at the moment, he couldn't store them. No backpack? No problem. A Kwang stuffed the 3 scrolls into his back pocket and said, Guide, I need that greatsword. It's a guaranteed power-up, his guide replied cheerfully. All right, go for it, master. Let's get that drop. Let's get that drop. A Kwang swiped a hand across his chin. All right, enough talk. You just guide me. He then charged the fox boss with his sword, landing a solid hit that made the beast roar out in pain. Enraged, it drew its cold light blade and slashed at him. A Kwang leaped back to dodge the attack, but noticed shards of ice flying from the blade's edge. He was shocked, thinking, whoa, attacks with this sword also have a frost effect? From the side, his guide quickly explained. Master, the Dark Demon Fox isn't just fast. It also has incredible strength. Its weapon has an added ice attribute. If you get hit, it won't just slow your movement, it'll drain your stamina. So, try to avoid a long fight. Find its weakness and take it down quickly. This fox demon's weakness is fire, so you should apply some flame grease to your weapon. Hearing this, A Kwang immediately coated his sword with the grease and said, So that's how it is. Got it. Let's see whose is stronger, your ice attribute or my fire. As he finished speaking, flames erupted along his sword. This was flame grease, a mix of pine resin and flammable ash that could be applied directly to a weapon. It could ignite on its own without needing an external fire source, making it an extremely popular and common tool. A Kwang charged the fox boss, aiming for its head and yelling, "Leave the greatsword for me." The boss dodged back, countering with a wide ice slash that missed. Looking at the chaotic brawl, An points out a weakness to Kung. The fox person's armpit and neck are its weakest points. He urges his master, "Strike there, and strike true." The boss swings its massive blade and misses, but Kung drops to the ground, dodging the attack with ease. Hearing An's advice, Kung eyes the weak point and smirks, thinking, "Perfect, it's right in front of me." He builds momentum and thrusts his sword forward. The blade sinks into the boss's armpit, sending blood flying as it lets out a horrifying scream. Its health bar drops a chunk as it shudders in agony. The system confirms a hit on a weak point, dealing double damage. This perfect attack also terrifies the enemy. Its attack, power, and morale are now massively reduced, leaving it wide open. The effect lasts for 15 seconds. Kung reads the notification, shocked by this unexpected debuff. An effect like this even exists? What a surprise. He grins fiercely and shouts, "Time to finish you while you're weak." Gripping his sword, he charges toward its weak spot once more, as An cheers him on from the sidelines. "Master," he shouts, "the enemy's attacks are sloppy now, so its movements will be much easier to read. To avoid getting hit, just judge its moves carefully and then find the perfect chance to strike." Kung, grateful, says, "Perfect timing. Thank you." The boss, writhing in pain, flails its blade around wildly. But because of the fear debuff, its strikes are pure chaos. Kung dodges its desperate attacks with absolute ease. As he weaves through the onslaught, a startling thought hits him. He realizes that without An's expert advice, he would have been sliced to ribbons if he hadn't paused to listen. Exhausted from its flurry of wild swings, the fox person finally stops, panting heavily to catch its breath. Seeing his chance, Kung taunts it. "Tired already? Then it's my turn." He readies his blade, aiming straight for its neck. An screams with excitement, "Master, now's the time. Aim for the weak spot on its neck." Kung immediately focuses 60% of his strength into his arm. This technique boosts his power output by 200%. With a mighty roar, Kung attacks. "This is my target," he bellows, plunging the sword deep into its neck. The beast can't dodge, forced to accept the blade sinking into its flesh. Its health bar instantly plummets down to a single sliver of life. The system chimes in with an update, a perfect critical hit on a weak point. The attack dealt catastrophic damage, stunning the boss into a debilitated state. This weakened state will last for a full 15 seconds. An leaps for joy at the notification. "Master, that was amazing. But the closer to victory you get, the more careful you have to be. Use the safest method." Then, An reflects for a moment. Objectively, this is just a low-level battle between his master and some fox person, but because it's his master fighting, his own blood boils with excitement. So, his name is An, a fine name indeed. Meanwhile, Kung seizes the opportunity, leaping onto the stunned boss's head and raising his sword. Time to end this with a skill. He swings the blade, unleashing a world-shaking ultimate move, and drives it straight into the creature's skull. An cheers wildly. "Ah, master, you're incredible. The fox person boss is finally defeated." Kung wipes the blood from his face, feeling the thrill. Now that was a fun fight. Then he remembers the loot, and quickly pulls out 3 high-grade drop rate increase scrolls. As the body starts to fade, he panics. "Crap, I have to use the scrolls before the reward screen pops up. I almost forgot." Just then, a system notification appears. "You have used 3 high-grade drop rate increase scrolls. Please note, the drop rate for all items has been increased by 96% for 1 minute." Kung hits the confirmation button and lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, just in time, a new series of notifications pop up, confirming the defeat of the level 7 Shadow Demon Fox Person boss. He's gained 3,000 experience points, and he got a weapon drop, the Shadow Demon's Cold Light Blade. An shouts with pure excitement, 3,000 experience, and it dropped. A weapon actually dropped. The Cold Light Blade materializes. An keeps yelling, "Wow, master, your luck is insane. Almost no one gets this weapon on their first try." Kung grips the new blade, deep in thought. Even with his ultimate body skill, he knows he's still vulnerable. That's why he always believed having a real weapon in hand was absolutely essential for survival. Combining this with his explosive power would make dealing devastating damage even easier. This is one powerful weapon. If he could bring this weapon back to reality, Those three from the cursed Madwolf Guild wouldn't stand a chance. He holds the blade, feeling its icy chill, and clenches his fist with determination. 5 levels left. Just a little more to go. Let's do this. He has to reach level 6 tonight, not just for An's revenge, but also to learn the skills needed to save himself. Kwang's status window updated instantly. He was now level 4. His class was an unequipped warrior, and his weapon, the Dark Demon's glacial blade. Kwang slung the massive blade over his shoulder, asking her, "Is there anywhere else I can go to kill monsters? I want to hit level 6 in one go." Hearing this, she had an idea. "That's simple, Master. We just need to use a challenge reset scroll." Challenge reset scrolls shorten the cooldown timer for monster dens like caves and lairs. Of course, the higher the level or the more unique the location, the less effective the scrolls become. She continued, "This Lakefolk cave is low level, so there aren't any strict limits. Luckily, I have enough scrolls in my bag for you to reach level 6 right here." At this, she added shyly, "But I am worried about your stamina, Master. So please, rest for a moment. I still have some recovery potions here." She then started digging through her bag for a Kwang. Kwang was a bit speechless at her words, thinking, "Oh my god, what doesn't she have in that tiny backpack?" Outside the cave entrance, her voice rang out, "This should do it, Master." She held up a reset scroll, and it instantly burst into flames. The cave was now completely refreshed. Kwang praised her as he stepped back inside. "Excellent work. I was actually worried we wouldn't make it in time. This glacial blade is incredibly useful. The cold energy it emits slows down my opponents. Seriously powerful." As he spoke, he swung the blade, wiping out a monster on the spot. Hearing Kwang's excitement, she added, "Yes, some weapons have special effects, and a few of them are extremely strong. I'm sure you will acquire even more powerful weapons in the future, Master." Kwang's mind started racing. Speaking of powerful weapons, his own inventory still held a divine weapon from the Orc tribe, the God King's mace. But it was a shame his current strength wasn't nearly enough to wield it. Even if he forced his body to its absolute peak, he could only use it for a single second. The day he could finally unlock that mace, that would be the day he became truly invincible. After countless battles against the Lakefolk, bodies were strewn all over the ground, and a lone boss trembled as it looked at him. Kwang immediately brandished his blade and charged forward, shouting, "Hey there, Lakefolk boss, long time no see. I just took care of your minions and hit level 5. Time to fight." Just like that, Kwang used up all 3 challenge reset scrolls, and every single time, he ended up facing the same trembling Lakefolk boss. With a sword in one hand and his blade in the other, Kwang rushed in yelling, "Hey, Mr. Boss, I'm back again. Why the long face? Heh. Come on, buddy. I'm itching to skewer you." From the side, his companion cheered him on. "You can do it, Master." On the 5th run, Kwang leaped forward with a loud greeting. "It's me again, Mr. Lakefolk." It had officially become Kwang's personal level-up target. The poor thing cried a river on the inside every time they met. On the 6th encounter, before Kwang could even move, the boss just raised its weapon in surrender, but he couldn't accept that his goal was to use it for leveling up. He charged forward, but still said cheerfully, "Heh, begging is the right move." Then, with a single swing of his glacial blade, he cut it down. The system immediately displayed a notification. Level up. Kwang had now reached level 6, a warrior wielding the Dark Demon's glacial blade. He had no skills yet, but possessed the world-shaking copy ability. His combat power ranged from 7,600 to 8,800. Wiping sweat from his face, he happily summarized his work, fought from morning till night, recovered my stamina 6 times, and I've collected the full Lakefolk equipment set. Ha. In battle, stamina drains constantly, and the lower it gets, the easier you are to injure and the less damage you deal. That's why Kwang had to replenish his stamina after every single boss fight. Standing over the boss's corpse, he sighed with satisfaction. Finally, level 6, Combat Academy. A test, right? At this thought, he brandished his blade, his eyes flashing with a new determination as he growled, "Just you wait for me." At the entrance of the Combat Academy, a gossiping orc scoffed. That human this morning he swore he'd reach level 6 and come take the test. Haha, what a moron. A human with a tiny body like that wants to level up in our orc territory. He really doesn't know his own limits. Another orc chimed in. Even if he did reach level 6, who knows how many days that would take. Besides, in our Orc Combat Academy, you aren't qualified unless you're truly one of the strong. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, startling them. They whipped their heads toward the sound, only to see 2 dark figures emerging from the shadows. The figure in the lead spoke. "How many days, you say?" Sorry to disappoint you, but I've already reached level 6. The orcs froze, and when reality hit, they screamed, how did you do that? 2 levels in a single day. What? What kind of speed is that? Ignoring their pointless chatter, Kwang simply said, go wake up the person in charge of your test. Now, Ace wasn't waiting until tomorrow. And you, he says, are you ready to apologize yet? Right on cue, his system information refreshes. Level 6. He's now equipped with the full Foxkin set from the last boss, bringing his combat power to a massive 8,800. What the hell is this? I nearly dozed off. A voice growls. You're the human who wants to be tested? An orc suddenly appears. This one's different. A gold ring pierces his nose, with more gold braided into his hair. He's clearly a higher rank than the grunts at the door. The orc continues. If you're just here to waste my time, I promise you, things are about to get very uncomfortable. This is the guy in charge of the Job Academy, a level 20 warrior. Ace doesn't flinch. He calmly replies, I'm here for the test, as per the rules. Let's begin. I plan on using the skill library when I'm done. The skill library, for context, is where every warrior in training can get their hands on powerful new skill scrolls. Pass the Academy's test, and you get access to all those skills. Heh, the orc scoffs. You've got a lot of nerve. Just because you hit level 6, he sneers, doesn't mean you can pass a test designed for our orc tribe. That's when the door guard scurries over, whispering some updated intel to his boss, the head of the Job Academy. The boss's eyes go wide. He shouts, what? From level 4 to level 6? In a single day? What kind of leveling speed is that? Ace, however, isn't surprised by the outburst. He just sees the guard trying to bolt and stops him. Hey, not so fast, Ace says. When I pass this test, don't you forget that you owe me an apology. You orc warriors don't go back on your word, do you? Called out, the guard stammers, completely flustered. Of course not. An orc keeps his word. But still, where does a human like you get off being so confident you can even pass? The head of the Job Academy listens to their exchange and smirks. How very interesting. I don't know what kind of bet you two have going on, he says, but the guard has a point. A human passing an orc tribe's test? Pure delusion. Hearing his boss back him up, the guard's confidence returns instantly, and he lets out an arrogant laugh. Just then, the chief priest of the Combat Academy appears. If you have indeed reached level 6, he declares, then let us begin. Our orc tribe is a race famous for its strength, he begins. That means our evaluation is based primarily on a test of power. If you can pass our trial of strength, you'll be qualified to use the skill library from our Combat Academy. The chief priest stands behind a stone altar, with Ace facing him from the other side. In the center of the altar, a single rectangular stone stands upright, waiting. The priest continues. The test is very simple. Look at what seems to be an ordinary block of stone. If you can strike it and leave behind a crack, he explains, you will have passed the test. Ace stares at the stone in front of him, surprised. Leave a crack? He asks. It's really that simple? The orc guard smirks. A meteorite stone to test this human? He knows even a level 10 warrior would struggle to leave a scratch. The more he thinks about it, the more certain he is of Ace's failure. A smug look crosses his face. This human is about to be humiliated. This level 6 human is about to get a bitter taste of reality. Meteorite stone is from outer space, once a bad omen, now famous for its insane hardness. The orcs use it for strength trials like this, while the elves prize it as a material for crafting powerful weapons. The Job Academy head cracks his knuckles. That's right, he smirks. For us orcs, it's incredibly simple. I'm not even raising the difficulty to make things hard on you, human. You heard him. Just one punch. Leave a mark. Here, let me show you how it's done, he says, just oozing with arrogance. The orc pictures Ace's inevitable failure and grins, thinking to himself about the stone's true nature. It's simple, really. Anyone below level 10 can't even dream of leaving a single scratch on a meteorite stone. Normally, the test isn't hard since we use ordinary stones, he thinks. But for a disgusting human like you, it's a completely different story. Then, he yells out loud. Watch closely. All you have to do is this, and you pass. It's so easy. Ha! He swings, slamming his fist into the stone, all while thinking, even at level 20, if I don't go all out, I might not even leave a mark. The impact sends chips of stone flying. And there it is, a small, but definite, crack appears on the surface. Seeing the crack, the orc official smugly brushes his eyebrow, acting like it was nothing at all. But he can't quite hide the few beads of sweat that prove just how much effort that really took. See that? He boasts. Just leave a mark nice and easy like that, and you pass. Whether you have the ability, well, that's on you. After seeing just how tough that meteorite stone really is, Ace clenches his fist. All right then, he says with resolve. Let me give it a try. As Ace prepares for the test, his companion cheers him on. Go for it, master, he says, slowly raising his index and middle finger in support. Kwang immediately analyzes the situation. He has to leave a mark. Even with his ultimate physique, his raw power needs to be focused. He knows he must adjust his body's power distribution, channeling it all to maximize the impact of a single punch. He instantly shifts his power, funneling it into his right arm. Just then, a system notification pops up. Attention! 50% of physical strength is now focused in the right arm, which will now exert immense power. Seeing him hesitate, the Otterkin in charge starts bragging about how incredibly hard the alien stone is. I have to warn you, he smirks. This might be easy for us Otterkin, but human bodies are just so fragile. Ignoring the insults, Kwang continues to channel power into his right hand and prepares to swing, all while the Otterkin keeps rambling. If you can't even leave a scratch. But before he can finish, Kwang's fist connects, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Before the Otterkin can even process what they just witnessed, they're pelted with debris, forcing them to shield their eyes. Even Kwang seems a little surprised by the result, scratching his head. Haha, whoops. Sorry about that. Guess I used a bit too much force. Looking at his fist, he adds, that was actually pretty simple. I thought I'd have to get serious. Seeing his amazing performance, An shyly praises him. Master, you're incredible. With this, you can enter the skill library. The other Otterkin never saw this coming, and they try to object, completely stunned into helplessness. Wait a second, Chief. Did you see that? What in the world just happened? Was that an illusion? The one with the gold piercing, completely shocked, begins to stammer his protests. He shattered the alien stone with just one punch? No, that's impossible. Kwang ignores their disbelief, wanting to confirm the result. So, did I pass the test or what? He claps his hands, dusting off the stone fragments. The Otterkin stubbornly refuses to accept it. Of course not. I don't even know what you just did. Really, I'm serious. He trembles as he points at Kwang. How could you just explode a stone like that? My demonstration punch must have already cracked it. You just took advantage of that. It doesn't count. Hearing this, Kwang is speechless. Huh? Then what about my test? The Otterkin yells, another test, the steel bar bending test. This so-called test is another challenge of pure strength. All he has to do is use his raw power to bend these incredibly sturdy steel bars, just like their own warriors always do. But inwardly, the guy is smirking. This steel is insanely tough. Even their own Otterkin warriors have to use every last bit of their strength just to bend this thing. Kwang instantly adjusts the state of his ultimate physique, concentrating 50% of his physical strength into both arms for immense power. Then he effortlessly bends it, even tying the steel bar into a knot. Without looking up, he asks, something like this? The Otterkin with the piercing goes from green to red with rage, screaming, no, that doesn't count. I must have grabbed the wrong one. This doesn't count, he insists, then mutters, no choice then. It seems we have to use the most basic strength test, arm wrestling. If you can last against our strongest warrior for 10 seconds, then you'll pass the test. As he says this, the guy smirks to himself. Heh. He thinks that even if the human passed the first two trials, there's absolutely no way he can get through this one. Their champion is known as the strongest warrior. Even the supervisor himself admits he would lose to him in a contest of strength. Kwang has heard enough talk. He changes his body's state again, concentrating 70% of his power into his right arm. His patience gone, he slams the so-called strongest warrior's arm down, yanking the guy right off his feet. The champion couldn't resist that overwhelming power, getting thrown down helplessly. Kwang simply says, so noisy. The Otterkin in charge of the academy sees this, his face twisted in pained disbelief. Our strongest warrior, defeated in less than a second? Kwang's patience has completely run out. Hey, I already told you, this was the third test. Can I finally pass now? The two Otterkin have nothing left to say. They simply have to accept their fate. The pierced one even gives a shaky thumbs up, of course. The test is passed. The other one shudders. Humans are terrifying. Kwang takes An's hand and leads her in front of the Otterkin. If that's the case, then per our agreement, you owe An an apology. The guy flinches at being called out. Her? Damn it. Fine. An Otterkin warrior never goes back on his word. He then bends at the waist, bows his head, and shouts, I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said to you earlier. Startled by the apology, An hides behind Kwang. Ever since I was little, I've been judged like that, so I'm used to it. I never really thought about it. It's okay. But Kwang cuts her off gently. An, you don't have to say it's okay. He insisted that she deserved an apology. She was worthy of it, he said, and all she had to do was hold her head high and accept. Hearing Ace's words, she felt a sense of respect and finally agreed. Okay, master, I understand. I accept his apology. As she spoke, she stood tall, chest out, a confident smile on her face. They arrived at the skill library entrance, where the chief priest announced, "This is it. Now listen closely. Each person can only take one skill scroll per entry." Ace rubbed his chin, questioning the rule. Only one scroll per visit? Why be so stingy? The guy with the piercings shot back, annoyed. You think you can just waltz in here, rob the place, and leave? Every combat academy has strict regulations, otherwise how could they operate? Remember the rules. You have a 3-minute time limit once inside, and in those 3 minutes, you have to find the scroll you want, break its magical seal, and carry it out. Only then is the skill truly yours. If you don't make it out in time, the library's own rules will eject you, and you won't be able to re-enter for some time. Ace was full of questions. A time limit? What seal? What rules? And why would it kick me out? Piercing spoke in a low, serious tone. You have to understand that combat academies are the most important institutions that exist. They don't just represent fighting strength. They represent the legacy and future of this entire land. The scroll seal is a magic lock that must be broken before the scroll can even be used. And the rule barrier is a powerful ward that can only be created by an archmage or grand sorcerer. This magical field can have conditions woven into it, allowing or denying entry to any creature. After explaining the rules for obtaining a scroll, the pierced man continued. To protect the library from intruders or thieves, high-level mages add these magical seals to every scroll and then wrap the entire library in that rule barrier. This magical defense is how they ensure the library remains secure and orderly. Ace concluded that things weren't as simple as he thought. Anne noticed his expression and comforted him. It's true, Master. When I was with my old group, I heard that the conditions for entering skill libraries at high-level academies are even more strict. The doors to the skill library swung open. Piercing stood at the entrance, not entering himself. He warned them, "All right, head in, and don't be stupid enough to try and steal a skill. The magic barrier will throw you out instantly. Remember, you have just 3 minutes to get the skill scroll you've chosen." The moment they stepped inside, a voice echoed through the hall. The 3-minute countdown begins now. Ace and Anne gazed at the inside, which was filled with endless rows of neatly arranged skill scrolls on massive shelves. Anne wandered between the aisles, awestruck. No wonder this place needs a magical barrier to protect it, she murmured. Looking at all these rows of scrolls, it's basically tempting people to commit a crime. Ace, in his signature tank top, had decided to conceal his equipment. This was also his first time here. Taking in the grand library, Anne couldn't help but feel amazed. This is my first time inside a skill library, too. Just as they'd been told, every scroll had a magical seal on it, making it impossible to know what skill was inside without breaking it. This type of seal seemed like it could be broken with just a tiny bit of force. Ace was already inspecting the scrolls, making his calculations. He had originally wanted to use his absolute copy ability to find a skill to escape his real-world problems, but finding a suitable one was proving difficult. Besides, his absolute copy skill was a bit strange. Even if he wanted to copy one of Anne's skills, it would be hard to pull off. To use absolute copy, he had to physically touch his opponent's chest to feel the source of their power. Once he felt all of his opponent's skills, he could instantly copy any single one of them in a flash. Ace let out a little chuckle at the thought, but then focused on the task at hand. Anyway, let's get started. A little force should do it, right? Anne, however, made a silent vow. She had to choose a skill that could get her away from those 3 bastards. With that in mind, she grabbed a scroll and poured her strength into breaking the seal. A burst of power pushed back, but she overpowered it, successfully unlocking it. The skill scroll's information appeared. It was Fierce Shield Strike, a technique that used a shield to deliver a powerful blow to an enemy. It deals physical damage. It has a chance to stun the target and is suitable for defensive warriors or their derivative classes. Seeing the scroll's information, Anne sighed in disappointment. Fierce Shield Strike. No good. I've never even considered using a shield. It's not for me, she then said. Master, even though I don't need it, I can tell you what the scroll's contents are. Caden picked up a scroll, scanning the information on it. It was the Gale Step skill, letting him dash to a new spot, dodge attacks, and boost his own attack speed. His assistant, Leo, spoke up. He said it was for marksmen, and while a warrior could use it, it wasn't Caden's best option. Caden moved on. Next up was War Roar, a shout to rally himself and nearby allies. It boosted attack and defense. Leo was practically glowing. Master, that's War Roar, a super common buff for warriors. But Caden wasn't interested. Not a good fit, he said flatly. Keep searching. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the library. 2 minutes remaining. Caden panicked. Only 2 minutes left? Too fast. He knew this slow pace wouldn't cut it, snatching another scroll in a hurry. Multi-shot. Yeah, that was a complete no-brainer. Pass. His assistant spotted another skill, calling out in a rush, "Master, how about this counter skill?" Counter blocked an enemy attack, dealing physical damage and possibly reflecting negative effects right back at them. This one made Caden pause. Counter. He wondered if a skill like that could actually work for him. He made a decision. All right, not a bad choice. Let's take it. After that, he found more scrolls, like Frenzied Sweep. Reading it, he immediately shook his head. Nope. This kind of wide-range skill isn't suitable. Next was Charm. What the heck? He had to do a double take. Ugh. What am I even thinking? No time for this. Bold Charge? What kind of weird skill is that? Then he saw Slender Body. Seriously, what were these bizarre skills? His assistant silently agreed. It seemed none of them were right for his master. The voice boomed again. 1 minute remaining. The pressure was on. He still hadn't found the right one. Only a minute left. This isn't working. It's way too inefficient. The rule is, you just have to break the scroll's seal with power. Right? Based on what he'd seen, breaking the seal revealed all the detailed information on the skill scroll. If that's the case, an idea sparked. He turned to Leo. You still have some stamina and energy recovery potions in your bag, don't you? They might just help. I'm going to need you to use them on me. Leo looked up, surprised by the request. Before he could answer, Caden kept going. For now, stay away from me or find some cover. Just to be safe. Now, hurry up. His assistant, utterly lost, just said, huh? But did as he was told, hiding in a corner to watch. Oh, okay, master. As Leo replied, Caden began focusing immense power into his right arm. Good. Meanwhile, the guy with the piercings was still waiting outside the library door for them to emerge. Suddenly, something insane happened. Before the guy could even process it, a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning crashed down onto the tower. He screamed in sheer panic. What? What is this? What kind of anomaly is this? Inside, Caden was still gathering power in his arm. His voice was hard as steel. If this is how it has to be, then I'll just break every single seal in this place at once. From the side, Leo watched the situation unfold, completely bewildered. This aura from the master, he thought. This latent, explosive power, even I wouldn't dare compare myself to him. Just then, a system notification popped up. Your level and conditions are too low to truly wield the Divine King's mace. If you force its activation, it will drain massive amounts of energy and stamina. Activation time is 1 second. Caden swung his arm up, lightning arcing everywhere as he yelled, "Activate Divine Mace! 1 second is all I need." Thunder cracked and boomed across the dark, cold sky of the Forbidden Land. The lightning bolts twisted together, forming a massive dragon that coiled in the air, brilliantly lighting up the entire area. The warrior outside witnessed this unbelievable sight, his eyes blowing wide with absolute terror. He could barely believe it, stammering, that kind of power. A human created that? Inside, Caden raised his warhammer, absorbing the lightning dragon. A vortex of pure electricity swirled around his body, the immense force pressing him down into a crouch. The ground beneath him shattered, sending rock and debris flying. Leo could only watch from the side, his jaw completely on the floor. He was stunned. This aura is terrifying. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would never have believed it. Moments later, the absorption ended. Caden slammed the divine hammer down, shaking the entire tower. Intense arcs of lightning exploded outward from the point of impact. His presence overwhelming, he roared his command. In one go, open all the seals on these scrolls for me. The system confirms it. He's activated the God King's mace, with a duration of just 1 second. In that single moment, an aurora of light flashes from the highest tower, gathering terrifying power in the sky. The shockwave spreads so wide that even the orc warrior cries out in fear. Ace has unleashed all of his lightning. He collapses onto the cracked floor, completely spent, as the arcs of light around him splinter and fade away. But in a flash, they surge outwards, spreading across the towering skill scroll cabinets throughout the room. They coat the wooden surfaces in pure energy. Wherever the lightning touches, the scrolls instantly activate, glowing as if summoned. This wasn't just a few scrolls. Every single scroll in every cabinet was awakened, pulsing with brilliant spiritual power under the electricity's influence. Standing at the door, he watches the dazzling scene, completely stunned, and whispers, "Whoa!" All of them. The seals on every skill scroll broke in an instant. A moment passes, and the system announces that the skill's duration has expired. The countdown is 50 seconds. Ace slumps on the floor, exhausted and battered from using his power, muttering, "It worked." The very next second, he jerks his head up, his eyes now blazing with a wild, frenzied look. Countless ancient characters are flooding towards him at incredible speed. He's ecstatic, thinking, "Come to me. All of you." His companion watches from a corner, her eyes wide as she observes Ace, filled with silent admiration. "Oh my gods," she thinks. "He can't possibly process all that information." Now even space itself is starting to warp. She worries, wondering if his brain can even withstand the raw data, let alone make sense of it all. With that thought, she suddenly rushes forward while Ace is still lost, absorbing the flood of information. Countless shimmering characters are pouring into his body. She shouts encouragement. "Master! Master! You have to hang in there!" But Ace's condition is getting worse. He clutches his head, groaning in pain from absorbing so many skills. He grinds his teeth, feeling like his head is about to split open. The pain is just too much. "I've seen them all. Give me the strongest, most suitable skill." 40 seconds left. Veins are popping out on his face. His pupils continue to devour every last glowing character. He grits his teeth and tells himself to hold on. No, not right. Still not enough. Give me a stronger skill. In that moment, thousands of chaotic symbols are flowing into his vision. Suddenly, Ace spots a strange, glowing bolt of lightning moving through the current of energy. He asks himself, "That scroll. It seems to be resonating with my lightning." He was right. That one unique scroll remains on the shelf, fiercely resisting his power, refusing to let its seal be broken. Time is running out, only 30 seconds remain. His companion watches in horror, her face pale with panic. She anxiously reminds her master, "Master, time is almost up. Hurry." But Ace already understands. If it's calling out to him, then that's the one. He looks over at her and barks a frantic order. "Get me the one from the back row, third from the bottom, quickly." She immediately obeys her master, launching herself into the air. She replies with serious resolve, "Yes, sir." The countdown clock now shows only 20 seconds. Just a few seconds later, she finds her target among the countless floating scrolls, a wave of relief washing over her. "Third row from the bottom." "I found it." But as she grabs the special skill scroll in her hand, she can't help but feel confused, a look of disbelief on her face. "Wait a second. This skill scroll is just a fragment. Did Master make a mistake?" The scroll fragment is blue, tied together with a thread of spiritual energy. For some reason, it's incomplete. A user would have to gather all the other fragments to make it whole again. Basically, no one can learn the skills inside because it's incomplete, and its power has been drastically reduced. She lands with the force of a thunderclap, the impact cracking the floor. She seriously questions Ace. "Master, is this really the one?" "This is a fragment." With only 10 seconds left, she quickly tucks the scroll into her chest and rushes towards her master. "There's no more time. I had to grab it for you." Suddenly, Ace stands up, conveniently grabbing the small cat. He tries to reassure his subordinate. "I can hold on a little longer. I can get out on my own." The system flashes a warning. He has focused half his physical strength into his legs for a burst of power, pushing his body to its absolute limit. On the outside, the orc warrior has been standing there waiting for them. He's anxiously awaiting the result, muttering to himself. After that last power surge, everything went silent. There are only 5 seconds left. It doesn't matter if he found a suitable scroll or not. When that timer hits 0, the magic will kick him out of the skill library. Sweat dripped down his face, his brow furrowed in concentration as he counted down the seconds. As he hit 2, a crack suddenly split the stone door, light bleeding out from the other side. And on the final second, a violent gale erupted from behind the crumbling gate. The force was so strong it sent the Ott warrior reeling. Once the dust settled, Ah Kyung stepped calmly out of the light. He held a frightened cat close to his chest, his voice steady. "Just in time. We're out." A moment later, An was gently bandaging her master's hand with quiet focus. In his other hand, Ah Kyung clutched a tattered scroll, stunning the Ott warrior. He actually got the skill scroll. The scroll was quickly deciphered. Red lightning, a battle enhancement magic. It calls down powerful lightning on a main target, chaining to 2 others with massive damage and paralysis. Suited for both warriors and mages, it requires insane control and can be upgraded by collecting more scrolls. Ah Kyung listened silently as the Ott warrior explained. "For thousands of years," he said, "very few have dared to learn this skill," and he began to break it down. His tone was cautious. 2 reasons. First, this skill is divided into 6 different scrolls. Only 3 are known to exist, the other 3 are completely lost. Trying to find them in this huge world without a clue is a joke. The second reason? The Ott tribe tried to master this skill a long time ago, but the skill's evolution backfired, leading to catastrophic sacrifices. It was an absolute disaster for their people. It seems they couldn't control its power once it took form. Ah Chong's expression soured, a mix of doubt and disappointment. So you struggle to collect the scrolls for an evolving skill, only to have your body explode and die? That's terrifying. Has anyone ever actually mastered this thing perfectly? Just then, the high priest shouted, "Yes, there was one." He declared it with absolute pride. The strongest Ott king, hailed as the God King thousands of years ago, who was also master of their tribe's divine weapon, the God King's mace. And this skill? It's the only one he ever left behind. Ah Chiang just picked his nose, looking unimpressed. Huh? This is the skill left by the master of the God King's mace? So why would a skill of that level be randomly tossed into a library of this tier? The priest's pride was wounded, and he roared, "Are you looking down on our library, you rotten human?" He sighed deeply, lamenting that a skill, no matter how powerful, is worthless if it cannot be learned. It's like an ultimate weapon. If you can't even wield it, it's less useful than a simple dagger. Even though the great God King left it, years of constant failure turned the skill into nothing but a myth. In fact, few even believe this skill exists anymore, much like the former glory of the Ott tribe, which has long since faded. But Ah Chong was totally unfazed, his eyes sparkling at the scroll. "Haha, no problem. Maybe I'm the right one for it. On, let's get going." The little cat happily agreed. "Yes, master." Their confidence left the high priest utterly speechless. As they walked away, he watched them go, thinking to himself, the skill in that scroll is only the beginning. Whether you can find the remaining scrolls and learn the complete skill depends entirely on your own strength and luck. Humans. But then he stopped. And as for you? He turned to An, his question blunt. "You're the half-Ott traitor who deserves to be executed, aren't you?" His eyes flashed with killing intent. He growled a warning. "After everything you've done to our people, you really don't deserve to be alive. I bet that human of yours still doesn't know who you really are, does he? Will he just become another one of your sacrifices?" An narrowed her eyes, her gaze cold and unwavering as she spoke. "None of your business." She turned and followed her master, leaving the priest to let out a bizarre cackle. The two walked away arm in arm into the sunset, a surprisingly romantic scene that made the old priest sigh. "Let's just see how far the two of you can actually go together." Later at the inn, the recovery potion had completely healed Ah Cheong. He unwrapped the bandages from his arm with a groan. "Man, An's potions are effective, but the taste is absolutely unbearable." Holding the vial, Ah Hyung's face twisted in pure disgust. What in the world is this stuff even made of? Adrian quickly sensed something was wrong. He turned to the silent woman by the window, his voice laced with concern. "Hey, you've been acting strange since we got back. Is something wrong?" She clutched the cloth in her hand, turning to face him. She forced a gentle smile, replying, "Ah, it's nothing. Just a little tired, master. Please don't worry." Her expression made Adrian hesitate, but he finally decided to ask anyway. I'm a bit curious. Why were you also on the celestial execution platform? Was it because of who you are?" His words were a lightning strike. Her face fell, a mask of pure terror and tension. Adrian pressed on, thinking back. "I remember there was someone else below me, too." She quickly changed the subject, stretching casually. "Hey, let's not talk about sad things. Master, have you learned that scroll yet?" Adrian answered honestly. "Yeah, I just finished learning the skill from that scroll. That old man made it sound complicated, but it feels right for me." In his mind, he realized the chain skill needed a powerful body as a base, which was perfect. He had the strongest body around, making this the perfect choice. "I'm already getting excited about collecting the other scrolls. I wonder what this skill will ultimately become." She quickly threw on her bag, a flicker of worry in her eyes. "That's awesome. Should we get going now?" she suggested brightly. She spun out onto the balcony, soaking up the morning sun and calling back to Adrian. "Today's weather is beautiful. It's perfect for you to level up, master." Adrian stared quietly at his ring. "You're right," he muttered. "But first, I have something else to handle." A system notification appeared. The Infinity Ring's cooldown was over. The Infinity Channel was ready. The Infinity Channel activated. He smirked, thinking, when I learned this skill, I already had a plan for the three of you. In a burst of power, Adrian's muscles tensed, and he roared, "I told you that when I returned, it would be your judgment day." He was now level 6, a warrior equipped with the full Tiger Man set. His weapon: Cold Light. Skill: Thunder Chain. Copied skill: Heaven and Earth Shatter. Combat power: a massive 8,800. A swirling vortex of electrical energy suddenly tore open a portal in midair. Adrian burst from the electrical rift, leaning forward to stick the landing, and thought triumphantly, "I'm back." The instant he landed, his head shot up. He had to move before they could even react. Just as his hand sparked with lightning, the 3 members of the Mad Wolf Guild lunged at him. To break through, Adrian thought, this new skill needs a weapon. Good thing I have the Divine Sense backpack. The system confirmed the pack's activation. At the same time, a brilliant ball of electric light materialized in his hand. When the transformation finished, Adrian was holding a massive, sharp blade, the Dark Demon Cold Lightsaber. One space left in the Divine Sense backpack. Murderous intent flashed in Adrian's eyes. He thought, my new skill. It's all up to you. The men from the Mad Wolf Guild, completely oblivious to the danger, all charged straight for him. They scoffed to each other. Where did that guy pull a huge sword from? Does he have a spatial ring? Knew this kid was bad news. That sword is obviously a rare item. I want it. We'll kill him and divvy it up after. Adrian slowly raised his blade. You bastards forced my hand, he growled, pointing the sword straight at the sky. An unbelievably powerful shockwave exploded from him, shaking the ground as rocks and debris flew everywhere. The bald one stared in disbelief. Wait, isn't that guy supposed to be a warrior? How does he have such powerful elemental energy? Then Adrian unleashed pure lightning, blade forward, as a gale force wind exploded outward. From high above the towering buildings, a magical vortex formed in the gloomy sky, and an immense bolt of lightning shot straight down from it. The summoned lightning stopped just inches from the villains, leaving them frozen in shock and total confusion. Adrian unleashed his ultimate, Chain Lightning, sending the bolt crashing down on the 3 Mad Wolf Guild members. It was a move that used a weapon to summon a devastating bolt of lightning from the heavens. After hitting the first target, it automatically leaped to 2 nearby enemies, dealing massive damage and inflicting total paralysis. And just like that, the 3 men were struck down, collapsing to the ground, their bodies completely immobilized. They gasped with their last bit of strength. How does this kid know magic of this level? My body. It won't move. As they lay there paralyzed, an intimidating Adrian walked toward them. His eyes glowed as he wiped his mouth, slowly advancing with his huge blade. The bald man gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat as he fumbled for something inside his shirt, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he'd completely underestimated him. This kid was a total freak whose aura felt way stronger than it did just moments ago. He had no other choice now. He couldn't hold back his trump card anymore, as much as it pained him. But then, one of the others raised a trembling hand. The man stammered in fear. Wait, I surrender. Alex didn't waste words. One swift slash sent the guy flying backwards. He glanced down at the blood splattered across his body, his eyes filled with pure disgust as he spoke in a low growl. You all tried to corner me with no way out, and now you have the nerve to ask for mercy? Don't make me laugh. Seeing his comrade's corpse lying on the ground, the remaining white-haired man panicked even more, trying to threaten Alex in return. Hey, don't you forget who we are. We're from the Mad Wolf Guild. He charged forward, screaming, You actually dare to kill us? But before he could even finish his sentence, Alex's blade sliced him cleanly in 2. Alex's voice was like ice. Shut your mouth and go meet your maker. Trash. Only the bald man was left, still desperately fumbling in his pockets, his face growing more tense by the second. The man knew that if this kid let them live, his own life would be forfeit. That's why he struck without a single moment of hesitation. Alex now stood right before him, radiating the aura of the Grim Reaper. You're next. The bald man mustered his last ounce of courage, yelling back in defiance. Oh, is that right? He hurled 3 high-grade sticky bombs, a special type of weapon that latches onto a target and triggers a chain of explosions. They were small, but their destructive power was terrifying, dealing massive damage to their target, making them extremely rare and valuable. The user just had to lock on, let them stick, then activate them with mana. To Alex's complete shock, the bombs latched right onto his sword. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man clenched his fist and screamed, Go to hell, detonate. The sticky bombs began to swell instantly. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in an instant, filling the air with smoke and sending out a devastating wave of heat. Shaking, the man leaned on his staff to stand, laughing triumphantly. Those high-grade sticky bombs are my life-saving trump card, and they cost me a fortune. Their power is enough to injure a level 12 martial artist, and they can even outright kill a level 10. Staring into the smoke and fire, the bald man gloated loudly. You're still too green to be messing with us, kid. He failed to notice that his opponent's sword had been thrown clear, now stuck in the ground a short distance away. As the smoke cleared, a familiar voice cut through the haze. That actually hurt. The bald man's jaw dropped in absolute shock. He stammered, "No way. How is that possible?" In a panic, he demanded, "What in the world are you? Damn it!" Alex simply walked forward, casually replying, "If I didn't have my reinforced body and this layer of armor, those grenades definitely would have finished me off." His goblin gear and body reinforcement skills were both fully activated. Half his face was visible behind the armor, his eyes now glowing a menacing red. A powerful force suddenly erupted from him, shattering the very ground and sending debris flying everywhere. With unbelievable speed, Alex shot straight towards the bald man, roaring in absolute fury, "All three of you are going down." In the blink of an eye, a blurred silhouette appeared right in front of his face. Alex slammed his fist into the man's head with all his might, knocking him flat and cracking the ground beneath him. After it was over, he quietly stared at the bloody mess at his feet, thinking, "If I don't eliminate you, I'll never know a moment's peace." A few moments later, the job was finally complete. Alex picked up his sword, thinking to himself, "So, all three were from the Mad Wolf Guild. They attacked me just because they thought my level was low." Before leaving, he glanced back one last time with a hint of pity. It truly was a world where the strong eat the weak. But then, he spotted a small yellow pouch inside the bald man's shirt. "Huh?" Alex leaned in to check it out, wondering, "Now what is this?" When he emptied the pouch, a silver ring fell into his hand. Alex's eyes widened in total shock. This is a spatial ring. It's an unbelievably rare treasure that can store items in a pocket dimension. The storage space inside each ring can vary, with lower-grade rings only holding a small amount of items. High-grade rings can hold a space as large as a valley, but even a low-grade one is still incredibly rare and expensive. Alex hurriedly slipped it onto his finger, overjoyed. It really is a spatial ring. Oh man, what an unexpected score. You just need to channel mana into it to activate and use its storage. If a ring already has an owner, no one else can use it unless that owner relinquishes their claim or dies. Alex happily admired the new ring on his hand, muttering excitedly to himself. A spatial ring. Even regular warriors can hardly ever get their hands on one of these. It's not just the price. You can't buy them even with money. Time to test it. He channeled his mana into the ring, activating it instantly, and couldn't help but be amazed. Incredible. First activation. How is this ring brand new? The system announces the primary spatial ring has been activated, now bound to his magic. Ethan rubs his hands together. Looking back at the group he just wiped out, he lets out a wicked smile. "Oh well," he muses, "guess I won't be polite about taking their stuff." Moments later, the entire scene is swarming with military vehicles, completely sealed off. Ethan thinks to himself that the Hero Protection Squad arrived fast. Good thing he was already one step ahead. They're the special unit that maintains order. Everything is under the control of the Hero Alliance. He stands silently in the crowd, observing his own handiwork, confidently thinking he erased every last trace connecting him to the scene. He got what he came for, and they won't find any clues leading back to him. With that, Ethan turns and melts back into the crowd. He casually tosses a phone in his hand, thinking he's safe for now. And hey, this new phone from the CA family is pretty useful. Once he scrubs the data, it will officially be his. Suddenly, the phone rings, jolting him so hard he almost drops it. Who in the world is calling him at this hour? It sends a shiver down his spine. After tapping his ear to pick up, he speaks hesitantly. Hello?" A warm voice answers from the other side. "Hello, is this Ethan?" "It's Miss Luo." He racks his brain. Miss Luo was his homeroom teacher back in high school. But didn't he already file the paperwork to drop out? He asks curiously. "Ma'am, is there something wrong?" On the other end of the line is Miss Luo, Ethan's former teacher, sitting at her desk. She encourages him warmly. "Winter break ended almost a week ago. Why haven't you come back to register for school? I know you applied to withdraw. It's because you have to take care of your sister and maybe your family's financial situation. But I really hope you don't give up on your education." Ethan looks down in silence, his expression instantly turning bleak as he reluctantly answers her. "Thank you for caring, but it's more than just money." He recalls the constant torment. "Back at school, I was always. I don't like it there. Do you understand what I mean?" Miss Luo sounds helpless, but after a moment, she pushes forward, determined to persuade Ethan. "Ethan, I know. That's exactly why I hope you don't give up. Maybe this is the chance you need to change your life. Don't you worry about the tuition. I'll figure something out for you. All you have to do is show up tomorrow with a little courage. If you want a better future for your sister, you can't be a cleaner forever. What about your own future?" Ethan is stunned by her words, stammering a reply. Deep down, he's incredibly moved. She has no idea he's become a hero, but she was the only one who ever truly gave a damn about him. Miss Luo's voice grows more insistent, trying to convince him. Ethan, you have to face your problems like a man. You can't just quit school. I'll do everything I can to help you, even if it's just for your sister. And more than that, for yourself. You know I'm right, don't you? Ethan quietly scratches his head as a smile appears on his face. It's funny, he thinks. He had zero intention of ever going back. He didn't have a single good memory of that place. But Miss Luo's words, they sparked something in him. He continues his train of thought. He's a hero now, not that weak and helpless kid who let everyone walk all over him. It's time his old bullies get to know the new him. He clenches his fist, his eyes burning with determination as he looks to the sky. He says decisively, "Thank you, Miss Luo. I will definitely be there tomorrow to register." He's already reached level 6. Elsewhere, another man sits before a screen, lost in thought. The entire CA family group was wiped out by some nameless hero, and every single one of their items was stripped clean. He taps his ring-covered fingers on the desk. He even took the spatial ring I sent them to retrieve for me. He grinds his teeth, revealing several gold caps, and slams his fist on the table, cursing. That damn thief. He probably has no idea that ring has a tracking spell on it, a magical sigil cast directly on the item. It uses a link device to determine its location. The magic is subtle, though a more powerful mage could probably remove it. He looks at the device on his desk, a smug expression spreading across his face. "I've already pinpointed your location, little thief." He suddenly shoots to his feet, slamming his hand down so hard the table cracks, and bellows with rage. "You dare steal from me, Mad Wolf? I'll have your head for this today." Mad Wolf furiously orders his men, "Brothers, bring that thief back to me." They all shout in unison, "Yes, boss." The next morning, Lily walks on crutches beside Ethan. He turns to her with a worried expression, asking, "How is it? Are you getting used to it?" Lily winces slightly, then replies, "As long as I go slow, I'll be fine. Don't worry." Her words bring a bright smile to his face, but he follows it with a helpless sigh. Sigh. Such a strong-willed kid. No need to rush, just take your time. In his head, though, he's complaining. The second she heard he was going back to school, she insisted on coming too, saying she didn't want to be a burden. He remembers how, just a few days ago, Lily was sobbing in her wheelchair, terrified that she wouldn't be able to get around. Using a wheelchair for school was just too much of a hassle. Luckily, he'd gotten her the latest mobility assist device, this incredible powered exoskeleton. Even for someone like Xiao Han, who had completely lost her ability to move, this device could help her stand up. Combined with crutches, she could even manage to walk a little. It was way better than a wheelchair, but the price tag? No joke. When Xiao Han first received it, she actually cried, feeling guilty that he had spent so much money on her. A memory flashes of him, looking completely exhausted. The money he'd stripped off those 3 thugs he took down barely covered the cost of one of these, and after buying it, he was left with practically nothing. A simple-looking ring surfaces in Kwang's memory, but it was anything but simple. A spatial ring, impossible to sell. Now that he was a brave, a storage space like this would definitely come in handy. Back in the present, Xiao Han's face showed the strain of her effort. She was trying so hard. But seeing her now? It was all worth it. Yeah, totally worth it. Kwang gently supports her, telling her, "Slowly, now. After school, don't you go running off anywhere. I'm right on the floor below you, so I'll come pick you up." Xiao Han obediently agrees. Okay, I get it," she replies. Internally, Kwang makes a silent vow. Big Brother promises, "I will find a way to heal your legs." But this tender moment didn't go unnoticed. Mina was watching from afar, her curiosity piqued. "Hey, who's that crippled girl on crutches? What's that weird contraption on her legs?" Vian, standing beside her, quickly pipes up, "Oh, that's Xiao Han. Wasn't she the one whose parents died in that dark phantom incident? Her legs got crippled, too." Hearing this, Mina lets out a loud laugh, a cruel, scheming look crossing her face. "Ha, seriously, Vian? She's even more pathetic than I thought. She went from a poor nobody to a complete cripple." Vian continues to feed Mina more gossip. The news covered that incident back then. "I overheard 2 teachers talking about her in the bathroom." Mina's expression suddenly turns twisted and cruel. She scoffs to herself. "Huh, just a bunch of slum trash. If they die, they die. Why even make a report about it? Such a waste of public resources," she mutters. Vian adds, "I got the real details from 2 teachers gossiping in the bathroom." Vian stands beside her, resting her chin on her hand with a look of hesitation. She gently warns her friend, "Mina, you're not still planning on bullying her like you did before, are you? She was healthy before, but now she's disabled. If she reports you to the school, it could be a huge mess." But this warning was completely lost on Mina. She scoffs dismissively. So what if she's disabled? Does that mean I can't bully her? That little brat never dared to tell her family or the school before. I bet she's still too scared. Besides, I've just thought of something really fun. Haha. With a wicked laugh, she turns to leave. Come on. I've got to go find my boyfriend. Vian, ever the follower, can only trail behind her obediently. Okay. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, a gruff voice cuts through the silence. You have Miss Luo to thank for this. If she hadn't begged me, I never would have agreed to let you re-enroll. It's the dean of students. He leans back in his chair, his entire posture screaming indifference and disdain. An education is a serious matter. You can't just drop out and then waltz back in whenever you please. What do you think this school is? Luo, standing opposite him, speaks softly. You're absolutely right, Dean. Kwang was just in a desperate situation back then. His tuition is paid, and I'll personally tutor him so he can catch up. So please, don't worry. Kwang, standing beside her, quickly adds his own words of gratitude. He speaks respectfully. I understand, Dean. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Luo. She nods, and then leads Kwang out of the office. The two of them whisper as they walk down the hall. Oh, right, about the textbooks you'll need for today. Yes, of course. Thank you, miss. As they leave, the sleazy dean's eyes are glued to Luo's long, slender legs. A disgusting, immoral smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself, as if I care about some student's education. The only thing I'm interested in is you. And now, you owe me one, Miss Luo. Out in the hallway, Luo walks beside Kwang, her voice full of genuine concern. I also went ahead and paid your sister's tuition, so please don't worry. You and your sister are incredibly resilient. Hearing her praise, Kwang replies politely, Thank you, miss. I'm so sorry we've caused you so much trouble. About the tuition you paid. I promise I will, but Luo quickly cuts him off with a wave. Don't worry about that for now. We can talk about it later. You, on the other hand, are a senior now. You need to start prepping for the college entrance exams. That is the most important thing for you right now. Kwang is completely taken aback by her words. But what makes me happiest, she continues with a smile, is that you seem to have your fighting spirit back. That's wonderful to see. He quickly hides his surprise, responding with newfound determination. Is that right? Well, I guess I have been trying harder lately. Don't you worry, he promised her. I won't let you down. Okiang's face suddenly hardened with pure determination. He silently apologized for hiding his true power as a warrior. The trouble with those three from the Wild Wolf Guild was far from over. He knew he had to be cautious. But a part of him desperately wanted to tell Miss Luo that he wasn't the same weak A-Chang anymore. On the ceiling, a butterfly was breaking free from its chrysalis. Just then, Luo's voice cut through the silence. You should get back to class. Art is starting now. The butterfly then flew towards classroom 123. Chiang pushed the door open, completely shattering the quiet atmosphere inside the room. Lei Li, with his feet kicked up on the desk, immediately started to provoke him. Look what the cat dragged in. I thought you dropped out. Lei Li's crony, sitting just ahead of him, eagerly jumped in. Hey boss, should we drag him to the bathroom after class like usual? Lei Li snatched the paper wad his lackey offered, aiming it at A Kwang with total arrogance. Do you even need to ask? He's been gone all these days. No matter what, he's got to pay back all those protection fees he missed. A moment later, Lei Li put all his strength into his arm. He threw the paper wad straight at A Kyang with a smug grin. He shouted across the room, Don't think your family problems get you any sympathy from me. I need cash too. Who's feeling sorry for me? The goon immediately backed him up. Yeah. Boss Lei Li is absolutely right. The paper ball sailed through the air, heading straight for A Chiang. Lei Li's taunts just kept echoing through the classroom. First, we'll remind him what getting hit with paper feels like, just in case he forgot. The moment of impact was almost here. However, A Chiang skillfully tilted his head to dodge. He simply reached out his hand and caught the paper with absolute ease. This stunning move left Lei Li and his goon completely shocked. He actually caught it, the lackey stammered as A Chiang calmly sat back down. Then he turned his head, his voice dripping with indifference. Lei Li, meet me in the bathroom after class. The challenge made Lei Li laugh out loud. He clenched his fists, spitting out each word. Ha. Did I hear him right? He's actually inviting Emmy to the bathroom. You worthless dog. You disappear for a while and suddenly you've got a spine? Fine. Don't blame me for being extra rough this time. Time flew by, and the final bell rang. The lackey stood guard at the bathroom, angrily telling the other students to get lost. Boss Lei Li is taking care of business in here. Find somewhere else to go, he barked. Inside, A Chang calmly faced Lei Li. The bully spoke first. I heard you dropped out to become a scrap metal collector. Something like a liquidator, right? Lei Li's tone changed. He shamelessly began to threaten his target. Isn't it about time you coughed up the protection fee you owe us? His goon chimed in. Ha ha, hand over the money, or else. But A Kwang showed absolutely no fear. He just stared back, his voice dead serious. Or else what? That single question stunned everyone in the bathroom into silence. They were all speechless at his raw defiance. Lei Li was the first one to snap out of it, his face twisted with rage. Ridiculous. Beat him down now. The lackeys rushed forward, ready for a fight. We've been waiting for that order, boss. Who is this guy pretending to be? A Kiang effortlessly blocked their incoming attacks. This left the thugs completely stunned. His grip. It's way too strong. When did A Kiang get this powerful? We can't even move him. On the other side, A Kiang was steeling himself for what came next. The A Kiang of the past had no power, and he definitely didn't have the courage to protect himself. But he wasn't that A Kiang anymore. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Level 6 warrior, with a combat power of 8,800. The system's notification sound continued to echo in his mind. Activating Celestial Eye. It looked like this whole crew was nothing but garbage. Ah Chiang was incredibly satisfied with his new abilities. Compared to him now, they were all pathetically weak. Suddenly, Lei Li's thugs screamed out in pain. Hey, let go! One of them yelled as he tried to kick A Kang. It hurts, you piece of trash. I told you to let go. But his kick stopped dead in midair. Ah Chiang was much faster. He easily kicked aside anyone who stood in his way. One by one, the lackeys were sent flying behind him. Lei Li stood frozen in the middle of the chaos, his face a dark mask of confusion. What? What just happened? He stammered. In his memory, A Kiang was an extremely weak person who was constantly being bullied. That weak A Kiang from before. How? But the A Kiang who stood before Lei Li now was tough and unbelievably strong. He was completely different. Suddenly, the lookout burst through the door, yelling, Boss Lei Li, we have to go. A teacher is coming. Lei Li quickly made for the exit, helping his badly injured thugs get to their feet. He gritted his teeth, turning his head to glare back at the victorious A Kiang. Then, they all staggered away, completely defeated, under A Kiang's watchful eye. He thought to himself, seeing that look in his eyes, just scaring him like this won't be enough to solve the problem. A Kung's face was stone cold. His eyes locked on his opponent, and he just barely held himself in check. If he had used his full strength, those last two kicks would have definitely been fatal. Meanwhile, over with Xiao Han, she was quietly thanking her deskmate. After this, she'd probably be leaning on him a lot more. Thanks, Sun Tu, he quickly answered back, like it was nothing. Not at all, just let me know if you need any help. Xuan Tu turned around to give Xiao Han a notebook, saying, Here are the notes. When something slammed down hard on her head, making her jump, a voice suddenly rang out. Get lost, I want to talk to the cripple. Xuan Tu clutched her head in pain, still trying to reason with Mina. Mina, she can't get around easily right now. You two, please don't. But Mina didn't care, threatening Xuan Tu, say one more word and you'll get a handprint on your face. Hearing that, Xuan Tu could only shut up, her body trembling as she stepped to the side. She kicked a chair out of the way. Mina sat on the desk facing Xiao Han with an intimidating air, beginning to berate her. Hey, you little cripple, you haven't been in school for a while. It's been really annoying not having anyone to run my errands. How are you going to compensate me for that? Meanwhile, Xiao Han trembled, her voice starting to stutter. Please don't do this. I really don't have any money. Mina slammed her fist on the table, her gaze softening as her voice turned sinister. No money? That device on your leg looks like it's worth a lot of money, doesn't it? Xiao Han trembled, looking at the people in front of her. She stuttered. My leg brace. No, you can't. This is from my brother. He worked so hard to buy this walking aid for me. I need it. This statement just made Mina and Vian look surprised. They looked at Xiao Han with contempt. Mina rested her chin on her hand and spoke with arrogance. Oh, you need it, do you? I guess so. Both your legs are crippled. Without this thing you can't even walk. Xiao Han sat obediently in front of Mina, stammering. Yes, that's right, I need it. Suddenly, a slap landed squarely on Xiao Han's cheek, making her eyes widen in shock. What does that have to do with me? The classroom fell strangely silent. All eyes were on Xiao Han, but no one said a word. The teacher then walked in, ignoring everything. Class is starting. Everyone back to your seats. Mina stood blocking Xiao Han, speaking resentfully. The teacher's here? Hmm. This is the last class anyway. Don't be in a hurry to leave after school. Xiao Han, let's negotiate a bit after school. The teacher remained calm. Turn your books to the lesson we're studying today. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was absolutely terrified. She kept her head down, fear evident in her eyes as strange thoughts began to surface. No, I can't. I have to leave before they find me after class is over. I can't wait for my brother. I have to use the back gate to avoid Mina's group. Over in Akung's classroom, Luo slowly placed the book on her desk, her voice as gentle as ever. All right. That's all for today's lesson. Students, be safe on your way home. Class dismissed. The whole class stood up straight, saying in unison, Stand. Goodbye, teacher. Suddenly Luo spoke up. Student Akung, come here for a moment. Akung quickly walked over to her and asked politely, Is something wrong, miss? Luo replied happily. So? Have you gotten used to being back at school? The satisfaction was clear on her face. Is there anything I can help you with today? Akung, meanwhile, was trying to force a professional smile. He replied politely, Don't worry, miss, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Luo quickly reminded him of a few things. Is that so? Well, that's great. If those mischievous students bother you like before, remember to tell the teachers. Don't be like before, too afraid to tell the teachers. Akung agreed with her. Miss, I'm serious. Everything's fine. Immediately after, Luo turned and left the classroom. All right, it seems I was worrying too much. I'm glad you've adjusted to school life so quickly. Let us know if you need anything. Go home early after school. Seeing this, Akung hurriedly waved goodbye. Goodbye, miss. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hey, Akung. The guy approached Akung timidly, fear evident on his face, his voice a whisper. That thing in the bathroom today, I want to explain it to you. Can you come with me for a moment? I'll find a place to talk. Akung asked suspiciously, Where exactly are we going? The underling Laloi walked with a subservient posture, guiding Akung, his voice unusually soft. Hey, don't be impatient, it's just ahead. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. I just wanted to find a place to explain things clearly to you. We're almost there. He glanced back at Akung with a sly look, his voice turning nasty. It's just ahead. No one is in here. Out of nowhere, a dark figure appeared, quickly striking out at Akung. A jarring sound echoed through the dark hallway. He flashes this punkish grin. Thinks he's won. Go easy on me now, big bro Li. But then a system notification. He activates his strongest form, focusing all that power into his hands. Meanwhile, the thug's bat shatters against a Kwang. He sees our hero is totally unharmed and is so shocked he just starts cursing. No damn way. His eyes widen in pure terror. Wait, he actually blocked it? A Kwang stands there without a single scratch. He looks at his opponent coldly. I knew you were up to no good. I just didn't realize how vicious. Suddenly, a new notification dings from the system. Level 6 warrior. Immediately after, a Kwang drives a powerful kick straight into the guy's stomach, sending him flying. Even then, he's still running his mouth. Damn it. Another kick. Before he can even finish, a Kwang effortlessly flips through the air and unleashes a bone-shattering blow from above. This leaves him sprawled on the ground, completely motionless and foaming at the mouth. Looking down at the scene, a Kwang speaks coldly. You people never learn. It's a shame you're all students. Suddenly, Lei Li appears from nowhere with a massive club, threatening him. Go die in a hole. But a Kwang simply reminds him. This is a school. He stares his opponent down with eyes like bullets. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you myself. His words make Lei Li freeze dead in his tracks. He tries to calm himself down. No. I can't move. My hand won't move anymore. His entire body starts to tremble. Is he scared? Scared of a Kwang? Then, a Kwang's voice breaks the tense silence. You should get some sleep, too. He delivers a light slap across Lei Li's face, sending him staggering backward in a daze. A Kwang casually watches Lei Li collapsed on the ground, his voice dripping with pure contempt. You made me late picking up my little sister. You should all be thanking the hero's claws. His gaze turns incredibly sharp. A hero who can't slaughter civilians is no hero at all. In the school's back hallway, Xiao Han is trembling, dragging her heavy feet. She's desperately gasping for every breath. She tries to calm herself. Just use the back door to avoid Mina's group, then circle around to the front to find my brother. Xiao Han stops to catch her breath, carefully watching the school gate. Her body is completely exhausted, and navigating stairs is still a struggle for her. Phew, stay calm. Big brother taught me. Take it slow. Suddenly, a hand shoves Xiao Han hard from behind, sending her down the stairs. The contents of her backpack spill everywhere. Xiao Han loses her footing and tumbles head first, getting badly injured in the fall. It's Mina, laughing mockingly. Haha. Oh my, how clumsy. You useless cripple. Did you really think the back door would save you from us? You idiot. I knew you'd come this way all along. Mina's eyes turn vicious as she threatens the helpless Xiao Han. Take that thing off your leg. Meanwhile, Xiao Han is lying sprawled on the ground, her body trembling as she stammers, No, I don't want to. Don't touch my support brace. But Mina isn't letting her off that easy. With her hands on her hips, she sneers. I'll say it one last time. If we have to do it, that brace won't be the only thing we take off. Useless cripple. At the school gate, a Kwang is still waiting for Xiao Han. A worried expression starts to form on his face. Why isn't Xiao Han out yet? He just checked her classroom, and her friends said she already left. She was supposed to wait for him at the gate. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles him. It's a girl named Chunzi. She speaks timidly. You're Xiao Han's older brother, a Kwang, right? A Kwang immediately turns to face her. Ah, yes, that's me. Do you have any idea where Xiao Han is? We were supposed to go home together. Chunzi looks at a Kwang with fear in her eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper. Please, go check the path to the back exit. I'm worried that Xiao Han went that way. As a Kwang rushes over, he thinks, Xiao Han's friend, Chunzi, said she might have gone through the school's back exit. His eyes fill with dread. Why would she use the back door? Unless she's in some kind of trouble. A Kwang remembers how Chunzi kept glancing around nervously when they spoke, and how she ran off in such a hurry, as if she was terrified of something. He makes up his mind. The first priority is to find Xiao Han. A Kwang stares at the staircase. He remembers this is the one you have to take to reach the back exit. He wonders if Xiao Han has ever even been this way before. Then, he spots something. It's Xiao Han, sitting on the floor, her bag and belongings scattered all around her. He freezes for a split second. At the same time, Xiao Han looks up, trembling as she asks, Brother, what are you doing here? A system notification appears. Heaven's Eye activated. Target. Sister. Xiao Han. Commencing injury analysis. Xiao Han just scratches her neck, trying to act fine. Brother, I'm so clumsy, she says, forcing a weak smile. I fell down the stairs. System analysis. Widespread trauma from physical impact, plus multiple injuries from a fall. A Kwang steps closer. You accidentally fell down the stairs? That must have really hurt, didn't it? Images of Xiao Han being beaten begin flashing through his mind. Her body, covered in wounds, still trying to smile. She murmurs that she's still not used to this, calling herself clumsy for even falling down the stairs and breaking her crutch. The images of Xiao Han getting beaten flash through his mind as he bites his lip, struggling to stay calm. As Kung packs Xiao Han's things into her bag, she speaks up quietly, saying she didn't mean to bother him, but she can't stand up. He just smiles warmly, handing the bag over to her. What nonsense are you talking about? He says, You're my sister. How could you ever be a bother? Does it hurt a lot, falling downstairs that high? She quickly replies, No, I'm okay. Don't worry, big brother. Xiao Han looks down at her legs. My leg braces. Are they okay? Kung gently answers, They're not damaged. You protected them really well. Her bruised face breaks into a sigh of relief. That's good. Let's go, brother. Let's just go home for now. And with that, Kung lifts her onto his back and starts walking. With her head resting on his shoulder, Kung looks up at the sky. Xiao Han, do you remember? A faint smile crosses his face as he says, I carried you just like this that day, too. A memory surfaces of a younger Kung carrying her through the rain. He realizes now, feeling her weight, just how much Xiao Han has grown. In a blink, that day seems so long ago. Xiao Han smiles softly. It feels like forever ago, but also like yesterday. The memory is still so clear. She whispers that since that day, it's only been the two of them. Kung looks ahead, his voice firm. That's right, and you're the only sister I have. He continues, Since that day, I've tried to become stronger to protect you. But before, I wasn't strong enough. But now, I'm a brave warrior. I won't let you suffer any more pain or injustice, not even for a second. Xiao Han replies, I know, brother. You've always tried so hard. That's why I don't want to be a burden to you. Suddenly, Kung sets her down on a nearby bench. You're talking nonsense again. You'll always be my sister. Wait here for a minute. I'll be right back. Confused, she watches him go, asking where he's going. He turns back to her. I forgot something. I'll be back in a flash. She just nods. Okay. Forgot something? All right then. Kung loosens his tie, his face turning ice cold. Meanwhile, back at school, voices echo from the year 3, class 2 classroom. That disabled girl, huh? She just hugged her legs for dear life. Didn't even care what I did to her. Mina pouts at Lee. But I'm still annoyed I couldn't get her leg braces. They look pretty valuable. Go get them for me. Lee, her boyfriend, looks intrigued. Oh really? Are they worth that much? Don't worry, babe. I'll grab them for you tomorrow, how about that? Vivian, sucking on a lollipop, chimes in. That Xiaohan girl seems to have an older brother named Kung. He's also a third year who just came back. It's probably fine, right? I heard he dropped out to be a cleaner or something. Mina bursts out laughing. A cleaner? Huh. Isn't that just a trash picker? Seriously, what a pair, one cripple and one garbage boy. Having siblings like that in our school is just humiliating. Why don't they just drop out for good instead of coming back? Vivian pops the lollipop back in her mouth. You know, before she was paralyzed, Xiaohan was actually pretty popular. Even in our class, a lot of guys liked her. She was small, cute, got good grades, and had this gentle, pitiful look. Her figure wasn't bad either. Hearing this, Lee rests his chin on his hand, a perverted glint in his eyes. Small and cute, with a great figure, you say? Now I really want to see for myself. Mina shoots him a glare. What are you planning? You already have me, and now you want that crippled girl too? Lee places a hand on her thigh. Don't be mad, babe, I was just saying. Mina gets right in his face. Then tomorrow, you better get me those leg braces. We can sell them and go have some fun. Kung stands just outside the door, listening as Lee replies, No problem, she's just a disabled girl, right? I'll get them for you. Holding his backpack, Kung calmly walks in, startling the three of them into silence. Lee shouts, Who the hell are you? Strangers aren't allowed in here. Get out. Kung ignores him completely. You're the ones who beat up Xiao Han, and you pushed her down the stairs, didn't you? Vivian recognizes him. He's Xiao Han's brother, but he seems different than before. Mina smirks. Well now, looking to get some justice for your little sister? You picked the wrong time, didn't he, babe? Lee cracks his knuckles with a sneer. You're the trash picker, Kung, right? He flexes his hands, trying to look tough. You're a third year too? Never heard of young Master Lee? They were just playing with your sister. What? Couldn't she take a joke? Kung's voice is dangerously calm. She can't walk properly. How could you push her down the stairs? Do you have any idea how much pain she was in? Lee mockingly cleans his ear. Hey. Sounds like our trash picker here has a problem with us. Maybe you two should apologize to him. Ha! Mina leans back on a desk. Oh, sweetie, just teach him a lesson and be done with it. I still want to go out with you tonight. Let's not waste our time on this piece of trash. Suddenly, T-Lor's face twisted in agony. A Kung had grabbed his hand and snapped his finger. He screamed, clutching the broken hand. My finger! You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? V-Ann was stunned. Hey, what's going on here? He slowly closed the door and said, Not just you. A Kung's expression turned absolutely ferocious. All three of you. Just then, the system announced, 6th level warrior. The system showed identical info for all three bullies, no profession, unidentifiable combat power, and posing no threat. Manhwa shouted, What do you want? A Kung set his backpack down, replying coldly, You all act so arrogant at school, I almost mistook you for some young heroes. Turns out, your malice towards other people is completely baseless. T-Lor clutched his hand in pain, cursing, Damn it, my finger. Manhwa rushed over. T-Lor, are you okay? The bully threatened him. Do you have any idea who my father is? How dare you touch me? Vian, seemingly fearless, stepped in front of the other two. You're a Kung, right? Tioham's older brother. I'll admit, I'm impressed you came here alone. But you should know, we may not be heroes. She gave him a warning glare. But we're not people you can afford to offend. Suddenly, a Kung's fist connected, sending her flying and shattering her lollipop. The force of the punch launched Vian backward, leaving her completely defenseless. A Kung spoke up. I've never hit a girl before. Manhwa, Vian, and T-Lor began to tremble. His speed is insane. Is he some kind of athlete? No, that's not right. Even for an athlete, this is way too fast. Just what is going on with this guy? She looked at Vian's unconscious form in the corner and cried out. T-Lor snapped, his voice laced with fear. Hey, this is your last warning. In a flash, a Kung was right beside Manhwa, but neither of you count as girls. T-Lor still wouldn't shut up. My father is. Before he could finish, a punch sent his teeth flying. First, shut your mouth. I'll deal with you later. Manhwa turned pale, but before she could call out, Akung grabbed her throat and slammed her against the wall with blinding speed. She stammered, let me go. Akung raised a finger to his lips, silencing her. He questioned, I was outside. I heard everything. You're the ringleader behind the bullying of my sister, Teo Hum, aren't you? Akung said, his eyes filled with fury. Then I'm going to make things crystal clear, just this once. I hope you burn this into your brain. Your actions against Teo Hum, as her only older brother, I find. As he spoke, his grip on her neck tightened with every word. Akung's hand was now clenched tightly around her throat, absolutely furious. He seethed. From this moment on, I want all of you to stay away from my Teo Hum. You will not touch a single hair on her head, and you will not even look at her again. I don't need your fake apologies. I just need you to disappear from her life. Myrna's face was turning pale, and his eyes looked like they were ready to devour her. Otherwise, next time, I will snap your neck. You know I'm not kidding. If you understand, and you remember, then nod your head. Myrna nodded frantically. I know. Akung let go. Very good. She collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. He turned his gaze to T-Lor. And finally, you. Myrna's boyfriend. Akung picked up a ruler. I heard you from the doorway. You wanted to admire Teo Ham's cute and petite figure, right? He walked towards him. A metal ruler isn't a bad tool for teaching trash like you a lesson. T-Lor cried. Wait. Akung swung the ruler. Just thinking about your words makes me sick. It's a shame you're not a hero, because your kind deserves to be beaten. He shielded his face and screamed, I'll say it again. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the second master, the Thanjabang. You know the Thanjabang, right? He's a level 10 hero, do you hear me? Akung paused. The Thanjabang. Are you talking about that loan shark gang? He recalled it instantly. That was the gang he borrowed money from for his sister's medical bills. He remembered those guys in black suits at the hospital, mentioning their second master. Just then, sparks of lightning began to crackle along Akung's ruler. What a coincidence. The world is a very small place. Oh, I know them. The Thanjabang, right? T-Lor looked up, his jaw dropping. A skill. You're a hero. He slashed down with a bolt of lightning. The shock left him convulsing on the floor. A system notification popped up. Because an unofficial weapon was used to channel the skill, the damage dealt would be reduced by 90%. Akung tossed the ruler aside. Against a non-hero, that amount of pain was more than enough to teach him a lesson. He picked up his backpack. As he was leaving, Akung paused and said, And Myrna, don't forget what you just agreed to. This is your only chance, and it's the last one I'm giving you. He glanced at the mess, then added, Oh right, you guys can handle cleaning this classroom up. Billy was practically steaming as he stormed off. Mina quickly asked, Billy, are you okay? Do we need to get you to a hospital? He waved a tired hand. No, it's fine. Just let me rest for a minute. I can't believe that guy turned out to be the hero. She whined while rubbing the neck Alex had just squeezed. What are we going to do now? We can't just let this go, can we? We can't let him walk all over us like that. Look at how he choked me. You have to get revenge for me. Billy, you should go tell your dad. Get him too. He glared and screamed, Shut your mouth. Are you trying to tell me how to handle my business? I'll make him pay a price for this, a miserable one. He messed with the wrong person, Billy seethed. All I have to do is ask my dad, and I know he'll step in for me. When that happens, well, Mina flinched, intimidated by his tone. Right. Let him find out exactly who he's messed with. Billy stared in the direction Alex left and vowed, I'll have my dad make sure Alex and his useless little sister disappear forever. Meanwhile, Haley was still sitting in her chair, staring up at the sky and wondering if her brother suspected anything about her. She hung her head, blaming herself. If her legs weren't broken, she could take care of herself instead of being such a burden on him. My brother just became a hero. I have to support him, not keep making him worry about me anymore. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Haley jump. Haley! Alex had appeared out of nowhere. He smiled brightly. Whoa, sorry if I scared you. You've waited long enough. Let's go home. Under the warm sky, Alex said. Hop on. I'll carry you. She answered, Okay, brother. I'll hold our school bags for us. As Alex carried Haley on his back, his mind raced. The second in command of the Green Snake Gang is a level 10 warrior, and he's Billy's father. If he wasn't mistaken, that brat would go home crying to his dad tonight, and they'd plot how to deal with him and his sister. Plus, they were a massive gang. Even if he could protect himself, his sister was in serious danger. He couldn't afford to be careless as they walked silently through the streets. Without saying a word, Alex thought to himself, It's time to head back to the other world and settle a few scores. Haley, I promise you, From this day forward, I will never let you get hurt again. Not even a little bit. A system notification confirmed his arrival in the other world. Alex was riding a dragon through the sky when she spoke. Master, we've reached the nearest city, Nongsan, she continued. From here, you can enter the town to take on real battles and quests, Master. But first, we need to go to the Adventurers Guild in the city to register your identity. It also has a tavern, a blacksmith, and item shops for adventurers. Alex's eyes lit up. Perfect. I need the combat experience. This sounds awesome, just like a video game. He looked toward the city of Beastmen. Nongsan City. Let's move out. I can't wait any longer. The system panel showed him as a level 6 warrior. Seeing the city with his own eyes was still shocking. There were so many kinds of orcs here. The dragon heard him and laughed. That's right. There are about a dozen common orc species here, and at least a dozen more rare ones. On top of that, different orc species all have their own unique abilities and skills. As she explained, Alex stammered, wait a minute. Are those humans? Human adventurers? Seeing his surprise, she asked, was your original home very far away, Master? Large towns like this always have an adventurers guild. Any adventurer from any race is free to join. Plus, there's a strict rule against killing each other in here, except inside the arena, of course. But Nongsan City is an orc town, so naturally, most of the adventurers here are orcs. She then added, there are also adventurers from the elf race, but they see themselves as noble and rarely ever show up in an orc town. Alex listened, finding it all fascinating. This is the first time since coming here that I've seen other humans. No, my own people. It actually makes you feel a real sense of kinship. Suddenly, Alex walked forward saying, hey, hello everyone. The dragon saw this and yelled out, ah, Master, you can't be so reckless. The two adventurers immediately tensed up. We don't know you. What do you want? Give us some space. Alex looked completely baffled by their reaction. Huh? I just wanted to say hi. Is greeting people against the rules in this world? His dragon companion stepped forward. It's just a misunderstanding. The two adventurers felt her powerful aura and were stunned. She's strong. Muttering that they didn't get it, the two of them turned and walked away. After things settled, she explained, Master, when you're in an orc town, don't just approach other adventurers and greet them so casually. If you do, they'll just assume that you're plotting something against them. Most adventurers are extremely cautious. Human adventurers this deep in orc territory were especially on guard, and he could feel it. Hearing her, he just replied, all right, so many rules in this world. Suddenly, Leo asked, hey, why are those people looking at us and whispering like that? She stayed quiet for a moment before saying, my apologies, Master. Because I'm a demi-human, I'm not exactly respected among the orcs. Let's just head to the Adventurers Guild first and get registered. Hearing this, Leo scratched his head and replied, I thought it was something serious. There's an old saying for this, walk your own path, and let everyone else talk. Leo continued, let's go. Prejudice is everywhere. We just have to get used to it. Hearing that, she placed her hand on his. She simply said, okay. Arriving at a new building, she spoke. Master, first, you need to register as an official adventurer before you can start accepting any quests or commissions. Leo remarked, just like in a game or an anime, huh? They even have a quest board. The two of them then walked over to the registration desk. He spoke up, hello, we'd like to register as adventurers. The guild manager suddenly walked over, noting, a party of a human and a demi-human? Interesting. Then she asked, is it for you or the human boy? Leo spoke up, it's me who wants to register. You don't seem like the others outside. When you saw us, your expression didn't change at all. She just chuckled. I see countless adventurers every day, so no party is weird enough to surprise me anymore. She then slid a form over. Fill this out. Name, class. Your information will be synced with guilds in other places, so you can accept quests at any branch in the future. Seeing the paper, Leo exclaimed, whoa, there's even an official application form for this. She replied, the form isn't what's important. What's important is filling it out to register your identity and receive your adventurer's badge. Hearing that, he asked a question. Adventurer's badge? She held one out for him to see and said, that's right, this thing right here. This is crucial proof of your status. This is the lowest rank, a black iron badge. The higher the rank, the better the rewards you'll get. So try your best to become a professional adventurer. Are you a new recruit? She added. The badges are divided into 4 tiers, from lowest to highest. Black iron, bronze, silver, and dark gold. However, dark gold adventurers are almost never seen around the guild. Those powerful beings only accept certain high-level private missions. Leo said, wow, Even if this is the lowest rank, it's still so exciting. The guild manager continued. Once you have the badge, your adventurer status will automatically display your level. However, you can also use the badge to hide your level if you choose. He looked up as the words level 6 appeared above his head. What kind of insane tech was this? So cool, she explained. The badge and the adventurer are linked. You just need to focus your will to hide your level. But first, you have to learn how to use your willpower to sense it. Leo heard that and asked, "Focus my will?" He picked up the badge, and the level 6 text above his head slowly faded away. He asked again, "Like this?" He thought to himself that, thanks to his God choice system, this kind of mental control was easy. The guild manager saw it and was impressed. "Oh, not bad. Succeeding on your first try is actually pretty rare. Normally, new adventurers need a lot of time to learn how to even sense the badge." Suddenly, a group of adventurers shoved him aside, yelling, "Get out of the way, rookie!" They slammed a monster carcass on the counter and announced, "We're here to turn in a quest." They continued, "Got any more quests for us?" "A commission would work too," one of the adventurers said. Another one added, "If not, how about you join my brother and me for a drink at the tavern tonight? Our treat. What do you say?" Despite their aggressive invitation, the guild manager simply replied, "Not free." She added, "There is a rather urgent commission. The reward is said to be quite generous, but the difficulty is high. The client hopes for adventurers of at least level 15. Do you have what it takes to accept it?" They hesitated. "What? A quest for level 15 and up? What kind of commission is it?" she continued. "A group of level 10 flesh-eating shadow demons has taken over a farm, giving the owner a massive headache. I heard a team of 3 adventurers took this quest before, but they ended up badly wounded, and one even went missing. Their status is unknown." They asked again, "Flesh-eating shadow demons. Level 10. And a whole group of them? Yeah, never mind. Forget it. A quest of that level would need a team of level 20 adventurers to even attempt." The manager just smirked. "That's right. That other team was a bit stronger than you guys." Suddenly, Leo spoke up. "We'll take it." One of the other adventurers shouted, "Don't block the way, you rookie. What in the world did you just say?" One of them reached for his sword, but his friend held him back. "Whoa, wait a second. You know the rules. You can't just draw your weapon inside the Adventurers Guild." They sneered from behind him. Look at this human adventurer. Who are you trying to fool? A mission this tough will get you killed." His buddy chimed in. "Hey, weren't you the guy we saw registering just a little while ago? Have you even learned how to swing a sword yet? You'll probably wet your pants seeing a real monster." They laughed, but Ethan didn't even turn around. "Your lack of skill isn't my problem. If you're not taking the quest, then just shut up." A system notification suddenly appeared, strongest body activated. Ethan spoke calmly. "I heard this place has an arena. Why don't we go have a little duel, and you can see for yourselves." He knew that even against a level 9 orc, his God's choice system meant he had nothing to fear in a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, they scoffed. "Oh? A brand new adventurer who doesn't know his place wants to challenge us to a duel? What right do you even have to challenge us? Sure, we've only got black iron badges, but we've already completed dozens of missions and quests. Your badge is practically brand new. The client would never even approve you for this mission. What an absolute joke. Ha ha ha." The guild manager overheard and stepped in. Now, I admire your courage, young man, but what they're saying is true. Even if you wanted to accept, with a rank like yours, the client would almost certainly refuse." The other adventurer smirked. "Did you hear that? A little chick like you should stick to low-level quests, like finding a lost dog. Yeah, that's more your speed." But then, his companion spoke up. "No, we'll take this quest." Her words stunned everyone into silence. Nobody saw that coming. The adventurer sneered. "Ha, so your partner is a lowly beastkin. What gives you the right to speak?" Alice didn't flinch. She simply pulled out her badge. "Is a dark gold badge qualification enough?" The man's jaw dropped. "A dark gold badge?" Ethan's own eyes lit up with surprise. This beastkin girl had the highest rank possible? The guild manager rushed over. "My goodness, a dark gold adventurer. Why didn't you say so? I'll assign this quest to you immediately. I'm sure the client will be absolutely thrilled." With that, the 2 bullies quietly slipped away. Ethan smirked. They sure ran off in a hurry. Alice turned to him. "Master, if you wish to take this mission, then we will accept it. It will be good for leveling you up as well." A little embarrassed, Ethan just scratched his head. "All right, let's give it a shot." The guild manager watched them, completely baffled. A dark gold adventurer, calling that human boy master? Just who in the world was this kid? What an incredibly curious pair they made. By the time he looked again, they were gone. Outside, Ethan studied a map. The farm overrun by those flesh-eating demons is just ahead. He turned to her, still amazed. Alice, I can't believe you're a dark gold adventurer. That's just incredible, she explained. Well, I joined the Adventurers Guild as a child, hopping between different parties and taking on countless quests over the years. Eventually, I realized I had the qualifications for the dark gold rank, so I went and got it. I apologize for the display, Master. Ethan was just blown away by her story. Alice, you're seriously amazing. He couldn't help but think that joining the guild as a kid, her path must have been anything but easy. Thank you, Master, she replied. Suddenly, they both stopped. A massive farm stood right before them. Ethan took in the scene. Looks like we've arrived. This place gives me a bad feeling. Ethan and Alice stood before the main gate, where inside, the dark demon flesh-eaters shambled about. Alice's eyes narrowed. It's a whole pack of M-class demons. Who knows how many more are inside? Ethan grimaced. Man, those things are disgusting. As expected from the dark demon tribe, Alice explained. Any creature corrupted by them becomes more evil and far more powerful. And the weaker ones, they lose their minds completely. Just like the dark goblins you fought, Master. These flesh-eaters are what happens when a slime is corrupted by a dark demon. Ethan was shocked. They started out as slimes? No wonder they look like a bunch of twitching mud people. Exactly, Alice said. The flesh-eater is just one form of dark slime. Their only weakness is lightning, which gives most adventuring parties a huge headache. A thought struck Ethan. Weak to lightning? Then the new lightning spell I just learned should be perfect for this, right? He turned to her, full of confidence. Alice, I'm going in first. Just watch my back like you did before. With that, Arden thought to himself, he even brought special weapons along just to level up faster. Just then, the system displayed his stats. Arden, level 6, no skills, with an ultimate called Heaven-Shaking Earthrender, and a combat power of 8,800. His companion stammered. Master, I don't think you can go out alone anymore. Hearing this, Arden turned back. Humph. And why is that? He explained. We've already left the Beastman's designated newbie zone. The battles he faced now could mean death at any moment, a completely different beast from the tutorial area's difficulty. One might be manageable, but this was an entire pack of level 10 dark flesh-eating demons. Facing them alone would be a death sentence. Remember the look on those two beastmen from the guild when they heard about level 10 demons? He asked. It was because they understood the danger. Being an adventurer meant constantly staring death in the face. But I don't want you risking your life just to level up, he pleaded. At least let me fight by your side. Arden listened to his words, then spoke up. Is that so? Speaking of which, I have 2 questions for you. He paused for a moment, lost in thought. When it came to levels, he absolutely needed a solid plan not just for this world, but for what came after. As his mind raced, the other man said, Master, please ask. Anything I know, I will tell you. So Arden asked, Do you remember the promise I made with the Beast King? In 1 year, he would train, return, and face the king's test. At these words, his companion's face fell with sorrow. Arden continued, Since I don't know the Beast King's true strength, my first question is this. What level do I need to reach in 1 year to pass his test? His companion replied softly, Master, to be honest, that's completely impossible. To go from his current level to one high enough to pass the Beast King's trial within a single year was an absolute fantasy. Arden was taken aback. Wait, completely impossible? What makes you say that? His companion answered. At first, I just thought that surviving at all was a gift from the heavens. Even living for just 1 more year was good enough, as long as you didn't die in that divine punishment. Master, do you know the rules of leveling? Arden didn't understand. He rested his chin on his hand and said, The rules of leveling? Go on. Arden spoke up to explain, I only know that levels between the 2 worlds are linked, and at the same level. Adventurers here are far stronger than the heroes back in the real world, a higher overall power level. Beyond that, I really don't know anything. His companion added, The level cap for adventurers is 100, and the Beast King's current level? It was public knowledge and an absolutely terrifying number. Level 92. The Beast King earned his title through unparalleled combat talent and leveling genius. Him, the Human King, and the Elf King. These 3 beings were the symbols of their races, and more than that, they were the very definition of invincible power. Hearing this, Arden froze. A symbol of invincible power? I can't believe that goofy-looking guy is that strong. His companion continued anxiously. The reason I said you can't fulfill the promise is because everyone has a level limit. It's determined by your own inherent condition. Put simply, Every adventurer hits a wall they just can't break through. Leveling up might seem easy at first, but the difficulty skyrockets the higher you go. Take me, for example, he said. It's been exactly 20 years since I became an adventurer, and I'm only level 72. While level 72 was nothing to scoff at, he had failed to break past it countless times. This was his personal level cap. Each person's body determines the absolute limit of their strength. As for you, he estimated, to pass a trial from someone on the Beast King's level in 1 year, you'd need to reach level 50 at the bare minimum. He said it again, level 50 in 1 year. It's unthinkable. For a normal adventurer, that's a lifetime goal. As the words sank in, a flicker of worry crossed Arden's face. Collecting his thoughts, Arden said, "All right, I understand your concern." But his companion pressed on, "Master, aren't you worried at all? I always thought if we could just work hard together for this 1 year, that would be enough, even if we couldn't complete the agreement." But Arden cut him off. "I am not a normal adventurer." He grabbed his own wrist, looked toward the sun and declared, "To rise from divine punishment, to raise the divine mace. Have you forgotten? I am not a normal adventurer. Level 50 in 1 year, is it? Impossible for others, maybe," Arden said, a new fire in his eyes. "But what if I can do it?" He thought to himself, dragged to this world by a random ring, reborn from a divine execution, then granted the God's choice system. He was the chosen one. He would never, ever accept the fate of someone ordinary. With the God's choice system, anything was possible. Level 50 in 1 year, he would absolutely make it happen. An chimed in. "Master, you're absolutely right. You're no ordinary adventurer, you're destined to become a legend. I believe in you." Akung picks up his sword. "All right, if that's the case, I'll start preparing." But An cuts in, "Oh, right. There's a second question." An suddenly remembers. "Right, the master did say 2 questions. That was my fault for talking so much." Hearing her, he asks his question. "If I had to fight a level 10 warrior and dozens of his men, what level would I need to be?" An thinks for a moment before answering. I'm not sure why you're asking that, but in that kind of situation, facing that many enemies, you'd need to be at least level 12 to have a clear advantage." Akung takes that in. "Level 12, huh? Then it's decided. In 1 week, I'll grind 6 levels and hit level 12. An just stares, completely stunned. Okay. With that, the two approach a level 10 corpse-eater demon. Akung raises his sword and tells An, "Remember, don't interfere." He thinks to himself it's time to make good use of this God-chosen system. A system notification pops up, Heavenly Eye activated. The system details pop up for the demon. It's immune to normal attacks and has powerful regeneration. Its main weakness is a core inside its body. When it takes damage, the core glows to heal the wound. That's the exact moment its location can be pinpointed. Akung gets it now, so that's the trick. Its elemental weakness is lightning, but its biggest weakness is that core hidden deep inside its body. At his current level of 6, normal attacks won't be enough to deal any real damage. But if he uses Lightning Chain, a lightning-type attack, directly on the core, it just might work. First, he has to find it. The plan is set. He charges straight at the level 10 monster. An shouts from the side, "Master, be careful. The monster's attacks are corrosive." But Akung is already striking, yelling, "Take this." He figures that with his strongest body skill, he should be able to tank a hit from a level 10 corpse eater. Right on cue, the system announces, "Strongest body skill activated." Akung rushes the monster, telling it to get closer. He thrusts his sword, but thinks, the core isn't in its chest? He backs off, watching the wound instantly heal. That self-healing ability is absolutely insane. The monster fully recovers and launches a corrosive devour attack, shattering the ground with every single step it takes. As it closes in, Akung parries with his sword. "Trying to eat me? Huh, too bad you picked the wrong guy." A system window pops up. "Strongest body arm hardening." Akung smirks. "You brought this on yourself." He then uses his bare hands to rip the monster's mouth wide open. An can only watch, completely shocked by this raw power. His master's strength is just off the charts. Maybe he was serious, he really can achieve the impossible. The corpse eater just howls in pure agony right in front of them. Akung grips his sword. "Found it!" So it was hidden under the tongue. He raises his blade, crackling with power. Taste the might of lightning. He unleashes his lightning chain skill, completely destroying the level 10 corpse eater demon. After the fight, he lets out a heavy sigh. And of course, the system notifications start popping up. Seeing his stats, Akung remarks, "Looks like this quest wasn't so tough after all." The level 10 demon had been defeated. And just like that, The shadow demons swarming the farm were almost completely wiped out. The system window appears yet again. Akung checks his level progression 3,600 out of 15,000 EXP. He thinks to himself, it's just like An said. The experience needed to level up is way higher than it used to be. The EXP from weaker monsters drops off, and the difficulty spikes. But compared to normal mobs, these demons gave a lot of experience. But now he sees that even completing this quest won't be enough for a level up. He needs to find another way to grind. Sure, it's faster than the real world, but not nearly fast enough to hit his goal. Akung's resolve hardens. 1 week, 6 levels, he has to reach level 12. And within a year, he has to hit level 50. No matter what, he will make it happen. He turns to An. Oh right, we still have that lightning oil. She comes forward with a vial of it. You were incredible, Master. You've worked hard. Lightning oil is a mix of tree resin and lightning flowers that can be applied to a weapon, imbuing it with lightning damage. An says they still have 4 vials left, because she had originally prepared enough for 2 people. Now that only the Master is using it, it should be more than enough. Akung grins. Awesome. As expected of you. So that's why you dragged me to the item shop. By the way, is this lightning oil expensive? His companion suggests. How about we stock up on all kinds of potions when we get back? That flame potion was a huge help. She pulls out a piece of paper saying, I'm guessing you don't have any money on you, Master? Time for a quick report on our finances, Master, she explains. These items are always expensive, and I just used up the last of our money. My apologies, Master. Hearing this, Caden just scratches his head. That's my fault. Why are you the one apologizing? He asks. So how much does one of these potions cost? And what's the payout for this current quest? Just give me the basics so I have an idea. I've honestly never even thought about our money situation before. Caden internally kicks himself. What an idiot, he completely forgot this world runs on cash too. He's just been focused on leveling up. He thinks back to the item shop. She definitely used her own savings to pay for everything, but never said a word. At that, she begins. All right, Master, here's the breakdown. The price is different for every type of potion. The lightning potion is a pretty rare magic item. Each bottle runs about 30 silver pieces. For low-level jobs, like finding lost items, the reward always depends on the value of the item. But from my experience, the payout for low-level quests from the guild rarely ever goes above a single gold coin, because owners of valuable items usually hire adventurers directly. Caden furiously takes notes, sighing, this is a lot of new info. She continues. Now, as for more standard missions or quests, for example, clearing out an area of minor monsters, that kind of job pays between 50 silver to 2 or 3 gold coins. This time, our quest involves shadow demons, so we should get at least 3 gold coins, though the final amount is up to the client. Long story short, she finishes, we are completely broke right now. But, she adds, after we finish this quest, we can head to the Adventurers Guild and get paid. Let me do some quick math. She calculates in her head if they get 3 gold coins, that money has to cover their daily food and lodging. Let's see. That should last us about this many days. And if we need more healing potions for you, Master, that will require. Caden is moved, saying, you're like the perfect, responsible wife. Later, at the location, Caden just says, okay. She confirms, the flesh-eater boss is in the granary, right? Only one boss left. Let's focus everything on taking it down. His companion cheers him on. You can do it, Master. But suddenly a loud voice cuts in. Hey, who are you people? Why are you trespassing on my farm? It's the farm's owner, a beastman. He storms over, demanding, I own this place. Are you 2 adventurers? A human and a demi-human. Just what in the world are you 2 doing on my farm? Damn it. The 2 other adventurers standing nearby finally speak up. There are traces of lightning magic here. You think these 2 cleared out all the flesh-eating shadow demons outside? His partner scoffs. No way. One's a human, and the other is just some low-class demi-human. Especially that human warrior, you can tell he's a total rookie. My guess? The last group of adventurers wore themselves out clearing the mobs outside and just had to leave. Don't tell me they're here for that thing too? Hearing this, the other adventurer asks suspiciously, You really think so? Are you 2 also after the domain Heartstone? Too bad. The client already made a deal with us. The domain Heartstone, the boss drops, is guaranteed to be ours. So you are after the Heartstone then. So the news got out, huh? Hearing this, Caden finally speaks up. Domain Heartstone? What are you people talking about? He asks the farmer, Are you the client? You must be mistaken. We got this quest from the Adventurers Guild. His companion cuts in. Hold on. She turns to the adventurers. Did you just say this boss can drop a domain heartstone? One of the adventurers smirks. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who posted that quest at the guild. Didn't think anyone would grab it so fast. You mean you didn't know this boss drops a domain heartstone? The other adventurer chimes in. Well, if you didn't know, then just let us take over. Now get out of here. Anything else is negotiable. But when the domain heartstone is on the line, don't expect us to play nice. Hearing their threats, Caden draws his sword. What the hell is a domain heartstone anyway? His companion answers, Master, we absolutely cannot back down from this quest. Not over a rare item like this. A system window explains the domain heartstone. A rare item that only drops from shadow demon bosses and can open a private shadow domain. Adventurers inside this shadow domain get 10 times the normal experience points and item drop rates, a massive advantage. For any adventurer looking to level up fast, it's an item they absolutely cannot refuse. An item like this, even unpurified, would fetch at least 100 gold coins at auction. A purified one? Easily over 150 gold. Akung's interest was piqued. A treasure like that? He knew he had to get his hands on it. For his goals, that item was non-negotiable. But just then, the farm owner stepped in, yelling, Stop! No fighting on my property. He reminded them, I brought you here to solve a problem, not create new ones. So here's the deal. One of you is from the Adventurers Guild. The other team I hired myself. So let's settle this with pure strength. The boss in the granary is all that's left. Whoever takes it down gets the domain core and the entire reward. Fair enough? The farm owner asked, pointing directly toward the warehouse. Hearing this, Akung volunteered. All right, I'll go first. His companion thought desperately. For her master's leveling plan, they had to get it. But the other adventurers immediately shut that down. And why do you get to go first? Each side gets one shot, and we were hired directly, so it's only right our team goes first, isn't it? The farm owner heard their point and had to agree that it sounded perfectly reasonable. It's true, I did hire them, he declared. So I've decided. They get the first attempt. The adventurers smirked at this. Yeah, come on over. Time to teach this amateur human warrior and his lowly demi-human a thing or two. Huh, it's a shadow demon boss, so it might be tough. But for that rare domain core, everyone give it 1 to 120%. We only get one shot at this. His companion watched them prepare, whispering, Master, their party composition is perfectly balanced. A mage, an archer, a warrior, and a heavy tank. With a lineup like that, their teamwork gives them a very high chance of success, which means the domain core will probably, but before she could finish, Akung cut her off. Is that so? He suddenly shouted. Wait, I have a proposal. How about this, let me go first. Alone, I'm only level 6, and if I fail, our team forfeits. We'll drop the quest completely, and you can have the domain core. But if I beat the boss, then it belongs to me. So, what do you say? Scared to take that bet? Hearing he was only level 6, the adventurers froze in utter disbelief, and then they absolutely erupted into laughter. This clueless human warrior had no idea what he was getting into. Level 6? To solo a shadow demon boss, you'd need to be at least level 18. This is hilarious, I can't breathe. You're really going in all by yourself? Fine, go ahead. The guy's lost his mind over a single item. I have no objections. Hearing this, Akung simply picked up his sword. Then it settled. His companion looked on, worried. Master, are you really going to do this? A boss like this is always a higher level than the regular mobs. I'm guessing it's around level 12. And it's a shadow demon. Will Thunderpalm even be enough? Maybe I should. But before she could finish, he spoke with absolute certainty. Trust me. Hearing his confident tone, her worries finally subsided. All right. I trust you, Master. The other adventurers chimed in mockingly. Yeah, trust him. Ha, get a move on, little level 6 warrior. Oh man. I honestly can't wait to see a level 6 warrior like you torture this poor boss until it just can't take it anymore. Akung just scratched his head at the taunt. Torture it, huh? All right then, I'll give it a try. With that, he turned and started walking. I'll see if I can just finish it in one hit. Suddenly, one of the adventurers felt a chill. Huh? Is it just me? Or when he turned his back, did his entire aura just change completely? Akung slowly stepped into the granary, home of the shadow demon. His face was now pure, unadulterated killing intent. So, it's you, he muttered, sizing up the beast. You look even stronger than they described. Now I'm getting interested in this so-called domain core. Standing before him was the enemy, a level 14 carnivorous shadow demon boss. Outside, the adventurers finally got a clear look. Whoa, wait, that thing is level 14? Look at the size of it. Of course, a shadow demon that holds a domain core would naturally be 2 or 3 levels higher than normal. That human is basically walking into his own grave. Seeing the true boss, his companion cried out, "Master!" One of the adventurers sneered, "Hey, demi-human girl, you'd better get ready to pick up his corpse. I doubt he'll even last a second." Tch, just another young punk blinded by greed. Hearing this, his companion snapped back furiously, "Shut your mouth!" Her sudden outburst silenced them. Inside, Akung faced the boss, calmly analyzing it. "So, you're both carnivorous shadow demons, which means, in theory, your weaknesses should be exactly the same. The only difference is your size and strength are dozens of times greater. The old strategy definitely won't work on you." Just then, the shadow demon's massive eye twitched. A system notification appeared. Weapon retrieved. Shadow demon's cold light blade. Akung looked up at the giant beast. "I really wanted to avoid using its power, but it looks like I don't have a choice. The longer this fight drags on, the more it favors a monster this massive. Besides, those guys outside reminded me of something. If I want to end this in a single, instant blow, then 1 second is all I'll need." The system flashed a warning. He'd equipped the God King's hammer, but his level was way too low. He couldn't fully wield its power. Forcing it would drain every last drop of his stamina and spirit. The activation window was just 1 second. He gripped the weapon, thinking the dark demon carnivore is weak to lightning. If he focused all his strength into his arms, used his heaven-shaking skill to boost the lightning chain slash, then activated the hammer at the perfect moment, he might actually be able to one-shot this thing. But if his timing was even a little off, not only would the boss survive, but he'd be left completely helpless. Alex steeled himself. He had to succeed, no matter what. It was all for that rare item he'd been promised. He had to get it. With that, he drew his weapon. His stats popped up. The Dark Demon Cold Light Blade, Lightning Chain Slash, and Heaven, Shaking Earth, Shattering Strike, putting his combat power at 8,800. Seeing the numbers, Alex exploded upwards, shattering the floor beneath his feet. He charged the Dark Demon boss, using his Lightning Chain Slash skill, his small frame a blur against the massive monster. And with just that single, perfectly timed attack, the demon boss was utterly annihilated. From outside, the sudden explosion rocked the area. "Huh? What's going on?" The entire grain warehouse simply blew apart. Seeing the destruction, she immediately knew. Did her master use that same overwhelming power again? That move was insane, but it would leave him completely drained. She sprinted towards the smoking rubble, screaming his name, "Master." The other adventurers nearby were just as confused. "Whoa, what was that? Was that a bomb? Huh? Where am I? What happened to my warehouse?" She leaped into the wreckage, frantically searching for him. "Master, where are you? Master!" She could see the aftermath. Pure power. The boss was vaporized from the inside out. Just then, a weak, skinny hand reached up from the debris. He called out her name. Alex barely managed to pull himself from the wreckage. He rasped, "Is this the so-called domain heartstone you were talking about?" In his hand, he held out a raw, uncut stone as his system information updated. Level 6, Warrior Class, equipped with the Beastman set and the Dark Demon Cold Light Blade. His experience bar was now at 6,000 out of 15,000, and he held the unrefined domain heartstone. A little later, at the Adventurers Guild, the manager greeted them with a cheerful voice. "Amazing! You completed the mission so quickly. Here you go. This is your reward." She handed over a pouch of coins, clearly impressed. "Less than half a day. You truly live up to your dark gold adventurer rank. Your efficiency is off the charts. I heard the client originally hired another team, but they never even got the chance to make a move." His companion smiled and took the reward, turning to praise Alex. "Thank you, but I didn't do anything. My master handled the entire mission by himself. He even soloed the final boss. I just watched." The guild manager gave a forced smile, her face filled with disbelief. "You must be joking. How could he possibly have handled this mission all on his own? From what I know, the boss was a level 14 giant dark demon carnivore. There's no way a level 6 rookie could take that down alone." She glanced over at the scrawny young man. He looked like some junkie going through withdrawal, radiating an unnatural weakness. Her suspicion grew. Besides, he looks completely exhausted. His companion looked at Alex, seeing her point, and tried to explain. "No, it's true. My master really did complete it alone. That's exactly why he's so drained of his strength and stamina right now. He's stuck in this weakened state." But the manager still wasn't buying it. No. No matter how you slice it, it's impossible for him to solo a boss of that level. Stop messing with me. But right at that moment, a system notification popped up. Weakened state has ended. Alex shot up from his seat, his strong, healthy body instantly returning to its original form. He rubbed his head and walked over towards them, feeling incredibly lucky. Phew, he thought. That 1-second hammer activation has some seriously scary side effects. Good thing she was here, or a kid could have knocked me over. Then Alex spoke up. Did you ask about that domain heartstone? The manager overheard and froze in shock. A domain heartstone? You actually managed to get such an incredibly rare item? That thing could sell for a fortune at auction. You guys are unbelievably lucky. If you want to auction it, there's a pretty big auction house right in the city center. Alex just smiled warmly. No, we're not planning to sell. By the way, does the Shaman Association require a special introduction? We need to find them for purification. The guild manager seemed to understand, asking, You want to use it yourselves? Yes, it seemed they definitely need the help of the Shaman Association for this one. Heartstones taken from dark demons had to be purified by a shaman, who would then infuse them with a special magic to make them usable. She kindly continued with her advice, telling them the association was in the eastern part of the city. I can write you a letter of introduction, she offered, but they're holding their assessment exams right now. I'm not sure if they'll see you. She then turned away, saying, Wait here a moment. I'll go prepare the letter of introduction for you. He thanked her graciously. Kung, however, was a little surprised and turned to him asking, The shaman's exam? Shamans need to take exams? Aren't they just mages? But he knew better, and began to describe these powerful beings and their ranks. White, blue, red, black, gold, and silver. He explained, Master, there's something you don't know about them. The title of shaman was an incredibly noble one, only granted to mages who managed to pass a very special assessment. You could say it was a special rank with incredibly strict rules about hierarchy and status. They were on par with the human race's alchemists and the elves' awakeners. Only a shaman could craft high-level potions, magic tools, or related special items. From what I know about the potions and tools crafted by shamans, the higher the rank of the creator, the more insane the item's effects and power, and the higher the price tag. Kung was floored. Whoa, so you're saying a shaman can exist completely independent of adventurers? He nodded in agreement. That's right. The Beastkin's shamans, the humans' alchemists, and the elves' awakeners no longer take part in wars. To the average adventurer, they were seen as a much higher, nobler class of being. And that's because they didn't just create incredibly valuable potions and items. Some potions could even influence or straight up decide an adventurer's level cap. At these words, Kung's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Are you serious? It can actually affect an adventurer's level limit? There's an old saying in the adventurer world, better to offend 10 high-level adventurers than to anger a single high-level shaman. A powerful shaman can craft potions or tools that completely change the tide of battle, even helping an adventurer level up. So countless people are willing to serve them. The alchemists and awakeners hold a very similar kind of power. Legend has it that a level 80 warrior once made the mistake of offending a silver-rank shaman, so the shaman hired over a dozen adventurers, all level 80 plus, to hunt him down. After that, everyone learned just how terrifyingly powerful these support classes truly were. Kung rubbed his chin, a new interest sparking in his eyes. All right, it seems these shaman folks are pretty interesting. By the time they finished chatting, the kind guild manager was already done, walking out with a letter for the two of them. Sorry for the wait. This is a letter of introduction from the Adventurers Guild. Just bring this with you, and you'll be able to enter the Shaman Association. I hope you can get a shaman to purify that heartstone. They thanked her in unison as he politely accepted the letter, sealed with the red wax emblem of the Adventurers Guild. Somewhere, carved into a corner wall, a brilliant blue sigil glowed with a complex light. This place was, in fact, the entrance to the Shaman Association's guild. Long lines of anxious people were packed on both sides, all of them trembling with nerves, praying they'd be accepted for the exam. He and his master had finally arrived. Kung looked at the massive crowd, remarking, So many mages came for the assessment. His companion, however, remained perfectly calm and agreed. I heard that on the day of the shaman's assessment, several great families and academies organized special trips for their members to participate. The numbers are huge, but the number of people who actually pass the exam? That's not very high at all. After saying that, Kung excitedly grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the front, startling the nervous people in line. Let's go get in line. With the letter from the Adventurers Guild, we should be able to get inside. He approached the black-robed gatekeeper and spoke, Hello. We've come to have a heartstone purified. This guard, a white-rank shaman, saw them and dismissively waved them away. You're a human warrior and a beastkin. We can't let you in. Today is the shaman assessment day. No one but mages are allowed. Now go, next in line. Feeling a bit awkward, he still tried to present the letter. I'm sorry, but could you please take a look? This is a letter of introduction from the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, Kung's brow furrowed at the guard's rotten attitude. The white-rank shaman just slapped the letter away, his face twisting in anger as he roared, "You beastkin, are you deaf? Didn't you hear a word I said? This is the shaman assessment exam. We're not seeing anyone. Do you understand? A letter of introduction from anyone is useless. Is that more important than the exam? Now get out of here. Stop blocking the way." Kung couldn't take it anymore, stepping forward to shield his friend as he spoke up. "Show some respect. Is there anyone's business that isn't important? We have a letter of recommendation, so shouldn't you let us inside?" The guard's brow twitched with annoyance. "Ha, a stubborn one. Let me be real with you. Here at the Shaman Guild, our word is law. Not today, not tomorrow, not the day after. As long as the exam is on, you're not getting in." "What? You got a problem with that?" Veins bulged on Chang's neck as he readied to smash the guy's face in, but his companion stopped him. "Master, calm down. We absolutely cannot afford to offend the Shaman Guild." Just then, a powerful figure emerged from the guild gates, wearing the official shaman emblem. What is all this arguing about? This man was Doge, the head of the Noten City branch and a powerful 5th-level shaman. The moment he appeared, everyone in the crowd bowed their heads in respect. The gatekeeper respectfully answered, "Guildmaster Doge, I'm so sorry for this disturbance affecting you, sir." With that, he pointed a finger, ready to snitch on Chang and his master. "These two rude adventurers are insisting on using the Soulstone field right during our exam. I've already turned them away." He added confidently, "Guildmaster Doge, I will handle this immediately." But suddenly, Chang cut him off, firing back. "Are you the one in charge here? We have a letter of recommendation from the Adventurers Guild. We need to purify the Soulstone field, so why can't we go inside?" The gatekeeper was furious. "How dare you speak to Guildmaster Doge like that? The nerve!" The powerful shaman, however, just kept his calm, pleasant demeanor, saying, Now, don't get so heated. A shaman must always remain calm." Then he politely explained to the master, "Human warrior, I'm normally the one who handles purifications, but today, the Shaman Guild is conducting an important examination. I'm afraid I won't have time to help you. Please return after the exam is over." Chang's mind raced. "You don't have time. But I don't have time to wait, either. My leveling is more important than anything." Outwardly, he just smiled politely. "I'm truly sorry, but this is an emergency. We absolutely need to use the Soulstone field." "Is there any other way?" Doge replied. "Another way? Only if you yourself participate in the shaman exam and achieve the highest score. As a reward, being the guild master of Noten City, I could not only give you a precious potion, I could also make a special exception to help you. But you're a warrior. You don't even meet the basic requirements." Hearing this, the crowd below erupted into mocking laughter. Cheong didn't seem to care. He just scratched his head and asked, "What are the requirements for the shaman exam?" This seemingly idiotic question stunned everyone. Even his own companion was a bit surprised. The crowd doubled over in laughter. "Ha ha, what a clueless human. Did he come here just to embarrass himself? He doesn't even know the basic conditions to take the shaman exam." Doge simply stroked his long beard and calmly explained, "Heh, young human warrior, to become a shaman, you must at least have the potential of a mage. A shaman is, in essence, a type of mage. Additionally, if you can pass the 2 preliminary tests in potion and tool crafting, then you'll officially be a white-ranked shaman." "Huh, do you understand now?" After hearing this, Chiang confidently held out his hand. "Oh, I get it. So I just need the qualifications of a mage, right? In that case, may I borrow your staff?" Doge's jaw nearly hit the floor. The eyes that were squinted just a moment ago flew wide open. "Borrow my staff?" The gatekeeper beside him sneered with contempt. "You foolish human warrior, are you just here to cause trouble? You dare ask to borrow Guildmaster Doge's staff? Do you think a legendary staff is something you can just borrow? Even if he lent it to you, would you even know how to use it? Are you a mage? Get lost before I call the guards." Chang didn't lower his hand. His expression was firm and resolute. "Please lend me the staff. I can prove I meet the conditions." The goat-headed guildmaster narrowed his eyes, silently sizing up this strange kid. Finally, he decided to hand over his staff, a spark of amusement in his voice. "Very interesting. I'd like to see just how a human warrior proves this. Take it. This staff of mine has no level restrictions for its user." His companion, who had been confused the whole time, leaned in to whisper, "Master, what are you doing?" Kyang gave a calm, reassuring smile and said just 2 words, "Trust me." Hearing this, the Beastkin girl's expression softened into one of complete trust. She didn't need to ask any more questions, simply replying, "Okay." She thought to herself, Every time Master says that, he always pulls it off. I believe in him. A Chiang now gripped the staff, giving it a few experimental twirls. The gatekeeper was still seething, shouting a challenge. The guildmaster gave you the staff. Now let's see you prove something. Not one to keep him waiting, Ah Chiang powered up, raising his bare hand and preparing to strike. The shaman guard stared back, his face a mask of confusion, with no idea what was coming. And then bam! Ah Chiang aimed true, flicking his hand right across the guard's exposed nipple, sending it bouncing wildly. Despite his brawny build and tough attitude, the guard couldn't help but get flustered by the handsome man's prank. He blushed, let out a tiny yelp, and quickly covered his chest. Ah Chiang, however, remained dead serious, turning away to ponder if his theory was correct. He just needed to successfully replicate a single skill from a real mage. Using the staff as a tool, he could unleash magic. The absolute replica system activated, and magical symbols began swirling all around Ah Chiang. He realized he could copy a skill from any profession without any limitations. He just needed to touch his target to copy. With no cooldown, but he could only hold one skill at a time. A new skill would replace the old one. Heaven-shattering lightning. After a moment's thought, Ah Chiang's eyes settled on the glowing golden hand icon, making his choice. This one, the glorious radiance spell. This magic creates an intense flash of light, blinding any enemies for a full 3 seconds. Essentially, it robs them of their sight, crippling their judgment and ability to act. The system also explained that the mana pool is the total amount of magical energy an adventurer possesses. Generally, a mage's mana pool is far larger than other classes, and it's a key measure of their power. Instantly, the system announced that Ah Chiang had successfully copied the glorious radiance skill. A humming, golden magical energy now radiated from his entire body. The still blushing guard finally shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Is this some kind of move all you men pull?" Ah Chiang raised his staff high, and the golden mana around him surged even more violently. He stated with confidence that a real mage uses a staff to cast their spells. If he could successfully cast magic, wouldn't that prove he was qualified to take the shaman's trial? Daoge was stunned, watching the immense magical power swirling around Ah Chiang's body. To cause such a huge mana fluctuation just by casting a spell? With this kind of talent, was he really a warrior before? As the system noted, mana fluctuation is usually a sign of a powerful connection between a gifted mage and their magic during casting. Amidst the swirling, dangerous vortex of mana, Ah Chiang turned and looked gently toward his companion. He warned her, "Close your eyes." She didn't hesitate for a second, simply replying, "Okay," as she covered her face. In the next moment, Ah Chiang raised his brilliantly glowing staff and unleashed the glorious radiance spell. Guildmaster Daoge instantly had to throw up a blue barrier to shield himself from the blinding magic. The system explained this was a mind barrier, a support spell using one's will to create a shield without any chanting. It can block normal physical attacks and most magical debuff skills. Daoge was slightly impressed, thinking it was just glorious radiance, a basic mage spell. Not bad, enough to blind the average adventurer. However, an attack of this intensity shouldn't be able to pierce a standard magic barrier. As Ah Chiang struggled to contain the overflowing power, a system prompt appeared. Use strongest physique effect to enhance mana pool. His current mana pool value was only 150. Ah Chiang was surprised by the offer and quickly considered it. It could do that? While he didn't know what the enhancement would do, it sounded like there was no downside. With that thought, he agreed to the boost. Immediately, the system announced his mana pool had been significantly enhanced. The mana stone in the center of his staff began to glow with an impossibly blinding light. A system warning flashed. Glorious radiance has been enhanced. Current mana value, 3,500. An alarmed Daoge, engulfed by the light, realized, wait, what has happened? How did the intensity of his glorious radiance suddenly change like this? In the next instant, the system announced that his mind barrier couldn't withstand the power and shattered, leaving him helpless against the overwhelming light. He really shouldn't have spoken so soon. The light magic expanded at a terrifying rate, covering the entire area around the shaman's hall. Ah Chiang now stood confidently in the very center of the radiant circle and spoke. "Guildmaster Daoge, look." His face was calm, but his cold, almost frightening gaze made his point as he asked, "Am I qualified for the trial now?" At the same time, a system window popped up, showing he was now level 6. His profession had officially changed to mage, and he had already mastered magic skills. His combat power had soared to 8,800. Daoge, completely blinded, miserably shielded his eyes and stammered, "Yes, qualified. You're qualified." A short while later at the tournament plaza, the setting sun cast a golden glow. A huge crowd was buzzing. "A human is here to take our beast tribe's shaman trial? Is this for real?" Was he joking? Why not just take the pharmacist exam made for humans? The beastmen just stared, their expressions a mix of confusion and suspicion at the strange man before them. Caden, now the center of all this attention, could only scratch his head in confusion. I'm getting the feeling they're a little hostile toward us, the girl beside him guessed nervously. Then again, Master, you are the first human in history to take the shaman trials. They probably think you're up to no good. Caden turned, completely stunned. Wait, I'm the first? Really? Her reply was calm and direct. Yes. She then explained the politics of the three races. Because humans have pharmacists, it's basically the same thing as the beast tribe's shamans, or the spirit tribe's emotion masters. While no rule forbids humans from the test, it's a deeply conservative tradition. To put it simply, the three professions are split into three separate factions. They don't cross into each other's territory. Doing so is automatically seen as a direct provocation. Hearing this, Caden's panic spiked. He quickly whispered, "Wait, this is a massive misunderstanding. I have no intention of provoking anyone. This is my only chance to purify the Heartstone domain." His companion quickly tried to calm him. "Yes, I know, Master. It's okay. There's no rule against it, so just do what you think is right." Elsewhere, another large beastman stood beside the guild leader, Dagoth, looking a little worried. His name was Yao Bi, the vice president of the Noten City Shaman Association. He was a blue-rimmed shaman, and he was clearly baffled by the situation. Just making an exception for one human, isn't that disrespectful to our beast tribe shamans? And as the vice president, I highly doubt this human even has the basic skills to make potions. He doesn't even have a basic staff. Dagoth just smiled to reassure him. As for a staff, I lent him mine. And as for whether he can actually craft a basic potion, isn't that the whole point of today's test? The goat-headed guild leader looked toward the strange human and mused. I'm just very curious. He was silently calculating the boy's potential, remembering that brief instant. Others may not have noticed, but I felt the surge of magical fluctuation that he created. A magical fluctuation, a powerful resonance that only the most talented mages can produce when casting spells. He was suddenly reminded of another beastman robed in red. That kind of potential. I've only ever seen it in Kevin, the one known as the genius, shaman. Hearing this, Yaobi scoffed in disbelief. "Ha ha, are you kidding me? Guild leader Dagoth, you're actually comparing this human kid to our tribe's most promising red-robed shaman? Is he even worthy? I'd say this kid isn't even fit to carry the shoes for Kevin's newest disciple." The guild leader's memory was jogged. "Oh, you mean the female disciple Kevin just took on? She's here today too. Her name's Fulin, isn't it?" Yaobi laughed, full of confidence. "That's her, and she's aiming for first place this time. I have no doubt she'll be number one." Even Kevin himself said she has more talent than he did at her age. In the crowd of beastmen, everyone naturally parted for a small, dark-skinned, cat-eared girl quietly reading a book. This was Fulin of the Night Cat tribe, also a shaman apprentice waiting for the exam. The participants immediately began to whisper among themselves. "I heard she's the new disciple of the genius, shaman, Kevin. She's so young," another one grumbled with clear envy. "I heard she was already brewing her own potions a year ago. She was just too young before, that's why she never took the shaman exam. This time, she's definitely going for first place." The person next to him sighed in agreement. The disciple of a genius is bound to be a genius too. For normal mages like us, we'll be incredibly lucky just to pass the exam at all. Fulin's ears twitched slightly, having heard every last whisper from across the room. Annoyed, she snapped her book shut. A bunch of useless fools. So loud. Just then, the president and vice president stepped forward to make an announcement. "Everyone, the shaman examination is about to begin. Non-participants, please step back. Find your assigned spot according to your registration number." Caden unfolded his small piece of paper. "I'm number 15, so I'll be over there." Waving her hand like a cat, his companion cheered happily. "Master, I'll be rooting for you. Good luck passing the exam." Caden held up the paper, comparing it to the numbers marked on the ground. "Looks like the spots are based on these." He finally found number 15 carved into the floor and stepped forward. "Oh, here it is." And his neighbor? None other than the formidable prodigy, Fulin. She looked over, a little surprised by his presence, and asked, "A human?" He just offered a friendly smile and a greeting. "Hey there, my name is Akung," he said. Inside, though, he was totally geeking out a beastkin girl, so cute and a completely different type. Fulin couldn't care less. She turned away with a sneer. "A human, here to take the shaman exam? Another pathetic human, probably all talk," she muttered. Akung's good mood instantly evaporated. What a shame, he thought, that she has such a nasty mouth. Once every candidate was in place, the goat-headed guildmaster, Dao Ge, laid out the rules. "All right, Has everyone found their designated spot? Today's shaman examination will be a test of your most fundamental skills. If you've truly chosen this path, you should have come prepared. The content of this exam is your ability to craft potions yourself. Suddenly, a massive wooden block shot up from the floor in front of Akung and the others, forming a workstation that made him jump in surprise. Whoa, what the heck is this? Beside him, Fu Lin was already observing her setup with a look of pure contempt. You're an idiot. If you don't even recognize a shaman's crafting station, you should just go home now. Akung's face flushed red with embarrassment. He could only curse her in his mind. This girl, he thought. Who asked for your opinion? He calmed himself, digging through memories of science from his past life. A crafting station. So potion making in this world is incredibly old school. The modern world had medicine too, of course, but they were more like capsules, not this. He'd seen videos of fully automated production lines back home. Dao Jie spoke again. Now, Guildmaster Yao Bi will distribute this exam-specific assignment. At that very moment, Yao Bi raised his staff. He slammed it hard on the ground, and glowing magic circles instantly erupted from the floor. Those two magic circles expanded in a flash, spreading out across the entire competition arena. A moment later, small white slips of paper began to materialize in the air above every single candidate. Akung got one too. He grabbed it and read, 3 basic stamina potions. Time limit, 1 hour. So this was the actual content of the test. Akung scratched his head, looking left and right, completely lost. He had to make 3 basic stamina potions in just 1 hour. Alright, he decided, I'll just watch what the others do first. Meanwhile, Daoga smirked, thinking to himself, this first round is all about ingredient selection. With so many ingredients available on the stations, it's impossible to pass without having the right knowledge. The basic stamina potion requires 9 ingredients in total. If you pick even one wrong, you'll fail to create the correct potion. He glanced down at the contestants, who were already pulling their hair out, totally clueless about where to even begin with the ingredients. This very first step was designed to weed out the vast majority of the weaker mages. Akung was no different from the rest. He looked around trying to copy someone, but seeing their own panic just made him even more anxious. No way, he thought. Are this many people clueless about which herbs to even pick? Suddenly, a calm voice spoke up right beside him, causing Akung to whip his head around in surprise. That's because most mages prepare their ingredients before starting to craft. Fu Lin had already chosen all of her materials and paused just to insult him again. To not even remember the ingredients for this basic potion. You're truly the worst of the worst. Akung leaned in excitedly to get a better view, praising her. Whoa, that was crazy fast. You're really amazing. Fu Lin ignored his flattery completely. With a little humph, a small wooden branch appeared right in her hand. In an instant, that branch grew into a powerful staff, glowing with a brilliant green light that made everyone around them gasp. Yao Bi watched with delight. As expected of Kevin's disciple, she's already beginning the process. Dao Ge agreed with a nod. Not bad at all. Precise, fast, and without a single moment of hesitation. This test is probably no challenge for her. The smug cat girl pointed her staff toward the basket of ingredients and commanded, crush. Instantly, all the herbs were ground into a fine powder. She gracefully mixed the magical fluids with the powdered herbs, the whole scene a dazzling, colorful display of her arrogant skill. Akung watched, admitting to himself, wow, she has a nasty mouth, but she is seriously powerful. But now, he had to get serious too. He'd made his choice. All right then, I'll just follow her lead. At the same time, his system activated its heaven's eye, analyzing her every move. Guildmaster Daoga nodded, completely satisfied. I have to say, Kevin really has a sharp eye for talent. Fu Lin's control over her magic is flawless. Yao Bi smiled excitedly in agreement. This child has potential. She'll surely become an elite shaman one day. Excellent. Just excellent. In just a short time, the complex ingredients had blended together, becoming a beautiful, shimmering, greenish-yellow liquid. She gently waved her staff, sending the liquid floating through the air toward the small potion vials. 3 streams of the mixture elegantly flowed into the bottles. Dao Ge watched, his voice filled with anticipation. Next up is the final, and most crucial, step. Right then, Fu Lin carefully focused, channeling a pulsing green magical energy to the tip of her staff. She poured her magic into the 3 potions she'd just made and shouted, refine. Dao Ge stroked his long beard, explaining with a smile. Refining is the most critical process whenever a shaman crafts any kind of potion. They use magic to force the ingredients to fuse together. It's the ultimate test of their control. For someone like Fu Lin, this was a piece of cake. He secretly believed that, barring any surprises, first place was hers. But of course, he spoke way too soon. Daogei's eyes suddenly landed on the surprise who was silently watching her. Kung hadn't made a single move, just staring at his rival, which confused the president. He hasn't started yet? What in the world is he doing? Fu Lin had now finished channeling her magic, letting the vials float as she called out, "Solidify!" Then this playful cat girl calmly raised a hand and announced, "I'm finished." Inwardly, she was overjoyed, thinking, "A perfect run. First place is in the bag for Fu Lin." Daoge praised her, saying, "Very good. Just a moment. The vice president and I will inspect the quality of all the finished products." Hearing this, Fu Lin got annoyed and complained, "What? We have to wait for these losers?" Then, she suddenly froze, completely startled. Kung was still staring at her with a weird, creepy intensity, making Fu Lin arch her back like an angry cat and snap at him. "Why is this pervert staring at me?" Just then, the system also announced, "Heaven's Eye analysis complete." Kung finally started to work, replying calmly, "It's nothing. Thank you. That was very detailed." Fu Lin flicked her tail smugly and taunted, "Thank me for what, you fool? If you don't start brewing now, you'll run out of time." But before she could finish, her eyes shot wide open in shock. Daoge and Yao Bi wore the exact same dumbfounded expression. They both let out a confused, "Huh?" at Kung's actions. He was now holding the president's magic staff, and the system prompted, "Optimize previous actions?" Without hesitating, Kung replied, "Optimize." Instantly, the system automatically selected the best ingredients and began to pulverize them. Herbs and vials flew around Kung's table with expert precision, automatically fusing with one another. Right after, the system began a high-intensity fusion to brew the potion. Fu Lin was stunned speechless as she tried to size him up. Was he selecting and grinding the ingredients at the same time? No, he was fusing them too. This guy has this kind of skill? Yao Bi couldn't help but exclaim. This kid was a hidden master, completing the selection and grinding steps at once and moving straight to fusion. He remembered Kevin, the shaman prodigy, pulling this exact same move back in his own qualifying exam. He remembered him calling it process simplification, something only a person with superior magic control could ever pull off. Both judges could only stare blankly at this strange person gracefully amplifying his magic in front of them, their minds racing with speculation. Could he possibly be a genius on the same level as Kevin? At the entrance to the Shaman's Association, An clutched her chest and thought, "I wonder how Master is doing. I trust him, but I'm still so worried." She wondered if her master was at a disadvantage while trying to brew this particular type of potion. An sighed, looking worried for her master. Meanwhile, Kung was surrounded by a brilliant blue light. He focused all of his power to craft the potion. The system alerted him that the optimization was complete and involved 4 streamlined steps. A look of pure confidence washed over his face as he thought. Even though he'd only read it once, it felt like he had simulated it thousands of times in his head, optimizing the process to its absolute limit. The feeling was absolutely incredible. Brewing potions, maybe even crafting items, could be pretty fun for a shaman. The system announced, "Potion brewing complete." The magic power and shaman attributes would directly affect the potion's efficiency and quality. At his station, Kung thought to himself that only the final brewing stage remained, so he had to be careful with his magic to solidify it into a vial. Fu Lin was shocked by the scene before her, thinking, "What? How can someone be better than me? Damn it. Is this human trash really going to steal first place from me?" He was trying to imitate her master's legendary one-shot performance from that year, the one that had shocked everyone at the shaman exam. She remembered the image of her respected master, just as Daoge began to speak calmly. Back then, Kevin didn't just shock everyone by completing it in one go. He also ended up crafting an S-rank quality potion. It was hard to imagine a shaman who had just reached the white rank being able to craft a potion like that. I was a proctor then too. Even for me, creating a C-rank quality potion would have taken a considerable amount of energy. Model. The system displayed a note on potion quality. Yao Bi was flustered, muttering that there was no way this human kid could brew a C-grade potion. He must have just gotten lucky by focusing so hard on purifying the materials. Huh. Putting all your energy into the materials is a classic rookie mistake, he thought. The quality of the final potion is all that really matters. He scoffed internally. To make a C-grade potion, even he needed absolute focus and 0 distractions to pull it off. How could there be so many geniuses in the world? Forget C-grade, even successfully brewing a D-grade potion would already be impressive enough for a novice. The system then began to explain C-grade potions. Only a blue-rimmed mage at peak concentration could create one. Daoge mused that C-grade potions were highly contested, while D-grade was just common stuff. A bright blue light suddenly enveloped Chiang. He was shocked to see the system predicting his potion's quality. He realized that potions were graded into different tiers. This was nothing like the real world, where a pill was just a pill. There were no quality gaps, aside from some pills being more effective and expensive. Seeing the system predict a D-grade result, he thought, D-grade, huh? That was basically just the entry-level tier. Was this result even acceptable? No. He had to be wary of that girl. If she created a C-grade potion, his #1 spot would be gone. To play it safe, he had to at least aim for a C-grade himself. A competitive fire lit up in A Qiang's eyes. He had no clue just how hard, or how valuable, a C-grade potion really was. Blue light streamed from the test tube as he wondered if there was a way to raise the potion's quality. After all, the brewing process wasn't finished just yet. Then it hit him. The key to influencing a potion's quality was the brewer's own magical intensity and attribute. This meant if he could alter his own power and attribute, he could directly change the final product. Not a bad plan. To change the intensity, he recalled he could borrow energy from his strongest form to regulate his magic. But what about the magical attribute? His thoughts turned to his magic pool. The system showed his magic at 150 points. Dao Jie watched, asking, "Hey, why isn't he done yet? I can feel him maintaining his magic, but he seems to be hesitating. This is not good. If a shaman lacks confidence in their actions, it directly impacts the potion's final result. A weakened flow of magic could even lead to total failure." Yao Bi sneered. "Haha, I told you, there aren't that many geniuses. This human brat must have poured everything into just refining the materials, exactly like I predicted. To think he'd reach the most critical brewing step with absolutely no real experience. Haha." Fu Ling watched with suspicion, wondering to herself, what is he doing? He just needed to finish the process to succeed, so why was he hesitating? A Chang stood almost motionless, completely zoned in. Another contestant started to reach out. "Hey human kid, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you finished brewing? If you take too long, your magic will just dissipate," he warned, about to touch him. Fu Ling slapped his hand away instantly. "Don't touch him. You'll break his concentration. Don't you even know that basic shaman knowledge?" Pathetic. A Chang was still deep in thought, focused on changing his magic's attribute. His current magic was just normal, with no special attribute attached to it. So how could he change it? The system confirmed it. Current magic attribute, none. Type, common. Wait a minute. Attribute? He suddenly remembered that using the Divine King's scepter always came with a lightning effect. What if he borrowed the power of the Divine King's scepter? Could that actually change his own magic? There was no other way. He had to try it. His mind focused on his powerful scepter. Daoge shook his head. "Oh, his magic is fluctuating wildly. It looks like it's about to fall apart." "Ah," Yaobi burst into a mocking laugh. "Aya, what a shame. I can feel his unstable magic, too. Dissipating magic is a sure sign of brewing failure." "Haha, what a total pity." With a dead serious expression, A Chang began the incantation. "Divine King Scepter, heed my call, and grant me your strength." Lightning erupted around his body, his muscles tensing. Everyone stared in complete shock. Fu Ling was stunned. How did his magic fluctuations suddenly expand so much? But A Qiang knew. Perfect, he thought. I was right. It carries the lightning attribute. It might only last for a few seconds, but that was all he needed. Now was the moment to temporarily boost his magical power, and he summoned it with absolute focus. A flood of system notifications popped up one after another as he raised his staff high, a brilliant light exploding from it. He yelled, "Refine! Final condensation!" And as it settled, he announced, "Basic energy potion. Refinement complete." Alex wiped the sweat from his brow with a deep sigh of relief. Who knew that changing his magic's properties and channeling it like that would be so exhausting? He wondered if this would even be enough to beat that girl. Myrtle gasped in shock. His magical power was clearly unstable just now. How in the world did he successfully finish the refinement? It was just so strange. Was it possible it wasn't unstable magic after all? She thought, I felt the fluctuation of another element. What on earth did that kid just do? All eyes were on him, and he just looked back confused, asking, "Huh? What's up?" A moment later, a judge shouted, "The evaluation time is over. All mages, cease your work. Anyone who violates the rule will be disqualified." Master Dao said calmly, "Vice President Pike and I will now inspect the quality of your potions." Myrtle added, "Then I will begin my inspection from the other side." He picked up a vial and sniffed its aroma. He said. "The scent is a bit faint and vanishes too quickly. Standard D-rank quality. Congratulations, you've passed." The contestant beamed, "Thank heavens, thank you, President." The judge moved to the next table. Over on the other side, Myrtle wore a grim expression, her brow furrowed. She stood before 3 very subpar potions, saying, "The liquid is cloudy and smells burnt." A clear failure from forcing the refinement. The contestant looked to the heavens and screamed, "No!" She continued, "Drinking this would result in a negative buff. Go back and practice for a few more years." As time went on, contestant after contestant showed faces of despair and failure. "Fu Lin, it's your turn." She approached with extreme confidence, as the judge asked, "How has your master, Kevin Sam, been doing lately?" She replied, "Thank you for your concern, Vice President Pike. My master is doing very well." He smiled back. "Good. That's good to hear." The moment she opened the vial, a rich aroma filled the air. He said, "The fragrance spreads everywhere." "Not bad at all." The quality was clearly top-notch. Fu Lin nodded slowly as the scent hit the judge, who became visibly excited. "Yes, the aroma is potent and lingers, and the potion itself is perfectly clear and pure. This is a rare C-rank basic energy potion." Fu Lin thought, relieved. "I didn't disgrace my master." A successful C-rank. The other contestants were stunned. "Oh my god, C-rank? That's the same as the genius Kevin back in his day." Fu Lin is his disciple, but to think she could also create a C-rank potion? Truly worthy of being Kevin Sam's student. Her talent is on another level. First place is definitely hers this time, she thought with pride. All those intense private lessons from Master have finally paid off. All that work has been rewarded, and her refinement speed was the fastest here too. With a C-rank potion on top of that, she couldn't imagine some nobody snatching first place from her. Alex just watched and muttered, "Wow, C-rank is amazing. You're Alex, right? It's your turn." A voice called out, and Alex turned toward the sound. Master Dao asked him, "How are you feeling about your result?" Alex just scratched his head. I guess it's okay. I just tried my best, that's all." Not confident at all. It seems he was just expecting a D rank at most. Myrtle gave a nod, as Master Dao said solemnly, "Giving your best is what matters. Now then, let me inspect your 3 potions." He opened the first vial, and a bolt of lightning erupted, creating a huge vortex that shocked every single person in the room. Alex just looked up and said, "Whoa, lightning? That's pretty cool." The judge stammered in shock. This is a phenomenon." Myrtle was horrified. A potion that can trigger a phenomenon has to be at least a B rank. Fu Lin was just speechless. How? How is that possible? No way. B rank? That's a quality that only my master, Kevin, was supposed to be able to create. The entire room was in shock as Master Dao declared, This aroma. It's as rich and flowing as water. The potion is pure, almost alive, and it even summoned a phenomenon." He turned to his colleague. "Pike, it seems we made a huge mistake. This human kid might just be more terrifying than the genius Kevin ever was." Alex sighed to himself. "Man, potion making really takes a lot out of you." But there was no doubt. He was the winner of this trial. Outside the association's main gate, a girl waited, trembling with anxiety. Her worry was palpable as she kept muttering to herself, "Why isn't he out yet? Master?" Just then Alex walked out, waving. She shot up immediately. "Master, you're out. Are you okay? You had me so worried. It feels like you were in there for an eternity." He just scratched his head, apologizing for making her worry. "Yeah, the test was over." An just reassured him, saying it was no big deal. "So, did it go well?" Ken nodded, saying it was pretty smooth. He actually took first place, which is why he rushed out to get her. She lit up, exclaiming, "Oh, you got number 1? I never expected that, Master. You worked so hard for this." He just grinned. "Yeah, it feels pretty good." The two chatted happily, completely ignoring the stunned silence of everyone around them. He held up the unpurified domain core stone, musing about the person who had such incredible crafting skills. And yet, this person asked him to purify this very stone for them. A system notification popped up, detailing the core's rarity. Ken spoke up. "Right. I need this domain core, and I also need it upgraded." Master Dao then chimed in. "Well, you achieved the top score in the competition, so of course, I will grant this request for you," Yao Bi added with a smile. He then asked, "I'd like to know, who was the master that taught you crafting? With this level of skill, you must have a teacher." Ken's reply was cold. "I don't have one. I figured it all out myself." The 2 old masters were left completely speechless. "Oh. So he's some kind of self-taught super genius? Now that's just depressing." Master Dao continued. "All right, follow me. First, I'll help you purify this stone, and then I'll award you the White Mage's robe." As Ken walked past Fulin, she muttered in fury, "I'm sorry, Master Kevin. I lost to some human trash." An glanced back at her, her thoughts turning dark. Kevin? Could she be the disciple of Shaman Kevin? Ken turned back, asking, An, what's wrong? She calmly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just spaced out for a moment." He grinned. "Come on, let's go. After this stone is purified, we'll have a brand new goal." Fulin's face twisted with rage as she listened, while An just nodded. Inside the ritual room, Master Dao chanted an incantation, summoning glowing symbols into the air. Yaobi explained, "This domain core was originally overflowing with dark magic energy, so it really needs a special cleansing ceremony. The president is an expert in this field. For him to personally help you cleanse it, well, you can count yourself lucky, kid." Ken whispered in awe. "Wow, this is so professional. Shamans have to remember such complex spells?" An quietly answered, "Yes, that's right, Master. Shamans are a type of mage, after all. When they use special magic like this, chanting is required. The more powerful the spell, the longer the incantation. This cleansing ceremony was definitely a special kind of magic." Slamming his staff to the ground, Master Dao finished the incantation, his eyes fixed on the staff with solemn power. The purification was complete. He then said, "All right, now channel your magic into the domain core. Only you can activate it." The stone slowly floated into Ken's hand. He replied, "Ah, thank you, sir." This purification ritual was incredible. The old man continued, "Domain cores are divided into different levels, low, medium, and high. I've cleansed plenty of low-level cores in my time. But even at the low level, explorers often die inside those domains. After all, it's still a space controlled by dark monsters. The stone in your hand is a mid-tier core." Ken listened intently, staring at the stone in his hand. A smile spread across his face. "This one is mid-tier? Perfect. That means the monsters inside will give a ton of experience, right?" The master replied, "That goes without saying. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. But this definitely won't be an easy place to level up. In my experience, your team will need at least 1 tanker and 2 warriors, plus 2 attack mages and a priest. Have you found your team yet? What roles have you filled? How many people? I can give you some pointers." An and Ken just looked at each other brightly and said, "A team? We don't have one. It's just me. I'm not in a party, so I don't have to share experience." The 2 masters yelled in disbelief. You? You plan to challenge a dark domain all by yourself?" The stone projected a portal to the domain that the core had just unlocked. Once entered, the domain could be refreshed twice. Each time, the dark monsters inside would respawn. In other words, he could summon the dark monsters 3 times in total. After the 3rd time, he would be ejected and the stone would turn to dust. The master continued, "Once you step inside, you have to kill every monster or wait until the domain's timer runs out. Otherwise, there's no way to escape." He then added that if a person were to die carelessly, their physical body would be rejected by the domain. It would then be spit back out. I suppose that's one way to get out. Ken just laughed. "Ah, I see. Haha, Vice President Pai, you've got a great sense of humor. I don't plan on leaving that way." An quickly added, "That's right. Sir, please don't jinx us with your crow's mouth." An then handed him a pouch of potions. "Master, here are the restorative potions we earned from the quest with the Dark Eater monster. I've added plenty more. You'll definitely need this inside. Please, you have to take it." He simply replies, "All right. It's just like you, An, to be so thoughtful," he says. "Wait for my triumphant return." And with that, he steps inside. But Dauga stops him. "Wait a second. You returned my staff. So how do you plan on casting spells? If you want, you can borrow this one." He holds up a hand, saying, "Thank you, sir, but I don't need it anymore." He raises a massive sword. "I'm a warrior." The system immediately notifies him of his promotion to level 6. He steps through the gate, the system showing one of 3 uses remaining. An calls out, "I wish you a victorious return, Master." The 2 men are completely stunned. He's a warrior? With that kind of talent for magic, he chose to be a warrior? One of them says, "I'm very curious to see what level he'll reach in the future." Inside, the system clearly displays the current environment. He murmurs, "So each new run lasts for 12 hours, and then the door reopens, right? No need to wait for this door to reopen. I'll just wipe out these shadow demons at light speed and head out." A shadow wolf appears, and he ducks behind a bush. He knows these shadow wolves don't act alone, so he has to be careful and not underestimate their attack speed. However, he has no intention of getting into a drawn-out battle with them in their own shadow domain. The only right move is to end this as fast as humanly possible. He leaps out, using his strongest physique to amplify his attack. "Stop baring your fangs," he roars, unleashing a chain of lightning that crashes down on them. After finishing them off, he can't believe it. A single shadow demon is worth 500 experience points? That's unimaginable. Back in the real world, experience like this would be equivalent to a small boss. The monsters here give way more experience than the ones outside. No wonder this stone is so valuable. He's made up his mind. He's going to use all 3 chances right here and now before leaving. He might even level up twice. He lunges toward the remaining wolves. The paralysis effect wears off. They charge forward, baring their sharp fangs. The paralysis wore off that fast? He realizes it's because they're shadow demons. As he charges, he notes their resistance is much higher than normal monsters. They pounce. He attacks with his sword, his movements a blur of incredible speed. If he'd been even a fraction of a second slower, his throat would have been torn out. Just then, he's surprised by something new. Sharp fangs and claws lunge at him. It's using its packmate's body to block his line of sight. These things are clever. If that's how you want to play, he smirks, activating his strongest physique and pouring in all his strength. One slice to split you two, and just like that, it's over. An easy, overwhelming level up. He thinks this first run alone will probably get him all the way to level 7. Outside, An is worried. Dao Ge asks her, "You're very concerned for him, aren't you? I've never heard of a solo challenge like this before, unless he possesses truly extraordinary strength and abilities, right?" An replies, "I believe in my master. He will definitely succeed and walk out of there." Yao Bi just scoffs. "Humph. Arrogant because of a little talent. I've witnessed plenty of young people with extremely high talent, but a good number of them let that arrogance get them killed inside the core stone domain. The biggest problem is the boss. I've never heard of anyone fighting it alone. Such arrogance proves he has no experience. I'm going to rest. I hope that human can get out of there safely. Haha." An glares at him, clearly annoyed. Inside, our hero is panting heavily. Charging all the way through really took a toll on his stamina. After continuously using the power of his strongest physique, his body can't take much more. His strength and spirit have dropped significantly. Luckily, he prepared enough replenishment potions. He takes one from his bag and drinks a huge mouthful. Pfft, he'd forgotten that all the potions here taste terrible. Pfft, drinking it all at once would probably kill him. Pfft, he spits out a large mouthful as his body gradually recovers. Outside, An and Dao Ge are waiting. She asks, "Guildmaster, aren't you going to rest?" He replies, "I'm just a little worried about whether this human kid will make it out of there safely." He thinks to himself, a warrior? He joined the test just for a cleansing pill, doesn't even have a staff, yet he can brew a B-grade potion that causes a phenomenon. Oh? There's a sound coming from inside. It sounds incredibly heavy. An gasps. "Ah, that's thunder. That's the master's thunder." The thunderous sound roars on without end. This proves that the master is still safe. The two of them stand outside, anxiously waiting for him. Inside the domain, he yells "Thunderstrike" and charges the wolf pack. He takes them down one by one as the system shows his progress toward the next level. He says, "All right, now all that's left is your leader." He admits he went a little overboard, fighting all the way to the deepest part in one go. Now, he just needs to defeat this final boss to reach level 7. He wipes the sweat from his face, getting ready. He started walking towards the massive gate. He thought, if he wanted to challenge the boss here, he probably needed to rest up first. A system notification confirmed he had reached level 6. Amidst the desolate ruins, a lone figure sat on the ground, chugging a potion. Ah Kwang wiped his mouth, exhaling as power surged back into his body. This stuff is absolutely horrible. This would be the last time he'd have to taste it. The capsules he brought from his original world weren't just tastier, they were way more convenient. But still, the potions in this world packed a much bigger punch. After a moment, he decisively pulled his sword from the ground. With a notification confirming his power was fully restored, Ah Kwang smirked and pushed forward. All right, he was fully recovered. Time to go. From the ruined wall, a single, enormous red eye stared down at him. Right in the middle of the entrance, Ah Kwang stood confidently, his massive blade resting on his shoulder. He slowly stepped inside, striding straight towards the enemy waiting for him. It was a huge, muscular monster, wielding a sharp, menacing weapon. Its murky eyes glowed with a vicious red light. He gripped his blade, activating his ultimate physical skill, causing the muscles in his arms to swell with power. Ah, this level was just like the shadow demon he defeated before, but the threat felt completely different. Now this was the kind of presence a boss from the Darklands should have. The pig-headed dark Aya boss radiated a terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, its massive shadow vanished right before his eyes. Kwang's pupils dilated at its unbelievable speed. A split second later, the dark Aya boss's enormous blade came crashing down, forcing him to desperately raise his own to block. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his eyes remained locked on the creature. So fast. The power was absolutely insane. The dark Aya boss pushed harder. A deep rumbling sound from its throat began to radiate outwards, attacking Kwang. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms as he held his ground. Was his whole body shaking? Could this be some kind of skill that forces fear onto its opponent? A debuff icon appeared above his head, tremor and slowness. The monster's stun skill had activated. It swung its weapon once more with a thunderous roar. Kwang bit his lip in panic, screaming at himself internally. Move, please, just move. As he pleaded with his own body, the ring on his finger began to glow. Move, damn it! A massive explosion erupted as the beast's weapon collided with him. Kwang's eyes lit up. The slowness and tremor effects were gone. He wasn't going down that easily. The CO crest on his forehead became visible. He realized pure energy was now pouring from the infinity ring. Was this the reason the debuff suddenly disappeared? Is this an illusion or what? The dark Aya boss's eyes narrowed, surprised by his impossibly fast reaction. A contemptuous laugh escaped Kwang as his power surged even higher. I'm not dying that easily, you stupid pig. Seeing this, the beast quickly jumped back, creating distance to save its own life. Then it spoke in a deep, raspy voice, struggling with each word. You are strong. You have something of great power. My tremor and slowness. You broke free. That is very surprising. Kwang paused, so shocked he had to ask back. You can talk? He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with resolve. I thought the shadows were just a bunch of mindless monsters. The dark Aya boss was silent for a long moment, then it finally answered. We humans are the shadow, a higher existence than anything else. And just like that, its colossal body once again vanished before Kwang's astonished eyes. That chilling feeling, it reminded him of the boss's first attack. Here it comes again. Another strike with that weapon. Kwang's arm tensed up as his status window appeared, displaying all the necessary details. If only he had his dark goblin armor set, he could use chain weakness to target its vital points. But he'd left that gear back in his original world. The dark Aya boss reappeared, unleashing a blood slash that instantly cracked the ground. Kwang parried the blow with his sword, his focus dialed up to the absolute maximum. This monster was a truly fearsome enemy. A system warning popped up about his weapon's durability. The lower it gets, the harder it is to land a critical hit. This added to his anxiety. The attack also seemed to be capable of obstructing his vision. A sharp blade lunged straight for his face, moving too fast for him to react. It's too quick, I can't possibly block it. But moving with the speed of a hurricane, Kwang managed to raise his sword and parry the blow. The sheer force of the blow rocked him, forcing him to plant his feet and hold on for dear life. Suddenly, the dark Aya boss's blade spun like a vortex, catching Alex in its momentum and sending him flying. He was thrown back like a cannonball, carving a deep trench right across the entire floor. He finally slammed his sword into the ground to stop his slide, shattering the stone as his health bar took a hit. But he just grinned, absolutely thrilled. He'd just taken a direct hit and was now officially bleeding out. No potions, no items to stop the bleeding. At this rate, he was a dead man walking. A system notification popped up. Deep wound. A nasty debuff that prevented any and all healing. His eyes locked onto the dark Aya boss, his mind racing. With no potions to back him up, he was 100% certain he could bleed out at any second. Before his health hit zero, he had to drag this monster down with him. Sweat dripped down his face. Still, his mind didn't stop turning. Should he use his last two chances to escape this shadow zone and heal up? The truth was, if he decided to stay and fight here, the bleeding would absolutely finish him off. Alex gripped his sword, his decision finally made. To hell with it. He launched himself high into the air, blade aimed at the boss, screaming, "All I have to do is take your life." The monster glanced over, a flicker of surprise in its eyes at his sheer ferocity. Alex moved like a flash of lightning, slamming his blade into the ground. "Take my corrupted lightning chain." He leaped back, watching the shattered earth. Did it work? Why didn't it even try to dodge? Then, through the settling dust, a massive hand appeared, gripping the hilt of a familiar greatsword. Alex's attack had been completely absorbed by its weapon. A system pop-up confirmed it. The strike was nullified. No damage. The dark Aya boss's crimson eyes narrowed as it rumbled in a gravelly voice. How ridiculous. A look of pure disbelief washed over his face, his mind reeling. The lightning skill. It actually failed? This was bad. The monster's hulking form suddenly turned pitch black as it uttered a chilling threat. I will take your life. I need no more sacrifices. Alex's brow furrowed, trying to understand what he just heard. Sacrifice? What in the world was this thing talking about? The sword in the boss's hand suddenly expanded as it unleashed a devastating attack meant to end him, slamming down with explosive force. It laid into Alex with a relentless barrage of blows, showing absolutely no mercy. At his level, it was too much. Under the boss's onslaught, his health bar was sliced right in half. Finally, it stood over him, sword in hand, and roared out a series of cryptic words. Weapon. Lost. Traveler. The red glow in its eyes intensified. Useless. And with that, the boss turned to leave, promising, next time, I will take your life. But something happened that made the creature freeze, its eyes flying wide. What is this? Who are you? A sudden gale force erupted, filled with Alex's triumphant laughter. Is this your so-called sacrifice? The monster looked completely stunned. Why sacrifice? The more it watched, the deeper the shock etched itself onto the dark Aya boss's face. What? A unique dark skill? Just who are you? That crimson wind began to coalesce around a figure as Alex's voice echoed out, Thanks for attacking me at such close range. The gale subsided, revealing sharp red claws on his arm. I was able to replicate that sacrifice you mentioned perfectly. 3 system notifications flashed, detailing the brand new skill he'd just acquired, and he couldn't hide his glee. It was an incredibly audacious move, a huge gamble, where only the one with the strongest body would come out on top. And now that I have it, Alex declared, his voice cold, I'm going to tear you to absolute shreds, with nothing more than these bare hands. On cue, his status window flickered, stats shifting for the battle ahead. A stream of strength enhancement notifications flashed, cranking the tension in the air up to 11. The dark Aya boss just stood there, stunned by this transformation. Human, how can you wield a dark skill? Alex let out a low chuckle as a skill description appeared. For me, it was as easy as breathing. The ground beneath Alex cracked and splintered as his figure completely vanished from sight. The dark Aya boss reeled in shock. Its crimson pupil could barely track Alex's lightning-fast form. This speed! In a split second, he had already slammed a powerful punch straight into its gut. But he didn't stop there, unleashing a furious combo. His body flew backward, slamming into the ground and sending rock fragments flying everywhere. He glanced down at the notification for his severely damaged weapon and let out a long, powerful sigh. But even if his enemy copied Dark Sacrifice, he could only wield it with sheer brute force. Despite the system warning that his weapon was useless, Akung refused to give up the fight. He didn't care what it took. He would defeat his opponent in the time he had left. On top of that, while Sacrifice is active, HP recovery is completely impossible. This was his one and only chance. He tossed his blade aside as the boss roared with laughter. Defeat me? Haha. Suddenly, tendrils of black and red lightning erupted, enveloping the monster's enormous body. Have you forgotten? A fierce whirlwind kicked up around it as it sneered. I can use sacrifice, too. The muscles on its arms bulged, pumped full of power and killing intent. Foolish human. The dark Aya boss was now even larger than before, roaring with delight from the effects of the sacrifice skill. Your sacrifice is just a cheap copy. Suddenly, the dark Aya boss's eyes widened as something unexpected occurred. Akung raised his hand high, summoning a barrage of lightning. Of course I haven't forgotten. His helmet's eye slits glowed with a terrifying red light. I also haven't forgotten that you can parry my lightning with your weapon. The dark Aya boss quickly glanced at the blade it had discarded. Impossible. Had he been tricked into disarming himself? Isn't this the brutal fight you wanted? Akung took a small step back, lowering his arm to prepare his next move. The thing I'm aiming for now, he roared, his entire body suddenly turning pitch black, is the half of your life you just sacrificed. The dark Aya boss's face was a mask of pure astonishment. How could this be? It was only a copy. How could a mere human be this terrifying? His hand, now armed with razor-sharp claws, shot directly toward the beast. No mercy. You're unarmed now. Let's see you survive this fallen lightning chain. With a mighty roar, Akung's hand pierced straight through the boss's abdomen. Offer up half your life, and that unique skill becomes my weapon. The dark Aya boss's health bar plummeted to 0, its face twisting in agony, but it still wouldn't submit, desperately reaching out to crush Akung's throat. This human. Akung tore the boss's arm apart with his bare hands. I'll show you who the real fool is. The moment the notification for defeating the Dark Forest boss appeared, his red armor vanished. Akung looked down at his trembling body and muttered. The pain was off the charts, like he was being torn to shreds from the inside. Sacrifice was strong, but combining it with infinite enhancement put an incredible strain on his body. Just then, a yellow light appeared, a notification that he'd received a new weapon. A boss drop? He slowly dragged himself toward the light to inspect it. Perfect timing, right after I lost my weapon. The blade Akung held was called the Bloodbone Saw, an item that made wounds impossible to heal. Incredible. If I can use Bloodstrike effectively, this is going to be extremely useful. The system then displayed a series of notifications, asking if he wanted to continue the challenge. Continuing the challenge meant an extra 50% experience. He couldn't pass this up. Restart. Right after Akung's command, his level jumped from 6 to 7, and his experience points reset. Akung observed his condition for a moment before reaching a conclusion. Damn. Sacrifice is one nasty skill. The damage from it hadn't disappeared at all. He thought leveling up would fix his physical state, but this was a serious problem. The pain had lessened since he leveled up, but the internal damage from the enhancement was still there. Akung thought for a long moment, recalling his friend's smiling face. A unique dark skill, huh? The cost was just too high. Should he exit and rest? If he continued for a second round, he'd definitely need to use sacrifice against the boss again. Could his body even handle it? Furthermore, he'd been warned that it would be dangerous if he didn't leave and restock on food after the first round. Akung's eyes suddenly sharpened, but he then recalled her worried expression. The plan was to gain 6 levels in 1 week and reach level 12. To return safely to his own world, he had to level up, no other choice. And that's exactly why he couldn't pass up this extra experience bonus. Finally, a small laugh escaped his lips. So this was the price he had to pay for becoming stronger. There was no more room for hesitation. He wondered if he could even continue without complete and utter resolve. The space gate opened, presenting Kevin with the choice to continue the trial. He knew hesitation meant failure, silently apologizing for making her wait. Meanwhile, outside the gate, someone was pacing back and forth, a nervous wreck. He couldn't stop moving, his mind a total mess. It's been a while now. He should have come out already. Dauga looked down at her, trying to offer some comfort. Don't worry too much. He likely chose to continue for the bonus experience points. He said that, but even he was on edge. Could it be? Did the kid already lose? But his body wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion. Still, could he really handle another round of the trial? He couldn't possibly continue again without supplies. No food is a death sentence for any adventurer, especially in the Dark Zone. She glanced towards Dauga, her eyes filled with uncertainty. But he promised to come out after the first round. Yet I can still hear thunder. The massive form of Yao Bi lumbered forward from behind, his voice groggy. Oh? I just had a nap. Is this thing not over yet? The first round is done, and no corpse has been ejected yet. Maybe he's just hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Daoge's voice was sharp. Bai, you better watch your mouth. The man just grabbed his large belly and let out a huge laugh. Even Guildmaster Dao is spouting nonsense now. Do you really think he can clear the central bloodline area of the Dark Zone by himself? It's absurd to place hope in someone so unworthy. Yaobi kept laughing, his tone growing more disrespectful by the second. I told you from the start the kid was a fraud. I've seen plenty of arrogant young people just like him. If he actually won and passed the time limit, he should have been out by now. If he cleared the first round and still hasn't shown up, that means he's trying again. Unfortunately for him, that's just a suicide run. Dao Jie's expression darkened in an instant. She quickly retorted with a firm voice, My master will return safely. I suggest you take back those words. The fact that I can still hear the thunder is proof my master is alive. Daoga glanced at her, thinking to himself. This girl's faith was incredible. But Yao Bi wasn't about to stop mocking Kevin's supposed weakness. Haha, what a joke. What's all this nonsense about thunder? If he gets himself killed, you'll be the one to blame for giving him all that useless confidence. She turned her head, her face turning to ice as her hand dropped to the hilt of her sword. Hey, say one more word. Both Yaobi and Daoge were stunned by the shift. Was that killing intent? Daoge had enough. He slammed his staff into the ground. Silence. Do not make this more complicated. His voice was powerful and deadly serious, leaving no room for argument. No one speaks until he appears. Bye, you can leave now. Yaobi looked back at him, replying flatly. I'm just speaking the truth. It's time to face reality. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you see his completely exhausted body. Daoge's voice boomed once more. Bye. Get out, now. He was beyond annoyed. What an idiot. living so comfortably he couldn't even recognize raw killing intent when it was staring him in the face. Dao Ge then turned to the girl, silently sizing her up. The potential of this half-orc, it was truly limitless. Suddenly, she shuddered, catching his full attention. What is it? Her face was a mask of panic and utter shock. My masters, his lightning. It stopped. From nearby, Yao Bi's mocking voice chimed in again. See? The thunder we were hearing has stopped. Is there anything left to even talk about now, sending a puny human into this dark zone by himself? What a complete and utter joke. But then, the space gate in front of them began to glow. Dao Ge trembled as a new sound emerged. What is that? A powerful blast of wind erupted from the gate, making him cry out. What is this familiar feeling? He gripped his staff tightly, straining to see. Had the darkness somehow broken through the seal? Impossible. Seeing a blurry silhouette appear in the gateway, Dao Ge shouted, "The darkness is about to break the seal." Panicked, Yao Bi dropped his cup and rushed forward to reinforce the gate. No way! The darkness can't possibly break the seal of the dark zone. Suddenly, his eyes flew open and he yelled out to bat 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 bat. From inside the gate, A Chiang appeared, his body still half covered in crimson armor. He apologized for the wait, explaining, I challenged it a full 3 times. I got bonus experience points after each clear and leveled up 3 times. He gasped out, his voice a hoarse whisper as he tried to smile. I'm level 9 now. As his body started to collapse, she rushed forward to catch him. Master Yao Bi stood behind them, jaw dropped in pure shock. 3 times in a single run? Seriously? Even Dao Ge stared at him, wide-eyed. 3 levels in a row? Just how much of his true strength has he been hiding? He quickly urged them, hurry, take care of him now. A Chiang sat firmly on the ground, allowing them to treat his injuries. Dao Ge and Yao Bi simultaneously used their reflection skill to restore his energy. He looked at A Chiang with a gentle gaze, his tone soft. Both your muscles and nerves are severely damaged. Yao Bi couldn't help but add, it's a miracle that you're even still alive. A Chiang gratefully rolled his shoulder and replied with a smile, thanks for the healing, I feel a lot better now. But the girl sitting next to him just puffed out her cheeks, sulking. You're always like this. Master, you constantly break your promises and do reckless things. He glanced at her, scratching his head guiltily. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. I just couldn't resist the temptation of the bonus experience points. This time, I hit level 9 and got an incredible reward. And you know I need that experience more than anything, right? She still wasn't pacified, her voice tinged with frustration. To me, your safety is what's more important, Master. You can't just keep breaking your promises. Suddenly, Dao Ge's deep voice cut in, asking a question. Hey, human, you said you completed it 3 separate times, is that correct? A Chiang glanced his way, simply replying, huh? A cold sweat broke out on both his and Yao Bi's foreheads before Dao Ge calmly continued. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes right now. To challenge the dark zone alone and clear it 3 times. That's something I just can't comprehend. Remembering the dark power that still clung to him sent a shiver down the man's spine. In fact, the demonic aura radiating off him when he appeared was even stronger than the darkness itself. I almost thought the darkness itself was breaking free from its seal. This boy's power isn't just in medicine, but in combat too. He shuddered at the thought that just crossed his mind. If Kevin is a genius, then what is this human? Someone who surpasses even a genius. Yao Bi raised a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat a couple of times. Ahem. He then suddenly bowed his head to A Chiang, his voice full of respect. I want to apologize for what I said earlier. Please forgive me for underestimating the power of humanity. Ah Chiang cheerfully waved it off, saying, Don't worry about it. You already healed me, so there's really no need. Beside him, the girl crossed her arms, muttering under her breath. Looks like you're finally starting to get it. He lowered his voice, explaining, the reflection skill we used is an intermediate-level healing technique. We could only treat your wounds to the best of our abilities, but we couldn't heal the deeper damage. Your body is still in a very dangerous condition right now. The reflection skill can restore any physical wound, a technique that's well known among all adventurers. Dao Ge paused for a moment, then finally explained, You need to understand that when you came out, you were already critically injured, right? You had internal bleeding, and the nerves throughout your entire body were damaged. If we had delayed your treatment even for a moment, you could have died. It seems you used some kind of secret art or magic, but you must never use it again. The damage left behind in your body could prevent you from leveling up in the future. A Chiang's face went pale, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Deeper damage? I just wanted to level up. Remembering the power he had just copied made the sweat pour from his brow even faster. It seems the sacrifice skill slowly twists my mind. All I can think about is slaughter, and I start to lose myself. This is too high a price to pay. What should I do? Suddenly, a pair of red and blue eyes flashed inside A Chang's mind. His eyes shot open in shock, a cold fear creeping into his heart. What? Right now? Monster Eye. Seeing him suddenly gasping for air, the girl beside him asked with concern, Master, what's wrong? Aqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied lightly, It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. But inside, he was absolutely terrified. Dark sacrifice. That special skill. It doesn't just destroy my body, it's destroying my mind, too. It's best not to use this again, Master Dao warned. Glancing at a bag full of potion tubes, he offered Alex the medicine, explaining the routine 1 dose a day, followed by meditation for better absorption. Seeing the potions, Yaobi was completely stunned. Master Dao, she asked, are you actually being serious? But Alex, totally oblivious, just took them with a simple, oh, thank you. Then his eyes went wide with shock. Master Dao calmly explained that this was Kevin's favorite type of potion, the absolute best for healing his body. But, he added, it's probably best if Kevin takes a look at Alex in person. A sense of pride washed over Master Dao just thinking about him. If you have talent, he said, he'll take you on as a disciple and teach you incredible things. He's one of the very few on this continent who possesses the legendary law of destruction. Yaobi shot up from her chair, her face a mask of pure disbelief. Kevin discovered the law of destruction? What number is that? Alex glanced over, completely lost as to what was going on. Wait, a legend, a law, a number. What does any of that mean? Yaobi frowned, at a loss for words. She scoffed, Hey, you're an adventurer and you seriously don't know about this? She began to explain the law Kevin found. The world is governed by fundamental principles of heaven and earth. Magic that follows these rules holds immeasurable power. They call it the forbidden destruction magic for a reason. For potion makers, improving the quality and efficiency of what they create is absolutely everything. But these universal laws are violent, and some even have a will of their own. There are 12, all hidden in unexplored lands. And even if you manage to find one, you need the right skills and training just to claim it. The Monument of Destruction is a stone tablet listing all 12 laws, updated by the greatest mages throughout history. The earliest laws were written in ancient times. Every single one has enough power to shatter the world. Master Dao then shared the stories, the awe-inspiring legends that surrounded Kevin's name. The reason Kevin is called a genius? He mastered the 12th law, the ultimate law of the wind. 10 years ago, his magic took a huge leap forward, which is a massive advantage for an apothecary making medicine. This didn't just boost the quality of his potions, it infused them with the very power of the law itself. He finished his explanation calmly. If anyone can heal those internal injuries you have, it would be him. Alex's eyes instantly lit up with hope. Really? Even Yao Bi, sitting beside him, looked completely stunned. His body can actually be healed? Master Dao then held out a carefully sealed letter. But now isn't a good time to meet him. I was his instructor, a long time ago. Show him this letter of introduction, and he should grant you an audience. Alex took it with both hands. Thank you. No, Master Dao quickly added. You should bring some rare items and valuable herbs as a trade. And with that, Alex and Yao Bi said their goodbyes and finally departed. As their figures faded, Yao Bi asked softly, Master Dao, has that human managed to pique your interest? He commented calmly on what just happened. I'm fairly certain what I gave him was a B-rank blood-forbidden potion. We generously gave him something we got from Kevin, all for a future haul of valuable herbs. But Master Dao just let out a relaxed laugh. Haha, I'm simply curious to see how high this human can climb. Helping him out now is just an investment in the future. Yao Bi glanced at him, a bead of sweat on her brow. That's one heck of a risky investment. Few geniuses ever conquer the Dark Zone alone, and even fewer humans do. After a short pause, Master Dao continued the conversation. I've certainly never heard of a single person conquering the Dark Zone, but it wouldn't be the first time in history. She stood beside him and laughed. Oh, you know of other daredevils like him? He didn't answer right away, just thinking. Sunlight streamed through the village, accompanied by the soft sound of his voice. 1,000 years ago, a great one emerged from our people, Gasset, the ancient god king. The scene then shifts to Alex forging ahead. He turned to ask her, So you know where Kevin is then? She followed behind him, answering sincerely, Yes, I asked Master Dao. It's a bit far, so we can level up on the way. This path is closer and fits our goals. He tilted his head to look at her, whispering, So what's the catch? Her voice was quiet as they walked onward. To complete this mission, you're going to need to form a party. They stepped out of the forest and found themselves facing a crowd of strangers. Why were so many people gathered here? Her eyes immediately went sharp, followed by a faint smirk. So this was one of those so-called bonus missions. A system announcement for that bonus mission was the very reason everyone was here. The place was swarming with adventurers. But they wouldn't stick around. After a certain time, they'd either vanish or just find another spot to camp out. Ah, Chang grinned, clearly excited. I heard this place was on our route, so I just had to bring you here. A place like this really existed? It was like some kind of mission fair, time to test his new skills. His new detailed status screen only fueled his excitement. The dungeons here were so much more diverse than in his old world. He figured this was the perfect opportunity to test out his level 9 skills while he had the chance. Chiang glanced back at him and shouted with a smile, "I'm starting now." His partner stood back obediently. "Please be careful, I'll watch from here." Victor, the leader of one squad, quickly shouted his orders. "Attention! Level 15 warriors and defenders only. Combat power must exceed 6,000. He stood tall and proud as he reminded everyone, "We're looking at a huge amount of bonus prize money here. If you meet the standards, come over here. We can leave early once we have enough people to start." His powerful voice echoed through the air with the passionate recruitment call. This was only the second day for the party. The prize was huge, but the mission was incredibly dangerous. No one from the crowd stepped forward, so it's possible they'll go home empty-handed again today. One of the team members quietly muttered under his breath. On top of that, very few people here met the level 15 requirement and 6,000 combat power, and this captain was stubborn. Another member of the team glanced at Victor and offered an idea. "Captain, let's just do a different mission today. We've already completely wasted the last 2 days. If someone was going to join, they would have joined by now. It's just not worth risking everything for this type of bonus point mission." He snapped his head towards the man, glaring furiously. "You idiot, don't you remember the expensive info we bought at the tavern? This is a level 12 mission. Besides, this is the only mission where we can actually get the blood rose. Each blood rose sells for 500 silver coins. I will never accept another low-level mission again." The blood rose they were talking about was a rare herb known for increasing healing efficiency. The team member was flustered by Victor's lecture but kept trying to stop him. "But maybe next time more people will show up. We can't possibly leave if we can't find enough people." Just then, Chang stepped forward with a smile as bright as the sun. "So, can I join? I'm a warrior, and although my level is a bit low, I'm pretty confident in myself." The entire team's eyes lit up as they stared at him. "You're a savior. You're level 14, right? Hey, even level 13 is fine. If you're level 12, we could probably provide you with some gear." He scratched his head, interrupting their excitement. I'm only level 9, but you can put me in the vanguard position." Victor exploded in rage, chewing out Chiang non-stop. "What can you possibly do when you're only level 9? I was so happy when you came up to me and stated your name and stats like that. Are you messing with me? Level 9. The young man was speechless. "I'm not kidding." Suddenly, a portal appeared right behind them, officially starting the mission. One team member held Victor back, pleading with him. "Captain, if we miss this opportunity, we'll waste another day. Just give the order, please." Another person grabbed his wrist, trying to reason with him. "Why not try using a level 9 warrior? We have enough people now." The member to Victor's left agreed. "That's right. If things keep going this way, we'll never make back the money we spent on that info." Finally, he relented. Seeing there was nothing else he could do, it just couldn't be helped. He glared at Chiang, his voice still thick with irritation. "Hey, level 9, listen here. I'll give you one chance, so you're only participating one time. Don't go messing things up by yourself. You follow my commands. Understand? The 4 of us are strong, and you're just here to fill the head count. Do you understand what you're supposed to do?" He put a hand on his shoulder, looking completely confident as he spoke. "That's fine. I'm happy to join a party for the first time." Victor managed a stiff, awkward smile. "It's nice to meet you." He turned to the portal, his excitement finally showing. "Let's go." But Victor was still stunned by what he'd heard. Joining a party for the first time? Huh? The moment everyone stepped inside, the system announced the mission had started. Level 16. Instantly, a Force appeared from the bushes. "This is seriously a level 16 mission?" Victor gritted his teeth, veins already bulging on his forehead. "That intel of yours is completely useless. If you dare move, I'll deck you myself." A team member clutched his head in panic. "Captain, with this kind of difficulty, I don't see how we're supposed to get out of this alive. I can't believe the very first monster we ran into was a Force Geno of all things. The whole party hit the dirt as their leader muttered. It's fine. We're only level 15, but we've cleared plenty of tough quests together. Just do what you have to do. We can definitely take down this weakling. If it doesn't work embarrassing as it is, we'll escape using the Horn of Return. The horn he mentioned was a pricey item that allowed instant escape. He suddenly whipped his head around, looking at his crew. Wait a second. I think we forgot about the level 9 guy. Where is he right now? The long-haired member answered quietly. He came in right when I did. Did he do something? Before he could finish, a blinding light flashed, followed by a massive lightning strike. Victor's entire party just stared in stunned silence. They saw Leo, weapon in hand, take down the monster in a single, devastating blow. This felt great a cakewalk compared to the mobs in the Dark Zone. They all shouted in unison, absolutely shocked by his power. He took them all down by himself. Leo turned, giving them a thumbs up and a bright smile. Follow me. I've gotten used to speed-clearing dungeons lately. I can't wait another second to see that reward money. Victor's team quickly rushed forward with Leo. He gripped his magic staff, giving out constant orders. There's another one over here. Behind that tree, too. There's a weak monster there, take it out. The archer drew his bow, felling monster after monster. That level 9 warrior is unbelievably strong. Isn't he basically soloing this whole quest? He couldn't believe what was happening right in front of his eyes. He charged in alone, and is clearing this mission by just slicing through the small fry. He even knows the monster's weak points perfectly. It's crazy to think he's only level 9. The mage was just as stunned by Leo's skill, realizing he didn't need to cast Cizo. That makes things a whole lot easier. The Beastman member called down from the trees. Captain, you've got a lot of connections, don't you? Who is that guy? With skills like that, he must be someone famous. Victor looked towards the battle and replied, Not really. I just know too many people to remember all of them. Even the ones recommended by the informant at the tavern. I already know them all, you know? That warrior is definitely an elite from some major guild. He looks familiar, but I guess I just forgot. Leo focused on tearing through the tangled vines with absolute joy. These normal quests were nothing compared to the hellish difficulty of the Dark Zone. The experience points here were way better than the starting world, but still nothing compared to the Dark Zone. Even level 16 mobs here were weaker than the level 11 monsters there. They barely had half the strength of those shadow creatures. A level 16 monster appeared, using its vines as weapons to attack. He tilted his head, dodging the surprise attack, and thought to himself, as long as I'm careful of the poison thorns, they're not much of a threat. His divine eye lets him see all their weak spots, but he wondered, what more could he do with it? With a swing of his arm, he destroyed the monster's body, his mind still racing. This quest is about collecting blood roses. Maybe I can give them to Kevin as a souvenir? He then flicked the mud off his sword and turned to announce something. Everyone, the boss fight is about to start. The number of small monsters is increasing. They're all weak to fire. Can the mage use fire magic to attack? Victor shouted from the back in response to Leo. Ah, got it. Receiving the command, he thought. It's finally my time to shine. He warned everyone in a steady voice. Watch out for the vines. They have poison thorns. If you get hit, you'll be poisoned. His team, cornered by monsters and frozen in fear, wondered how he knew so much. He remembered Leo's calm demeanor from before and started questioning things. At level 9, there's no way he has this much experience. I saw his level earlier. He's definitely hiding his true abilities. Just then, the red orb on his staff began to glow, unleashing a powerful fire cyclone spell. A massive vortex of flames quickly surrounded Victor's entire party, protecting them. The scene shifts to a crackling campfire on the ground. The archer gently poked the flames, making them burn a little brighter. Everything is going so smoothly. That warrior is so strong. This quest might actually end without any problems. The Beastman member shot him a look. Was this guy already calling a Kung Sir warrior? A faint blush appeared on the mage's cheeks, her voice turning soft. He felt different from the others in this world. He was definitely someone special. Meanwhile, Victor and Akung were shaking hands, exchanging their first friendly greetings. Victor looked at Akung with pure admiration, showering him with praise. He couldn't believe someone so talented existed. I really have to know who you are, Victor pressed. But Akung expertly dodged the question. No, I'm just a rookie adventurer, he claimed. Victor, however, shot him a look of pure disbelief. A rookie? He decided to play along for now, but the skepticism was practically radiating off of him. Suddenly, Victor changed the subject, asking Akung, by the way, do you know about the regional mission ranking boards? Taking the water bottle from him, Akung took a long drink. Mission rankings? Not really. Why? Victor's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You don't know? Or are you just pretending? After a beat, Victor crossed his arms and launched into an explanation. These point-based quests, he explained, are different from the ones that simply vanish after a while. Each region has fixed mission points, though difficulty can vary. The ranking board logs every single team's completion data. They also record the very first completions and the all-time high scores for each mission. In other words, this doesn't just earn you extra cash, it builds you a serious reputation. The rankings are shared across all branches of the Adventurers Association for anyone to see. You can bring huge prestige to your guild. Akung just stared at him, his tone completely relaxed. I get it. I totally get it. So what's your point? But inside, his mind was racing. This system was almost identical to the one from his original world. So it existed here too. Victor crossed his arms, puffing out his chest with a look of immense pride as he started to brag. Our little group of 4 might look random, he boasted. But I'm actually a member of the Kuzu Guild's vanguard, a 15-person team called the Big Goat Squad. Our captain is one of the guild's founders, a great shield warrior who goes by the nickname Ha-V, the Big Goat. But Akung's response was completely deadpan, cutting right through all the bragging. Right, I completely get it. So what's your point? Victor cleared his throat, suddenly getting serious again. Well, a new level 18 mission just popped up. It involves these little shadow monsters hiding out in the swamp. These monsters are a huge pain because nobody knows anything about them. You seem to know your stuff when it comes to monsters, which could be a huge advantage. He clapped his hands together, his entire face lighting up. Ah, so it's a quest with shadow-type monsters, Akung noted. Which means the reward should be pretty substantial, right? As if something just clicked for him, Victor let out an excited little cheer. Exactly. If we clear it, we'll get the first completion and the high score at the same time. We'll get a massive reward. That's why all the top parties are always fighting tooth and nail to be the first ones to clear these fixed quests. If you're really interested, why don't you meet our captain? Akung went quiet for a moment, his gaze turning serious. Until I can get the items I need to level up, he thought to himself. This might be a decent alternative. Then, hands on his hips, he asked a very direct question. I'm only level 9. You want me for a level 18 mission? Victor replied without a second of hesitation. Yep. Don't worry, different missions have all kinds of different requirements. For this particular quest, only adventurers level 18 and below are allowed to join, so there's no problem. Finally, Akung cut to the chase. Sounds good, I'll help you out. But I have 2 conditions. Victor was taken aback for a second. Conditions? Well, as long as they're not too ridiculous, I'll do my best. Plus, I'll pay you a special bonus, so just name it. A small smile touched his lips as he celebrated his victory internally. It looked like his target was hooked. If he joined and gave them info on the shadow monsters, it would give his team a huge edge for the first clear. That credit would go straight to him, boosting his own standing within the guild. Akung, completely composed, laid out his conditions. First condition, if we complete the mission, you give me all the initial experience points. I need them. Second, I get first pick of the bonus rewards. Of course, after I've made my choice, the rest is all yours. What do you say? To Victor, those words hit like a bolt of lightning. That's completely unreasonable. Even if I agreed, my captain and the others would never go for it. I'd have to ask them. But Akung just slung his weapon over his shoulder and started leading the way. Fine. We'll talk again after this mission is done. The break was over. Time to get moving. The team slowly stepped through a massive purple gate. Victor's team members could hardly believe their eyes. They were overcome with joy. The path ahead was completely clear. The captain's fire tornado spell had perfectly struck the boss's weak point. Since its main weakness was fire, everything had gone off without a hitch. But Victor refused to take all the credit for the attack. Without a quang, he admitted, he never would have been able to time it right. He explained it took him over 10 seconds just to perfectly align his aim with the target's weak spot. He awkwardly scratches his head, trying to get on a quang's good side. Victor went on, explaining that a quang told them everything: the boss's weaknesses, its elemental vulnerabilities, how to defeat it, and even what to watch out for. A quang, he declared, was absolutely incredible. A rose materializes in a quang's hand as he speaks casually. He had taken his share, the blood rose, so everyone else could split the rest. Hearing this, Victor turned to his team and announced loudly, "All right, we're dismissed for now. I'll distribute the rewards later," he added. In unison, the team shouted their thanks. He then looked towards Quang with a warm smile. "Do you have a moment? I want to thank Captain Javi and introduce you to him." But Quang politely stopped Victor's enthusiastic offer. "Hold on a second. Let me inform my teammate." Over here, his companion was carefully wiping sweat from his brow. To get scouted for a team so quickly, she murmured. That's amazing. For me, she said. I had to wait until level 30. She pulled back her handkerchief and offered a few words of advice. There, all done. Be careful. This is going to be a priceless experience. I'll gather intel in the nearby town and report back. Kwang responded to her with a bright smile, his eyes shining with clarity. That'll be useful if you can't find me. Let's meet at the Adventurers Association in this area. He then suddenly handed her a small pouch. Just in case. Here are some potions and enough money to last you for 3 days. She took the cloth bag and waved goodbye to him cheerfully. Thanks. Okay, I'm off. He waved back, wishing her good luck. She kept waving until Kwang's figure had completely disappeared from her line of sight. Her beautiful, happy expression instantly turned dead serious. She had to investigate the genius Kevin if he truly mastered the law of wind-earth fusion. She spun around and marched in the opposite direction, her face a mask of pure determination. Her plan to take him down might need some serious adjustments. The scene then shifts to a large man's hand resting on a mug of beer. A level 9 warrior and 2 additional conditions, a man asks. Victor, are you being serious? It was Ha-Vi, a tall man with a stern face, who spoke in a deep, questioning tone. A level 9 warrior is supposed to lead my elite team, where the average level is 16. Stop joking. Victor fidgeted nervously as he tried to explain. But he's seriously impressive. Thanks to him, we managed to get the blood rose without a single problem. Luke, standing nearby with a beer in hand, let out a loud laugh. Haha, a level 9 isn't even worthy of shining our boots, Victor. You must have lost your mind after spending so much time with those fools out there. Does this mean you can't keep up with our big goat squad anymore? Don't waste our time. Despite the mocking laughter from everyone around him, Victor stood firm in his opinion. It's the truth. If you don't believe me, then just meet him yourself. Surprisingly, Ha-Vi asked in a low voice, Is he here now? Hearing that, Victor grinned from ear to ear and quickly replied, Yes, I brought him with me. He's waiting just outside the door. The man standing next to them crossed his arms and laughed loudly. You must be fearless to bring someone like that in here. Victor's face turned beet red as he exploded with a furious shout. Enough! He silently seethed, hating how that man was always mocking him. This time, he was determined to prove him wrong. Without turning his head, Ha-Vi simply gave the order. All right, let's meet him. Victor shouted with joy. Thank you, sir. He then urged Kwang inside the guild hall, his tone a bit hurried. Follow me. Standing before everyone, Kwang scratched his head and clearly introduced himself. I'm Kwang, a level 9 warrior. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. The crowd just glanced at each other, saying nothing at all. Finally, Luke was the first one to break the silence with a jeering laugh. Ha, look at this guy. He looks pathetically weak. Victor leaned in close and whispered to him, Kwang, just ignore him. Just then, Ha-Vi calmly spoke up, ignoring the commotion around them. So, according to Victor, you can complete this new mission for us, is that correct? If that's the case, how confident are you? Kwang, completely unfazed, stated his terms without a hint of fear. I'm 100% confident, but I have one more condition. Only then did Ha-Vi fully turn, sizing him up with a probing stare. 100% confident? And what's this extra condition? Kwang's eyes lit up as he lowered his head slightly, answering very carefully. Let me take charge. I will be your captain. In the room, a single candle flickered on the counter. A lone fly, drawn to the light, was instantly consumed by the flame, its ashes vanishing into the air. Kung declared his intent to lead their 15 elite members. Captain Ha-Vi stood stoically, but Luke, beside him, scoffed in disbelief. Hey, are you out of your mind? This man is our captain, Ha-Vi of the Great Goats. Our team has famous adventurers, so don't make me laugh. The others in the room snickered and jeered along with him. Next to Kung, Victor was sweating bullets, whispering a frantic warning. Kung, do you really want to be captain? This is insane. But Kung just shot him a reassuring glance. It's only for this expedition, don't worry. Captain Ha-Vi's voice cut through the noise, grave and serious. Other parties are also joining this search. They've tried many times, but it seems most of them fail at the very same point. We ourselves have failed 6 times, each attempt burning through potions and supplies. More people means higher costs. We've already spent 2 gold coins. That's when Kung stepped forward, his voice firm and unwavering. So with this attempt's budget, I guarantee it. Appoint me as captain, and I will complete this mission for you. Perfectly. Luke's face twisted in contempt. You've got some nerve to say that. Another soldier chimed in. Captain, let's just teach this guy a lesson. But Ha-Vi simply turned to face Kung, his expression thoughtful. All right, I'll accept your conditions. But if you fail to complete this task and prove this is all just talk, then I, Ha-Vi of the Great Goats, will eliminate you without mercy. Luke couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stared at his captain, completely stunned, and began to stammer. Captain, are you being serious? Akung, on the other hand, was perfectly calm. It will be fine. If we work together, everything will go smoothly. But Luke refused to accept it. Furious, he jabbed a finger at Akung. Captain, you actually trust him? He's a weakling, only level 9. What can he possibly do? Ha-Vi just calmly sipped his drink and replied with a lazy question. Do we really have another choice? Without him, we would still be making the attempt. But to make him captain a clear level 9, this is nothing short of a scam. The Great Goats team has fought hard for every victory, and now we're just going to get duped by this kid? He is not fit for our team. You should just kick him out right now. Javi's face suddenly darkened with a pained expression. He sighed softly. Do you know how much we've had to endure inside the guild? It's because we haven't achieved anything, and the other parties have long since surpassed us. If we can secure a top-tier result on this mission, all of that prestige will belong to us. There is no other option at this point. Even if it's the smallest chance, we have to seize it. He glanced over at Akung, who was talking enthusiastically with Victor. And if this does turn out to be a deception, I, Ha-Vi, will not let that man off easily. In a forest clearing, hundreds of people had already gathered for the mission. Heads turned as Akung's team arrived, and whispers filled the air. Hey, isn't that the Great Goats? Are they trying the mission again today? They'll probably just retreat with the usual signal horn. Wait a minute, the guy in the lead isn't Ha-Vi. Who is that? He looks kind of strange. But Akung walked at the front, leading the Great Goats with an air of unshakable confidence. Suddenly, a man named Captain blocked their way, sneering at them with a loud, mocking laugh. Well, if it isn't the Great Goats party. So, you've changed your captain? All that bravado, but not an ounce of strength. If you guys keep going like this, you won't even earn enough for a meal. You should really learn to spend your money wisely. Standing beside him, Victor leaned in to whisper in Akung's ear. That team's captain has always seen us as his rival, but honestly, what he's saying isn't wrong. Our recent string of losses means we've earned nothing. That's why the captain and all the other members have been under an incredible amount of pressure. The team's situation has been really dire lately. Faced with this blatant ridicule, the Great Goats didn't offer a single word of protest. They just hung their heads, avoiding the confrontation entirely. Seeing this, Akung just smirked. All right, I get it. He then confidently bumped Captain's shoulder as he walked right past him, casually dropping a line. Sorry, you're in the way. This bold act of disrespect left Captain completely stunned. Hey Ha-Vi, your new captain seems pretty cocky. I wonder if he'll still have that attitude when he's retreating with the signal horn. Haha. Akung glanced back at Captain and replied coolly. Whether we achieve our goal or not, we'll find out when it's over. He then pressed his hand against the spatial gate, and a system notification instantly appeared. The system announced the mission was accepted, and his team lined up at the gate. Akung shouted to rally the troops. All right, everyone, let's move out. The moment they stepped through the portal, Akung was already strategizing. Victor had warned them about tricky shadow monsters deep within the swamp, but with his eye of God, that was no problem at all. He thought with a smirk that he'd show them a performance far beyond their wildest expectations. They teleported into a new zone as a system notification popped up. Welcome to the Shadow Swamp mission. It was a level 18 mission, requiring a party of 12 to 17 members, with no one over level 18. Ha-Vi, right behind Akung, spoke first. So, what's the plan? Akung coolly replied. A plan? First, let's confirm I get all the experience points, right? Ha-Vi eyed him, confirming. That's right. For us, the team's reputation is more important. As long as we clear this, nothing else matters. But you better not let us down. You've seen our track record. We're not exactly feeling optimistic about this run. Making you leader was a huge gamble. If we fail, be prepared for the consequences. Akung just answered softly, I understand. He then began tapping his display screen. Ha-Vi turned to her comrades and ordered, Okay everyone, get ready and prepare to follow his instructions. Akung chimed in, All right, let's do this. Luke, however, was fuming. Can't believe we're letting him take all the EXP. Just you wait. Akung was oblivious, totally focused on the mission. Okay, time for the next step. He selected hard mode on the interface. Let's begin. A notification declared that on hard mode, all rewards would be tripled. Akung grinned, all rewards, including experience points. With triple the experience, and all of it flowing to him, he would definitely gain a level or two. Suddenly, the sky turned a deathly red, and everyone stared up in complete shock. Javi spun around and screamed at, "Akung, it's hard mode." The other members immediately started to panic. Why is this happening? That has to be a mistake, right? Hard mode is just a suicide mission. Even Victor was trembling as he asked, "It can't be. I told you hard mode should never be activated. Unless you're an expert on this mission. Did you make a terrible mistake?" Luke finally exploded. "You idiot. No one has even cleared this on normal. Are you trying to get us all killed? I knew it. This is a total scam. Not only are we wasting time, we're going to be a laughingstock when we get out of here." Luke stroked his chin smugly. So foolish. He was just waiting for a chance to get rid of this guy. And now he just hands me the perfect excuse with this fatal error. Choosing hard mode? What an idiot. The rest of the team erupted behind him. Luke spoke up again. "Good thing I came prepared for this. This is our last escape horn. Thanks to him, we have to waste this priceless item just to escape with our lives. Use it and get out of here right now." He tricked us all. But Akung, in front of everyone, suddenly launched forward. "If I brought you all in here, I have a plan to get you all out. Trust me." He thought to himself, "It doesn't matter if it's hard mode. With the eye of God and this many people, we can clear it with 0 casualties." Luke shot back in a rage. "You really think we can pass this after we already failed on normal? Cut the empty talk. You dragged everyone into this mess. Don't you realize people could actually die? This isn't a game. If you're so eager to die, go do it by yourself." Akung seemed to ignore him, continuing his charge like an arrow as his Eye of God activated. He smiled. "Just as I predicted. If there's a swamp, it's a flooded area. These grunts are extremely weak to lightning." With his Eye of God skill, Akung could see all the monsters' information as system notifications continuously popped up. They prompted him to use skills that would exploit their weaknesses. He looked at them with confidence. "If I focus, I can enhance this skill even more." When Luke saw him charge in like a maniac, he yelled, "That fool is actually attacking. This is the first wave of monsters on hard mode, and there are way more to come. It's over. We're all dead." Javi stood her ground with her shield up, roaring in fury. "So you were lying to us after all?" Looking at the terrified group huddled together, Akung replied with absolute confidence, "Follow me, and I will lead you through hard mode." Akung swung his blade at the monsters, shouting, "Don't just stand there. Fire mage, get ready." Victor was drenched in sweat, but he raised his staff, yelling, "Damn it. Okay, I'll give it my all. I'll trust you." Then he charged forward with the others behind him. "Fire mages, with me. If we run now, everyone will laugh at us." The crowd roared with excitement. Destiny? Yeah, they were taking it. There was no way they'd let themselves be humiliated. Just then, 6 monsters charged straight for Akung. Havi could only watch. His jaw completely dropped in shock. The older man screamed, "Kid, get out of there. 6 of those phoenixes are working together, they'll tear you apart." Akung ignored him, shouting, "Fire mages, focus all your power and attack the single point directly in front of me." They roared back in unison. A magnificent scene unfolded as the monsters were instantly burned to a crisp. Victor was stunned. 6 monsters down at the same time? What in the world just happened? Akung stood tall, calmly explaining, "My skill, Fallen Thunder Chain, inflicts a weakening effect on them. When they're weak, their skills get interrupted. On top of that, any attack deals double damage when you focus fire magic on one spot. The amplified damage made them incredibly easy to defeat." He smirked to himself. It was all thanks to his Eye of God. Everyone else was simply floored. What? How could anyone devise a strategy like that in a split second? They realized they might actually be able to clear this mission by exploiting weaknesses to interrupt skills and deal massive damage. "It's perfect," Victor exclaimed, totally hyped. He actually did it again, just like last time. With his analysis, I knew he could do it. Nearby, Ha-Vi was in total shock. Is he really only level 9? With skills like that, who was this guy? Luck, however, fell to the ground, trembling and shouting, "Luck! It had to be luck. No one can analyze a situation so perfectly like that." Someone standing nearby spoke up. "Vice Captain, that's exactly why he's so amazing. We all saw it with our own eyes. Why are you being so short-sighted about this?" Victor crossed his arms and shot back at Luke. "Why don't you just shut up? Dragging us down like this is a disgrace." Luke roared, "What did you say to me?" Akung stood calmly before them all, his voice cutting through the noise. "That's enough. We don't have time for nonsense like this. Everyone, follow me. We are going to conquer this nightmare difficulty level." Havi grabbed his shield and ran after him, shouting to the others, "Didn't you hear what he said?" That snapped everyone back to reality, and they rushed to follow him. The team gathered together, with Havai roaring from behind him. Follow Captain Akung. Let's conquer this impossible level. 30 minutes later, deep in the shadow swamp, the air was eerily quiet as the team hid in a corner. Victor was the first to speak. It looks like all the other teams were wiped out in the swamp ahead. What should we do? Akung remained silent, using his eye of God to observe. But Luke, still bitter about earlier, spoke up with a smug warning. The monsters here are all shadow demon types, and we're on the hardest difficulty setting. This isn't like anything we've ever had to deal with before. I don't know where you get your intel, but if we fail because of you, the Great Goat Guild won't let it slide. Hearing the contempt in Luke's voice, Victor absolutely lost it. Hey, isn't it thanks to his analysis that we've made it this far with almost zero casualties? A miracle like this has never happened before. Don't you see how incredible that is? How can you say something like that? Luke furiously shouted back. Victor, don't forget I'm the vice captain. You better remember your place. He's nothing but a temporary captain. As the vice captain, I am simply worried about this team's safety. Just then, Javi turned to them, his voice low and firm. Be quiet. You're disturbing Captain Akung. Hearing that reminder, both men fell silent. Right on cue, the Eye of God skill had just finished its scan. A system window appeared, telling Akung there was no way to bypass this area. Someone had to act as a decoy so the others could move. Reading the text, he smirked, thinking to himself, I get it now. If that was the case, then this might just be a whole lot easier than he thought. Another system notification appeared, giving Akung the exact length, width, and depth of the swamp, while also highlighting the best possible route. Akung poked a branch into the water, thinking about the pinpoint analysis. It seemed the Eye of God's accuracy was scaling with his own combat ability. I've memorized it, he thought. Now it's time to lay out the plan. More notifications popped up, warning him of 15 monsters up ahead, and noting that his superior physique would make traversing the swamp easier. It then laid out a plan. Use Fallen Thunder Chain to attract the monsters, then adjust the strategy based on how things play out. Akung finally spoke in a relaxed tone. Just as Vice Captain Luke said, this is a team effort for everyone's benefit, and I'm just the temporary captain here. So if anyone feels disappointed in me, you're free to leave. I won't stop you. His eyes then hardened. But since I'm the one leading this team as its captain, from now on, you will follow my orders. Luke was still unsatisfied, muttering under his breath, unbelievable. All this just because he knows a little something about the monsters. But before he could finish, Javi cut in sharply. Enough. Save that for after the mission. Everyone just wanted to get this over with quickly. Luke scoffed. This damn level 9 rookie. Akwang kept his eyes forward, but he felt that hostile stare, thinking to himself that in the past, an open enemy like this would have completely crushed his spirit. No matter the world, bullies always prey on the weak they see as a threat. That kind of cruelty is just innate, unavoidable. He'd been a victim of it himself. Like Tuham and countless others, the only way out was to get stronger. But he wasn't the same Akwang anymore. Akwang stood. That's enough empty talk. It looks like we're crossing the swamp to reach the next area. Javi remembered her last attempt, adding, Right. I made it halfway and saw the entrance to the next zone. We can't avoid attacks from the shadow demons hiding inside. Their attack patterns are totally unpredictable. If things go south, we might have to use the rescue whistle. Worst case scenario, we're all dead. Akwang answered casually. It's a different situation now. It's dangerous, sure, but no need to worry. Havai shot back. You have a plan? Akwang looked at him, his gaze firm. I'll stay behind and lure the monsters out. You lead everyone to the next area, and I'll catch up. Victor was stunned. You're going to lure them all by yourself? That's way too dangerous. Javi agreed. I respect your strength, but we don't even know how many are in there. I can't approve such a reckless plan. Hearing the plan, Luke just burst out laughing. Haha, and I thought you had a grand strategy. This is just pathetic. Anyone could think of that. Fine, do it. But don't expect us to care when you die. Akwang ignored Luke's words, turning to Victor. Victor, here's the optimal route. Memorize it to keep everyone out of the danger zones. He looked at the map, baffled. Huh? What? How do you even know this route? Akwang stepped forward, blade in hand, brimming with confidence. Luring them isn't the end. It's only the beginning. I'm going to defeat every single one of these monsters alone. You all go ahead, I'll catch up. He looked at them with dead seriousness. I don't want to waste any more time. Tell me, have I ever done anything carelessly up to now? He walked off with absolute conviction. The others, stunned into silence, could only watch him go. Akwang waved back at them. Get into formation and wait for my signal. He stepped into the swamp, left foot, then right. This is worse than I thought, he mused, but this terrain is perfect for my lightning attacks. Luke stared at Ha-Vi. Captain, you really trust him? A level 9 rookie against a whole swarm of shadow demons? The captain replied calmly, I don't know. I can't say I trust him, but that determination of his. Victor cut in. I trust him. His rank doesn't matter. Just follow his plan. He even gave us a precise route. Down in the swamp, an incredible surge of power erupted from a Kwang. A purple killing intent swirled around his body. Any normal person surrounded by this many shadow demons in a swamp would die from sheer terror. Bubbles started rising from below, and suddenly, a monster burst from the water, lunging right at him. It was a swamp demon. A status window appeared, displaying its information and weaknesses. A Kwang raised his sword, his voice a low growl. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Come on out, you bastards. He swung his blade once, slicing the monster clean in two as blood and gore splashed into the water. A Kwang saw this and let out a wicked grin. So, they don't have a physical form, just dark masses that hide in the swamp after attacking. No wonder we couldn't find their weak spots. Then he unleashed lightning chain into the water. A current blasted from his sword, spreading across the surface at lightning speed. Zapped, the monsters shrieked as they surfaced, swarming toward him like a pack of hungry wolves. A notification confirmed the lure was successful. He was satisfied. All the monsters were now gathered. For normal adventurers, this kind of unstable footing would be fatal. But with his supreme physique, it wasn't a problem. Without a moment's hesitation, a Kwang bolted, sprinting hard in the opposite direction. With the swarm of monsters right behind him, he yelled back, Ha-Vi, lead the others along the route I gave you. The team on the shore could only stare in shock. Did he actually lure out every last one of the shadow demons? What kind of insane ability was this? How was he running across the swamp without even sinking? With Captain Kieran on their team, it felt like they could beat any mission. He was clearly more than just a temporary leader. Victor puffed his chest out with pride and said, See? I told you so. You believe me now, don't you? Luke was speechless. He admitted that he'd completely underestimated the man. The imposing Harvey walked ahead, saying, Don't just stand there, let's go. Meanwhile, Captain Kieran was still distracting the monsters. Follow me, Victor. Lead us down that path. He immediately replied, Yes, sir. Kieran ran relentlessly as notifications popped up. Lure successful. Designated area reached. Suddenly, Kieran stopped dead in his tracks and turned to the monsters. This is the combat zone. He would settle things right here. He channeled power into his sword. Piercing attacks are effective, aren't they? So let's add some lightning to these piercing attacks. They won't stand a chance. A blast of sword energy shot forward, piercing a monster clean through. It shrieked in agony before slowly sinking into the water as the others watched in shock. He looked at the monsters with confidence. They had plenty of time, no need to rush. Elsewhere, the group had finally reached a safe area. They cheered. We did it. We're out of the swamp. We've never made it this far before. Every other team had failed to cross this place. It was all thanks to Captain Kieran. Even Harvey was impressed. We actually made it through. Suddenly, Victor rushed over to Harvey, shouting, The boss trigger point is right up ahead. We've reached the boss area. Harvey yelled in surprise. Are you serious? Luke, however, was thrilled. Awesome. The others buzzed with excitement too, and it doesn't even look like a particularly tough boss. The swamp was probably the hardest part. Does everyone want to go? Should we head in? But didn't Captain Kieran tell us to wait? Victory is right in front of us. We're not going to lose now. Let's show Captain Kieran what we can do. I'm dying to. But this is still hard mode. Luke calmed everyone down. Relax. We're going to wait for Captain Kieran. Hearing this, everyone around him just froze. Huh? Captain Kieran, what's going on? Luke looked away, clearing his throat before finally admitting it. I doubted his strength, but we only got this far because of him. His power is truly impressive. Since we've reached the boss area, it's better to wait for Captain Kieran and go in together. Harvey and Victor glanced at each other, completely stunned. Suddenly, Harvey slapped Luke so hard on the back he started coughing, then laughed in praise. Even you're a believer now, huh? Good. No need to feel awkward about it. We'll wait for Captain Kieran. Luke shyly turned away as Victor spoke up with a hint of sarcasm. Well done, Vice Captain. This is definitely the safest choice. But just as the mood was getting cheerful, a voice cut through, grabbing everyone's attention. Were you all waiting for me? I've already taken care of all the dark demons. The boss area is right ahead. We can regroup here. A battered figure appeared, yet he was surrounded by an incredibly impressive aura. It was Kieran. He said, Let's go ahead and finish this hard mode mission. A character panel popped up, showing his stats had increased by a lot. Seeing him, Everyone started talking. Did he really defeat all of them by himself? He's so strong. Luke said to Victor. Who exactly is Captain Kieran? I almost forgot he's only level 9. Victor looked just as lost. Honestly, I don't know much about him either. Harvey gazed at him with admiration. After this mission, he had to introduce this guy to the guildmaster. At the boss's stronghold, a bird landed casually on a tree branch. But the second it saw the boss, it flew away in terror. A status window appeared. Kieran could now see all of the boss's information. It was Sam Quare, the Swamp Guardian, with a swamp-spitting skill to stop any intruders. It also revealed his weakness. The skill needed time to activate and could be interrupted. Kieran, still fiddling with his Eye of God skill, asked Luke, "Isn't there a final gate for the boss?" Luke calmly explained that hard mode missions don't necessarily have a final boss gate. Whether trigger points or a final gate appear depends on the boss's strength, not the overall difficulty of the mission. Luke continued, "It's not unheard of. Even if the mission isn't challenging, a powerful boss can still have its own final gate." Kieran frowned slightly as he listened, thinking back. He got it now. So the boss's power was the real key. That one-eyed giant he saw in the Night Kololit's domain must have been a unique type among the dark demons. For some reason, that single eye had filled him with an overwhelming sense of fear. Just then, Luke, brimming with newfound confidence, swung his blade lightly. "Come on, let's head to the trigger point. Victory is right in front of us." But A Chang immediately stopped him. "Wait." The guy instantly backed down, rubbing his hands together. "Yes, Captain A Chang." A Chang gave Javi an order. "Get the mages and the fastest members over here." He was confused by the request but obeyed without question. And just like that, a moment later, the requested team members were all gathered. They sat beside him, awaiting his command. Victor's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly, "You've got another plan, don't you? Something worth waiting for?" Achang replied casually. "Yes, now listen closely. Javi will lead the warrior team and fight as usual, while the mages will form pairs and prep their most powerful spells. Wait for my signal. Equip cursed items, like bleed or poison vials. Give those to the members with high agility." Hearing this, Victor couldn't help but ask, "Cursed items?" A Chang calmly explained. "Right. The boss has absurdly high HP, and on hard mode, that number doubles. Cursed items will make this fight much easier. Surround the boss with our fastest members and constantly apply those cursed items. This will keep its attention scattered and help us manage its massive health pool." He turned his head, his face filled with confidence. "Mages, stay beside me, ready to interrupt the boss's skills. Form small groups, time your cooldowns, and stagger your casting." Javi was completely floored by what Ah Chang was saying. How could he possibly know all of this stuff? What a seriously formidable guy. Someone beside him just grinned and said, "See? I told you so. With Captain A Chang leading, this mission is a cakewalk. We can trust him." A Chang slowly rose to his feet, rallying everyone. "All right, let's take this boss down in one clean shot." The entire team jumped up, automatically moving to their assigned roles. Outside the portal, a crowd was whispering amongst themselves. The Big Goat team went in with their rookies, and they picked hard mode? Seriously? Depending on a mission's difficulty, the color of the portal is different. Whether it was for showing off or something else, that red door meant hard mode, a choice that could easily cost them their lives. Captain sneered from the crowd, laughing loudly. Of course, the Big Goats let a human be their captain this time. He activated hard mode immediately. They must have been tricked by that human. They can't even clear the normal mode, and now they're trying their luck on hard. Absolutely pathetic. They'll probably use a recall horn and run away any second now. He thought to himself. The Big Goats, that weirdo squad under Chow's command. A group of clowns in demon territory. They've been hogging the spotlight for way too long. When they finally panic and flee, he was going to humiliate them in front of everyone. Meanwhile, back inside the mission, a brutal fight was unfolding. The boss and Havi's group were clashing non-stop. Blood was flying everywhere. Victor, who was with Aquang on the sidelines, asked nervously, "Hey, shouldn't we be providing magic support?" Kyung just stated calmly, "No. I know its attack patterns. Just stay put and wait for my command." Just then, the boss suddenly bloated its body, shocking Javi. It swelled to a monstrous size and let out a deafening roar. Seizing that exact moment, Aquang commanded, "Mage Group 2, attack now." Instantly, a powerful blast of magic slammed into the boss, leaving Havi stunned yet again. Again? Did Captain Aquang predict this too? The rear guard charged forward without hesitation. Ah Chang stood, facing the monster head-on. And then, 15 minutes later, the boss was defeated. The entire team erupted into cheers of celebration. Whoa, we won. I can't believe we actually killed the boss. First clear, we got the first clear. Havai was in shock. To clear this mission on the very first attempt. Who is this A. Chang? He had to introduce him to the guildmaster. If he officially joined their guild, their accomplishments would absolutely skyrocket. Someone else chimed in. We have to recommend him to the leader. He's not just unbelievably strong, he can actually predict the mission's objectives. With him on the team, no mission or reconnaissance would ever be a challenge again. After defeating the boss, he hit level 10, and his stats jumped. A. Chang said excitedly, Man, it feels great to absorb all the boss's experience. He finally reached level 10. Only 2 more stages until he reached his goal. He thought to himself, I think I can actually do this. A notification window then appeared, awarding him a black armor disguise set for reaching level 10. He was thrilled. Oh, I get a bonus for reaching certain levels? Let's check it out. He then tapped the control panel. Immediately, a suit of armor materialized, wrapping itself around his body. The status panel showed the armor's information and his new stats. A. Chuang thought, when the beastman's suit is hidden, this armor will appear instead. It seems like my body is changing too. Is it adapting to my needs? I'll have to test it next time. From a distance, Victor shouts, Whoa, who's this handsome guy? Alex just brushes it off, saying it's only his new gear. Victor keeps it up, joking that if Alex looked this cool from the start, he never would have called him a weakling. But while everyone else is laughing, Haley gets serious. Hey Alex, we need your help with something. He immediately asks what's up. Outside, a crowd is gathered, led by a man named Kaplan, who's just sneering at them with contempt. Look, they're coming out, he yells. Let's see this for ourselves. The big goats are way too cocky. But then a system announcement. The big goats party completed the mission. Kaplan is absolutely stunned. What? Is this for real? They didn't just clear it, they cleared it on hard mode. A hand reaches out from the portal, and then the entire big goats team steps through, welcomed by a massive roar from the crowd. That human warrior in black armor. He did this? Yeah. The big goats made him their leader, and he got it done instantly. A young guy like him? What guild is he from? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Haley can't help but smile. It's been so long since we've been surrounded by a cheering crowd like this, she thinks. And it's all because of Alex. She'd promised to bring him to her association and recommend him. Victor whispers to Alex, Everyone's talking about you now, but our hero just seems relaxed. This is only the second time this kind of thing has happened since he arrived in this world. It feels different. Victor then turns to Kaplan, laying on the sarcasm. Oh, you're still here? So sorry, but the big goats just snagged a first clear and a new record. Kaplan's face turns red with anger. That's only because you had some ringer on your team. At this, Alex raises an eyebrow. A ringer? Alex asks calmly. What was that you were saying about me earlier? One look from him and Kaplan starts to tremble. I'm sorry. I was wrong, please forgive me, he begs. Have you considered joining our association? We should work together. You can name your price. What should we call you? Kaplan thinks to himself that this guy is definitely no ordinary person. He realizes that if a high-level quest drops, and Alex's power is real, he would be an absolutely incredible asset. Suddenly, the crowd just mobs him, with everyone shouting for his contact info. My guild wants to talk to you too. Won't you join us? Someone else yells. We'll give you a huge reward. The endless offers make Kaplan furious. He screams, Get in line. I asked him first. You'll all have to wait your turn. Alex watches all this, a strange feeling washing over him. It's the same everywhere. Talented people are always in high demand. The major associations will always fight over powerful heroes. If you're strong, you are wanted, no matter where you go. Alex doesn't answer anyone. Seeing her chance, Haley pushes through the crowd and shouts, He's coming with our Key U association. Now make way. And just like that, he walks away through the parting crowd. Meanwhile, in the northern city of the Beast Tribe, golden sunlight bathes everything in a gentle glow. The citizens are suddenly drawn to an unexpected sight. It's Alex and the big goats, marching into the city with their heads held high and full of confidence. The crowd stares, eyes wide with surprise as whispers spread like wildfire. Isn't that the big goats from the Key U Guild? Their captain is supposed to be Haley, but since when is it a human? Who in the world is that guy? I've never seen him. No idea. But he must be incredibly strong. Even though their levels are hidden, they guess he's at least level 19. Are you kidding? Haley is already level 18. That guy has to be at least level 20. Alex stops in front of a large building, turning to his team. Wait here for a minute, he says. He remembers a smiling face, thinking to himself that he'd promised he would meet her here at the Adventurers Association. He isn't sure if she's here right now, But since he's about to become the Kyu Guild's leader, it would be amazing if they went together. He really wants to see her. Inside the Guild Management Association, an adventurer tells some orcs, "I'm on a diet, so I'll pass." One of them insists, "If you're not eating, what about a drink? You came all this way." Another one chimes in, "At least have one little drink with us." "That's right. We've asked you so many times. Don't disappoint us." Suddenly, Alex strides in, walking right between the two huge orcs. "Let me through," he says flatly. One of the orcs, his face flushing with anger, immediately barks back. "Hey kid, we're having a discussion here. Are you looking for a beating?" The other orc narrows his eyes, his voice full of aggression. "Don't you know how to wait in line? And hey, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." The guild manager, however, recognizes him instantly. "Oh, it's that kid. Looks like you've changed quite a bit." The big orc looks over, his tone a mix of confusion and excitement. You're the one who took our mission, right? Where'd you steal all that gear?" Another one sneers, laughing right in his face. He probably spent every last penny he had to buy it. But Alex ignores them completely, calmly asking, "Is Anne here?" They'd agreed to meet here, and apparently the woman had been completely honest, giving him the info he needed. But the manager says she hasn't seen that woman all day, aside from these two loudmouths. No one's been around. Hearing that, the two thugs start mocking him. "You hear that? Besides two loudmouths, nobody's here." "Exactly." Then one of them finally has a realization. "Wait, are we the loudmouths she's talking about?" The guild manager calmly exhales a cloud of smoke. "Looks like you two finally caught on." Enraged, the buzzcut guy slams the table and yells right in her face, "This witch is mocking us." Ace's hand moves, subtly activating his ultimate physique. "Can't you tell she's not in a good mood?" The man snatches his hand back, terrified by Ace's power. So strong. "Who is this kid?" He stammers, "You reckless punk." His ponytailed friend quickly stops him. "There are guards here. Picking a fight right now is a bad idea. Let's go outside." The buzzcut thug roars next to his ear. "Come on, human. It's fighting time." Seething with rage, he keeps hurling insults. "Don't think you can show off just because you bought your gear with money. I'll knock you out in a single punch." Ace just follows them, glancing back to speak. "She might still be busy. My apologies for causing a disturbance here." But the guild manager reaches out, trying to stop him. "Wait. If you go out with them, you'll get beaten. You should stay here where the guards can protect you." Bathed in a brilliant light, he leaves her with one confident line. "I'll be fine," as the two thugs start threatening him again. "If you don't want to get beaten up in here, then get outside and face us. A human causing a ruckus in Beastman territory. You've got some nerve." Just then, Harvey spots him and calls out, "Captain Ace, what's going on?" At those words, the two thugs freeze solid, like a pair of statues. The guild manager peeks out from the doorway, curious. "Who is this kid, really?" Ace's cape flutters as he responds calmly. "It's nothing. These guys just wanted to challenge me to a fight." His squad's faces darken as they start to sneer. "Huh? What did you just say? These two challenged our captain?" Seeing the whole team ready to throw down, they make a run for it. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Victor steps forward from the team, watching them flee with a curious look. "What in the world is going on?" Ace bows his head and answers quietly, "Pay it no mind. My partner isn't here. Let's just head to the association." In the evening light, his voice is surprisingly gentle. "Besides, the mission is already over. You all don't have to keep calling me captain anymore." Harvey just laughs. "That's just like you." The scene then shifts to the Q Guild's conference room. "Congratulations, everyone, on completing the mission on your first attempt and setting a new record." Suddenly, Q's expression turns deadly serious, his sharp eyes scanning the room. "But you want a human warrior for future missions?" He looks at Q, his eyes shining with praise for the captain. "Ace is an exceptional talent. It's thanks to him that we were able to complete this new mission. That is why we want to invite him to join our guild, to help us with more difficult quests for even greater rewards. It would be well worth it." But Jeetam, sitting opposite, lets out a small, dismissive laugh. "But it's also a mistake, isn't it? His whole team is human, but our guild president is a beastman. A beastman guild, being led by some human? It makes absolutely no sense. Besides, you've only just met this guy, correct? What if he's a spy from another guild?" Hearing that accusation, Ace just slightly raises an eyebrow. "A spy?" Someone else shrugs, explaining to him, "Jeetam has a point, you know. Captain Harvey, Guild President Q, and Jeetam founded this guild together. That's why their opinions always carry so much weight." Victor crosses his arms, his face flushing red with anger as he raises his voice to object. "That guy always treats us like outsiders because the president is a beastman." Maybe the president is just blinded because Jedam comes from the same tribe. Someone quickly claps a hand over his mouth. Victor, you need to take those words back right now. He pauses for a moment before explaining. Other guilds are desperately trying to improve, taking on high-reward missions with Ace's help. Our own efficiency would improve dramatically. Harvey quickly adds to the discussion. We can personally vouch for him. His observation skills and his analytical abilities are incredibly impressive. Jedam, however, just cuts in again with a contemptuous smirk on his face. You may need another captain, but we certainly don't need your team. Aren't you one of the people dragging this entire guild down? And of course, he trusted the guy they were both human. Because of that, they should understand one another. Why even ask that question? Only humankind can truly understand each other, right? He slammed his hand on the table, furious. What are you trying to say? Are you questioning my loyalty to the guild and my own team? Our team has worked its tail off to get the best results for this guild. Our efficiency might not be as high as yours, but we have fought for this guild for a very long time. The man was a bit flustered by his argument, but he quickly came up with a comeback. Our Beastmen guild has become a laughingstock because of Javi's human party. If the other guilds find out we chose a human as a leader, we'll be ridiculed and this guild could fall apart. Guild president, surely you understand that, right? Think about the future of our entire guild. He turned his head to Q and posed the question. What do you think, guild president? He put on a conflicted expression before finally passing the buck. Perhaps we should go with Dom's suggestion. I sympathize with Javi's feelings right now, but we need to solve our own problems ourselves. Then he looked towards the back of the room, his tone casual but firm. We will see our human friend off with hospitality. Javi stood frozen in the middle of the room, his jaw still hanging open. The president finally closed his eyes, realizing what had just happened. I understand. Just then, a Kung suddenly spoke up in front of the entire guild. I came here for Captain Javi, so in this situation, I'll be leaving too. He gently nudged his elbow against the captain's chest in encouragement. Don't worry, you have trustworthy companions. Javi's entire team looked at a Kung with serious expressions, a silent farewell. Javi's eyes widened at a Kung's actions. He waved to them, then turned and left without hesitation. I'm out. It was a pleasure fighting alongside all of you. They watched him go with eyes full of regret. A Kung calmly left them with one last line. If we're fated, we'll meet again. But until then, I'll keep on leveling up. Dom, the goat, leaned back in his chair, not even bothering to look at him as he spoke. Take care, human. The president shot a glare his way, his voice a stern warning. Dom, do you even understand? He had the potential to change the entire future of this guild. We would have been stronger with his help. But now, we've lost that chance. The man's sharp gaze held a hint of contempt, his lips curling slightly. How ridiculous. What could that human warrior possibly do? The fact that the mission was completed was just pure luck. He then led his team out of the room without a single look back. Enough, let's go, and don't you dare regret this. Meanwhile, a Kung was standing outside the guild, new ideas already spinning in his head. Where should I go to level up next? Or maybe I should go find her first. I need to apologize for ruining the shirt she worked so hard to make for me. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice sliced through the air. I finally found you. He instantly recognized the person in front of him. You've been following me this whole time, but why? The dog beastman who once mocked a Kung had a rare, friendly look on his face as he spoke cheerfully. Please, help me. We just received a very difficult mission at our guild. Our guild president asked me to find someone strong, and you are a perfect fit for the job. Our guild will welcome you with open arms. I couldn't forget you after seeing your power. The rewards and conditions are all in your favor. Please, we are waiting for you. A Kung gently rubbed his chin, a slight gleam in his eyes. The rewards and terms are in my favor, you say? So what's the mission? A Kung thought to himself that this was getting interesting. If I can complete the quest solo and get extra money, this is an absolute win. The beastman bowed, leading the way while speaking in a deeply respectful tone. This is great, but the situation is a bit urgent. The mission requires us to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. Follow me, the guild president is waiting. A Kung radiated the powerful aura of an expert as he walked straight through the crowd. He calmly asked, a rescue mission for a kidnapping? Your guild actually takes requests like that? The man answered with some hesitation. A guild needs more than just honor. They also need an income. For any guild, mission requests are a part of the revenue stream. He paused for a moment, then continued. Usually, the Adventurers Guild competes with us for the high-paying jobs. In this city, our pack guild is pretty famous, but we only just received this request. A Kung's interest was piqued. A rivalry between guilds? The reward must be pretty generous then. About 5 gold coins, right? In his mind, however, Akung was already doing the math. The previous estate request he took paid 3 gold coins, which wasn't bad at all. The beastman immediately replied with a serious voice, but this was no simple job. The hostage was the daughter of a hugely wealthy and famous family. Thinking about that massive reward, he couldn't help but whistle. 500 gold coins, a full 100 times a normal emergency request. That kind of money could fund the entire guild for a whole year. Given how things are, if you help us, we'll split it with you. Half. Ethan couldn't hold back his shock. What, 500 gold? And you're really giving me half of that? Ethan was ecstatic on the inside. 250 gold coins he would be set. Vey led Ethan toward the pay guild. Hurry, get inside. The guildmaster is waiting for you. All around them, everyone stared, quietly sizing him up and wondering if this was the guy their captain mentioned. Inside, Wenton took a furious drag from his cigar, shouting, "It's already been 3 days. Tomorrow is the kidnapper's deadline. So what have you accomplished? Let me make this perfectly clear. If you fail this mission, you'll pay 10 times the reward in damages. Otherwise, I'll make sure none of you ever dare show your faces around here again. Don't you dare underestimate me." The pay guild's master nervously replied, "They're just unreasonable. We're formulating a plan right now. We will absolutely rescue your daughter tomorrow." Hugh, who was covered in bandages, hesitantly spoke up. 10 times the reward. That's 5,000 gold. We can't possibly pay that. Wenton's face flushed with rage as he shot to his feet. "You're making a plan? You told me that on day 1 and you've gotten nowhere. I hear you've already failed multiple times. What exactly do you take me for?" Vey peeked in from the doorway, suddenly piping up. "Ah, so that's the client?" Ethan glanced at the furious Wenton. "That huge guy over there is the client?" After watching him for a moment, Ethan spoke again. "I can tell he's loaded. By the way, didn't you send a rescue team?" Vey answered, completely deflated. "We did. Sent a team out immediately," Vey started, then paused. "But the location is up in the mountains. We couldn't exactly be subtle. At first, we sent a team of 15 members, average level 20. The vice master even went. We were feeling pretty confident. Remembering what happened, Vey visibly shuddered. But we couldn't even reach the enemy base, let alone rescue the hostage. We ran into countless traps and ambushes on their turf. They had about 20 men, average level 19. Their leader is a level 25 berserker. If it had been a straight fight, we would have won. But it was an absolute disaster." Vey sighed, continuing his story. "After that, we sent 3 more rescue teams with our best fighters, but every single attempt ended in complete and utter failure." Ethan didn't respond right away, slowly analyzing the situation. Just approaching the base was a disadvantage. With over 10 people, they'd be way too obvious. Plus, after that first failure, the enemy was probably even stronger now, and they were likely expecting another attack. Vey scratched his head, completely defeated. "We realized we had to stop using brute force and start thinking smarter, but after failing so many times, we've wasted too much time. That's why. Considering the time limit, the guildmaster urgently summoned you. This is critical." Vey grabbed Ethan's shoulder desperately. "We've only got one last chance. If we fail this time, the hostage dies." His face was a mess of tears as he begged. "The pay guild's reputation will be destroyed. We'll be buried in compensation fees. Please, you have to help us." Ethan, slightly amused, just replied calmly. "Hey, calm down." Ethan started putting the pieces together. Target on a mountain. Traps everywhere. The enemy's average level was 19. Their strongest fighter was a level 25 berserker, and now, he himself was level 10. No problem. With his divine eye and his cloning skills, yeah, this should be fine. Though, the sacrifice skill was too costly. He might need another strategy. Wenton, fuming, continued his threats. "Let me repeat myself. If you fail, you will either pay 10 times the reward in damages, or you will disband this guild immediately. 10 times the reward, you understand me? That's 5,000 gold coins." Ethan glanced over at him. It was all about the money. Wenton hadn't mentioned his own daughter once. Wenton pressed on. "Answer me. Will this mission succeed or not? If it doesn't, you better have 5,000 gold ready." The guildmaster tried to bargain. "Well, 5,000 gold isn't exactly something I have on hand." Hugh interjected. "Please, sir, calm down. We are preparing a plan. We will rescue your daughter. And then," Ethan finally spoke up, "she can be rescued." Surprised, Wenton spun around to face the person who had just spoken. Akwang declared with certainty, "Your daughter will be saved. We'll bring her back tomorrow." But Wenton just glared and pointed. Guildmaster Pei, who is this? It seems this little human brat is all talk and no action. Pei hesitated, unsure how to answer, but Vi stepped forward to whisper, Master, this is the one I told you about. It seems he's accepted the mission. Yes, that's him. Wenton just chuckled. Just think about it, a monster guild with a human as a member. Fine, whatever. You said you could do it, so let's just see what happens tomorrow. Wenton took a drag from his cigarette, his voice low. Don't forget, if you fail, that's 5,000 gold coins. A Kwong, completely unfazed, shot right back at him. In that case, Wenton, let's make a bet. If I can rescue your daughter, you'll double the reward to 10,000 gold. Wenton just sneered at him. Are you an idiot? You think you can trick me? A Kwong calmly replied. Wait, if I fail, I'll pay you 50,000 gold. I'll give you 10 times what you're asking. How about it? His words made everyone's blood boil with disbelief. Wenton couldn't believe he dared to play so big. 50,000? Remember, you're the one who started this. He accepted excitedly. All right, it's a deal. If you rescue her, the reward is doubled. But if you fail, you'll owe me 50,000 gold coins. After drawing up a contract, Wenton shoved it in front of Pei, shouting, Now sign it! Pei's hand trembled as he held the pen. 5,000 gold or 50,000. We shouldn't choose either one. After Guildmaster Pei signed the contract, Wenton left with a triumphant smirk. All right, let's wait for tomorrow's results. Once Wenton was gone, Hu frantically asked the Guildmaster, Why did you sign that? When Pei didn't answer, Hu turned on a Kwong. Hey, you human kid? You've really pushed our guild to the brink this time. Hu kept at it. I've been to that place, and it's not some simple request. Where are you getting all this confidence? A Kwong casually replied, Who knows? Maybe I have a chance. Who knows? You think you have some ace up your sleeve? That's 50,000 gold coins we're talking about. Hu couldn't hide his fury. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, shouting, Guildmaster, the Mages Association is here. Pei turned in surprise. He ordered the man to let him in immediately. A Kwong looked a bit surprised. The head of the Mages Association? If I remember correctly. Hu saw the man walking in and said with relief, You're finally here. Dao Cash looked at them and smiled. Guildmaster Pei, Vice Master Hu, I hope you're both well. Pei politely invited him to sit. So it's Doc. Times are tough, aren't they? Please, have a seat. Hu, standing nearby, also chimed in. I called you here to help heal my wounds. Our guild's mages couldn't handle it. Please help us. Dao Cash replied. That's what I came for. I hope you're all right, Vice Master Hu. I heard you led a mission and got injured like this. Hu replied, It's nothing. As he spoke, Dao Cash began casting a healing spell for him. Is this about Wenton's request? I heard his daughter was kidnapped, right? This must be a difficult mission. Wherever the magical light touched, Hu's wounds began to heal. He replied to Dao Cash, Yes, it's quite difficult. So difficult that the guild has been pushed into a corner. Looking at his vanishing wounds, Hu was overjoyed. Oh, I can feel my wounds healing. Doc, you're truly in a class of your own. A Kwong, who had been observing from the side, let out a small smile. Though it's difficult, I believe we can succeed. He looked at Dao Cash. Doc, we meet again. Only then did Dao Cash notice a Kwong, replying in shock. Oh, a Kwong. What are you doing here? Hu asked, stunned and suspicious. Oh, you two know each other? After a quick explanation, Dao Cash understood the whole situation. I see. You were asked to help with a difficult mission. He took a sip of tea, considering it. I think you can do it. A Kwong humbly replied, Thank you. I'll do my best. Pei turned to Vi and whispered, They seem close, don't they? Doc isn't someone who's easy to approach. He glanced at A Kwong, then continued. I had to use quite a bit of influence just to get him to come here. Who is A Kwong, really? Vi replied grimly, I don't know, but it seems he's much stronger than we imagined. Hu, flexing his newly healed hand, looked at them. Well, that's good then. A Kwong, let's do this mission together. My experience might be useful to you. But it was clear he didn't fully trust A Kwong's abilities yet. As Vice Master, it's also my responsibility to keep an eye on you. A Kwong just smiled. I don't mind. He stood up and walked toward the main door. Your wounds should be almost healed, right? Let's go. Dao Cash watched him leave and offered a gentle warning. Be careful. Hu just stared after him, surprised. Huh? You're in way too much of a hurry. Pei then approached Dao Cash and asked quietly, Guildmaster, do you know him? We don't know much about him. A Kwong is said to be quite strong, and we were desperate so we called him. We're worried about his actual capabilities. Dao Catch watched Kwang's retreating back. Ah yes, I know him. He recently passed the White Mage exam. Model. Dao Catch began his praise, saying he was the youngest White Mage in Northern and the most talented he'd ever seen. And on top of that, an extremely powerful warrior, the only person he knew who had single-handedly conquered Ko. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd. A White Mage? And he cleared CO all by himself? Dao Catch simply stroked his beard and smiled. I can't say for sure, but it seems he's far stronger than we realized. Hu scurried behind a Kung, nagging him endlessly. What's your plan? The sun's about to set, so start explaining. Look, don't be angry, but we're betting everything on this game, and you raised the stakes to 50,000 gold without consulting anyone. Hu was starting to panic. I'm getting seriously worried now. How can you be so confident about this? A Kung calmly tried to reassure him. Don't worry about me. I understand how you feel. Careful preparation is what's most important. You know this place well, right? Then lead the way. Hu immediately shot back. Where are we going for supplies? He patted his large bag. We already have 2 sets of medical kits and standard supplies right here. We probably don't need to buy anything else. But let me make this clear. The guild is not reimbursing us for this, got it? A Kung just grinned. No, I want to go to the arena. Hu was stunned. The arena? You want to go watch a fight? You have to be joking, right? Seeing Hu's dejected face, he thought that perhaps a warrior like him wasn't suited for this kind of mission. Hu, slightly annoyed, whispered under his breath, We're here. And let me remind you, tomorrow is the deadline. If we fail, there's no going back. Hu approached Ott, the gatekeeper of the arena, and asked, What kind of matches are scheduled for today? But a Kung suddenly cut in, I don't want to watch any match. I want to join one. Sign me up. Hu spun around, shocked. Wait a minute, what? You want to join a fight? What are you even saying? This is completely absurd. The gatekeeper, Ott, didn't ask any more questions and just gestured him inside. If you're serious, go in, fill out the form, and pay the entrance fee yourself. A Kung cracked his knuckles, a deadly glint in his eyes. He planned to use his divine selection system to change his attributes to that of an assassin. This particular mission required an assassin, someone who could blend in and eliminate a target without drawing too much attention. By fighting in the arena, he could select the most suitable assassin skills and then replicate them for himself. Inside the blazing arena, wild cheers ripped through the silent night, pushing the atmosphere to a boiling point. Countless pairs of fiery eyes were locked on the center stage. A dramatic battle was raging between a massive, beast-like man and a cat person who had only one arm. Bitman Chai growled in fury, panting after a relentless barrage from his opponent, a curse escaping his gritted teeth. Damn it, you're making me wait. But deep within his beastly eyes, a growing anxiety started to show. How could he be this fast with only one arm? This was a tough one. A cold smirk appeared on Nazato's lips. Bring it on, he taunted, as if poking at the very core of his opponent's rage. Bitman Chai stomped his foot hard on the cold stone floor. A horrifying crack echoed as the ground shook violently. He swung his gigantic battle axe, unleashing his signature move. Hero's Roar. The dark steel blade hurtled forward, tearing through the air as the beast roared. A true warrior has no time for these stupid cat games. A cold glint, as sharp as a razor's edge, flashed in Nazato's long feline eyes. His slender body seemed to phase through the air, disappearing and reappearing like lightning, causing Bitman Chai's powerful swing to hit nothing but empty space. The beast of a man let out a choked gasp of pure astonishment. Why, I can't even hit him. The moment the words left his mouth, Nazato launched his surprise attack. A shadow darted past like a thunderbolt, landing a fatal blow that sent Bitman Chai to his knees, his colossal body crashing to the arena floor. From above, Nazato looked down on his defeated foe, his expression empty as he spoke with cold contempt. Creatures of darkness only know how to roar uselessly. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. The match is over. Nazato is victorious once again. Priests, please attend to Bitman Chai immediately. The cat person's absolute victory was like throwing gasoline on the roaring fire of the crowd's excitement. A deafening roar of cheers erupted, mixing with the explosive crackle of celebratory fireworks as the audience buzzed. Excited shouts and curious questions about the mysterious cat person warrior spread like wildfire through the frenzied crowd. So that was Nazato's surprise attack? An astonished voice called out. I heard Nazato is from the east, another person mused. Yeah, I heard that too. No wonder he's so strong. The person next to him immediately chimed in, his eyes full of admiration. Standing in the crowd, a Kung's gaze was fixed on the arena, a look of awe on his face. Whoa, those are some impressive skills. Beside him, Hu shivered with worry. To win, you'd at least have to be an assassin. You probably don't stand a chance. That man is an assassin from the East. Nizato has become quite famous lately. Nizato's record in the arena is 31 wins, 6 losses, and 3 draws. He's held the #1 lightweight spot for months now. Tons of guilds around here are desperate to recruit him, Hugh added, unable to hide just how much his own guild coveted Nizato's talent. Hearing this, Ethan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Is that Eastern assassin really all that powerful? Hugh sighed, his voice low and helpless. You don't know about the Eastern assassins? Where have you been? He calmly explained anyway. There are a lot of mysterious and powerful guilds on this continent. The Eastern Assassins Guild is one of them. Nizato comes from that very guild. Rumor is he was exiled and lost an arm. I don't know the details, but he is a brutal man. Hearing this, Ethan fell into thought. An Assassin's Guild. Sounds like some kind of secret underground organization. Hugh nodded. That's right. You can't know a single thing about it unless you become one of them. Just then, the loudspeaker boomed again, drawing everyone's attention. Next up is a new fighter. Whoa, this guy has absolutely zero experience in the arena. The announcer's excited voice called out an unfamiliar name. Ethan had asked to fight an assassin, but unfortunately for him, he was being pitted against Nizato. This should be a very interesting match. A thunderous wave of mocking laughter rolled through the arena when they heard about Ethan's clean slate. Whispers of mockery and doubt about his abilities echoed everywhere. No experience? Ha ha ha, go home and train some more, one doubtful voice called out. Who even is that guy? Even our own beast warrior couldn't defeat Nizato. Another replied, the arena just wants entry fees. That's why they let these weaklings fight. Come on, hurry up. I can't wait to laugh in his face. An eager, mocking voice rose from the crowd. But after hearing Ethan's introduction, Nizato himself was surprised, his cat-like eyes flashing with confusion. No experience? Is he insane? Ethan just offered a small smile to Hugh. I'm going now. A smile that was strangely, unnervingly calm. He quickly stepped onto the blood-soaked arena floor. But Hugh, panicked, tried to stop him. I can't believe you're fighting Nizato. You're just an amateur. There's no way you can win. He just had to remind him. You saw the last match, right? As the arena cleric, I can heal you so you won't die. But it's going to hurt. A lot. Still, Ethan maintained that gentle, breezy smile. No experience? He asked. That doesn't matter. It's not like you can change the outcome anyway. Hugh just shook his head, watching helplessly as he walked away. Pointless. Why act so tough? What's all that confidence for, anyway? In the stands, the roar of the crowd was like a tidal wave. Down on the sand, Nizato stood directly in front of Ethan. He tilted his head slightly, his sharp, cat-like eyes trying to see right through his opponent. No experience? Nizato offered some sincere advice, but it was dripping with absolute confidence in his own overwhelming power. I'll give you one piece of advice. Give up. But if you're really determined to fight, then don't you dare hold back. Hearing this only made Ethan more interested, his eyes flashing a strange, eerie green. All right, let's begin. The loudspeaker roared, the decisive sound signaling a dramatic battle. The rookie and the one-armed Nizato. It begins. Nizato gripped a dagger as sharp as a wolf's fang. His gaze locked onto Ethan, his voice chillingly cold. I don't enjoy bullying rookies, so I'm going to end this quickly. From the stands, a wild cheer erupted like thunder. The chants supporting Nizato became a single, unified roar. That's right, Nizato. Teach that rookie what the arena is all about. Finish it in a few seconds. I want to see Nizato's next match. Get rid of that worthless trash now. The harsh, contemptuous insults just kept on coming. Despite his surprisingly calm exterior, Ethan wasn't being careless for a single second. Every tiny movement Nizato made was caught and meticulously analyzed. His speed is terrifying, still as fast as before. So, it'll be just like every other time. An invisible voice, cold and decisive as clashing steel, echoed inside Ethan's mind. Ultimate physique activated. Body enhanced, defense increased. Third eye activated, scanning and analyzing opponent. A series of invisible commands were executed in an instant. As if sensing a bizarre change, a dangerous aura suddenly radiated from his opponent. Nizato froze. All of his forward momentum stopped cold, like a film that was suddenly paused, sending murmurs rippling through the entire crowd. What in the world is happening? Is Nizato just toying with the new guy? A doubtful voice called out. But Nizato was trembling slightly, a deep sense of unease washing over him. Who was this guy? Seriously, who was he? Just a moment ago, Ethan looked completely harmless, like some kind of lost sheep. But now, Nizato watched him warily, his cat-like eyes narrowing with a sudden, intense focus. Nazato felt a suffocating pressure rolling off Ethan, and that gaze that was terrifying. That wasn't the look of some amateur. Ethan cracked a faint, almost ghostly smile. What's wrong? Giving up already? He casually rolled his neck, a soft cracking sound echoing in the tense silence. Well then, I'll go first. Nazato cautiously took a step back, completely unable to read what Ethan was planning. He could sense an incredible power hidden deep inside this man, a strength he had never faced before. Nazato was sure of it now. This rookie wasn't normal, definitely not. On his end, a cold system window appeared before Ethan, announcing that absolute copy had evolved. He could now copy an opponent's skills through combat. Ethan let out a small laugh, a strange thrill bubbling up inside him. His absolute copy skill had leveled up. Now he could copy abilities just by fighting. How awesome is that? He remembered before, he had to touch the opponent's heart, which was both complicated and incredibly risky. But things were different now. An icy, deathly aura began to spread from Ethan, blanketing the entire surrounding area. He lunged toward a still-stunned Nazato, a wicked, almost demonic grin plastered on his face. Let's see what you've got, Nazato. Time to show you what I'm made of. Startled, cold sweat poured down Nazato's face. Why is he so excited? I need to be careful. Ethan activated the step skill, a perfect ability for thieves and assassins. It allowed him to dodge any attack in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. This skill is amazing. At that exact moment, Nazato closed the distance. The cold steel of his dagger pressed right against Ethan's throat. Nazato yelled out confidently, "Looks like this was all just a cheap bluff. It's over." Ethan just smirked, his eyes flashing with an eerie green light. Oh, there it is. He immediately activated Ultimate Physique. An invisible energy wrapped around his body, easily stopping Nazato's sharp blade. Nazato felt like he had just stabbed a wall of solid steel. Impossible. How was he completely unharmed? It wasn't just Nazato who was in shock. The entire massive hall fell into a dead, frightening silence, followed by horrified whispers. What was that? Nazato stammered, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is this? Is he the strongest one here? Ethan used his absolute copy skill. Countless lines of invisible data began streaming into his mind. It recorded all of Nazato's skills perfectly, while also providing sharp analysis. Not a bad skill set. But what I really want is Nazato panicked, a chill running down his spine. What did you do? His voice trembled, pure terror evident in his wide cat-like eyes as he demanded an answer. Why can't my dagger even leave a single scratch on you? Ethan just laughed, a cold and unsettling grin. He summoned a pitch-black blade into his hand, an aura of death radiating from the weapon. I'm not explaining. It'd take too long. Now, it's my turn. A dangerous glint appeared in Ethan's eyes. Take this. Ethan swung the dark blade towards Nazato, unleashing a move that was horrifyingly familiar to the catkin. Nazato's face went pale as a sheet, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. What is that? That's my move. With one merciless, fatal slash, Nazato collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Tossing the blade over his shoulder, Ethan walked out of the ring, a smile still on his face. Not bad. With this, he could finally go save that guy's daughter. A moment later, the announcer's voice finally crackled over the speakers, shaking with absolute shock. The winner is Ethan! The entire arena exploded with a roar of disbelief and pure excitement. Outside the arena, Hugh stared at Ethan with dumbfounded admiration, unable to process what he'd seen. He stammered, "Your gear must be top tier or something." Ethan didn't answer Hugh. Thanks to his new stats, his body had become far more agile, like an assassin blessed by the gods with speed. The cold system screen appeared before him again, its light blue text flashing like silent lightning. A notification confirmed his physical stats now matched those of an assassin. Hugh, having calmed down, reminded Ethan, "It's getting dark. You still want to take on an escort mission at night? It'll be harder to see in the dark, won't it?" Hugh asked, clearly worried. Ethan just gave a short reply, his eyes fixed on the darkening horizon. "I can see just fine," he said with confidence. "Take me there." Right now, his stats and skills were at a perfect level, more than enough to handle any challenge that lay ahead. The sound of beating wings echoes through the moonlit forest as Hu leads a Kung, his voice cautious. Straight ahead lies the fortress where Wenton's daughter is being held captive. A Kung scans the area, replying carefully, "It's been a few days. I'm worried she might not be okay." The fortress's terrain is no joke, which explains why all previous rescue attempts failed miserably. Hu gazes at the imposing sight. He explains in a low voice, "No matter how many times we've tried to save her, it's always ended in failure. This terrain makes the fortress easy to defend and a nightmare to attack." The trap setter knew this environment perfectly. Just getting to the entrance is a suicide mission. No local guild has ever stood a chance against them. He glances back at Akung, adding a few more grim details to his assessment. I've seen your skills in the arena, but even for our guild, taking this mission is a huge burden. So what's the plan for just the two of us? But when Hu turns around, he's stunned to see Akung has vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Meanwhile, inside the fortress, a few beastmen guards are gathered around, just chatting. The Pay Guild is trying to rescue that girl again. They never learn. They'll probably be back tomorrow to try again. Even we have a hard time knowing where all the traps are. What chance does an outsider have? It's basically a suicide run. We'll have no trouble spotting any intruders who try. No one can get past the traps in this fortress. But outside, Akung is scanning the entire layout with his Eye of God. The skill activates, marking his vision with red indicators that pinpoint the exact location of every trap on the ground. He glances down at the system's new objective. Approach the 3 guards. Looks like the Eye of God has its uses. Now he can see every single trigger point clearly. In an instant, he leaps down with blinding speed. Let's go. Akung silently activates his armor's camouflage function to make his approach easier. The moment he lands, the cloak on his back vanishes. His pupils glow with a faint blue light. Absolutely impressive. This divine choice system is something else. Akung moves through the forest like a lightning bolt. He flawlessly weaves past every trap marked by the system. Hiding behind a large tree, he observes them. Now, to take them down one by one, Akung gently raises a hand to his mouth and lets out a sharp whistle. Inside, the guards jump. What was that sound? Go check it out, quick. Could it be an intruder? One of the beastmen leaps down to investigate. It's probably just an animal. This happens sometimes. If it's caught in a trap, just finish it off. I'm just going to take a quick look. The other 2 members of the team just nod and offer their own advice. You're still new, so don't panic. No one would dare attack this fortress right now. You're right. The beastman scans the area for the sound. It's probably that deer again. Last time it destroyed 3 of our traps. It's not getting away this time. Akung's hand moves slightly, glowing with a faint light. At this distance, I can use the Kai that Hu gave me. The system panel pops up, displaying weapons and copied skills. He silently closes in on the guard from behind. Suddenly, his hand shoots out, aiming straight for the head. In a single moment, Akung yanks the beastman into the bushes. His arm tightens as he silently plunges a kunai into his chest. After taking one down, Akung keeps moving, searching for his next target. He swings across a chasm using a vine, landing gently once again. Akung carefully observes the situation from the shadows. The 2 remaining guards get impatient when their comrade doesn't return. He's still not back. Is he slacking off again? The elf steps forward to address the other guard. I'll go get him back. That guy is so slow. The beastman hesitates, still looking wary. If the commander finds out, he's going to be furious. But in a flash, his other comrade disappears from his sight as well. It's as if I dreamed I saw you. On such a quiet night, a faint noise puts him on high alert. He glances back, only to find the area completely silent, making him curious. No one was there. That's because the elf guard had just become Akung's second silent victim. The panicked beastman uses a light spell and yells out, "Hey, you 2 get back here. Are you trying to scare me?" His hand reaches for a lever, pushing it hard. Answer me, or I'm activating all the traps. The silence makes his voice tremble. What is this terrifying feeling? Is there really an intruder? And just like a ghost, Akung appears right in front of him. I'm not going to let you activate those traps. The kunai in his hand flashes, followed by his fallen lightning chain skill. He slams a kunai into the beastman's back, a single, fatal strike. With that done, he glances toward the hand lever. The entrance is clear now, so that must be the manual control for the traps. Hu cried out from afar, witnessing the sheer power. So strong. But the man just gave his next instructions calmly. I'm coming for you. Just wait for me. And be careful of the trap still on the path here. He casually ducked under the rope, stepping inside without a hint of fear. Don't step there, and duck under the tripwire. The sudden warning made the man freeze in his tracks, his body stiffening. How in the world did you know where all the traps were? And you took down all the guards too? Then, his eyes lit up as he spotted a control device. While we're here, let's just destroy the rest of these traps. But Akung's hand shot out, clamping down on his wrist. No, we're going to need them later. Hu shouted in realization. I get it now. You're on a completely different level. He stood tall, his voice low and commanding. Follow me. We're rescuing the hostage in one go. Rubbing his aching wrist, the man replied. Understood. The sight of sharp spikes and swinging iron maces dead ahead forced them to a halt. While one man led the way, the other provided backup, taking down enemies with his crossbow. In one moment, Hu was yanked back by the collar, narrowly avoiding a lethal attack. Then, seeing the massive beastman below, he began to tremble. This is it, the final line of defense. Wenton's daughter has to be in there. They all look incredibly powerful. If we get surrounded, this won't end well. Suddenly, he glanced over at Akung with pure admiration. Without him, he knew he would have died more times than he could even count. This life of mine, it belongs to you. Akung didn't even bother to acknowledge the words. I just do what I think is right. Now, create a diversion for me. For a long moment, Hu said nothing in return. All of a sudden, he bowed his head low. We've worked together up to this point, but this is where we have to part ways. Confused by this sudden act, Akung turned around and called out to him sharply. I'm not using you as a shield. Those traps we left behind are still untouched, remember? Hu's head snapped back, his eyes shining like lanterns. So you were saving them to deal with these monsters? You marked every single one of them? He calmly confirmed it with a steady voice. That's right. Fortresses like this always have critical defense systems, or they wouldn't build a base here. He then silently activated his God's Eye to scan the enemy's entire formation. Good, the God's Eye has collected all the data during our infiltration. Then he calmly explained the full plan to his partner. These traps will work on them. Your job is to lure them to the marked locations. They'll take a significant amount of damage. Leave the captain to me. Dawn is approaching. We don't have much time left. Hu, carefully hidden behind cover, replied softly. I understand. Thank you for thinking about our guild's happiness. As the representative of the guildmaster, I am truly grateful. Meanwhile, the beastmen were starting to grow suspicious. It's never this quiet at night, one of them growled. Those humans are usually making a huge racket. Out of the darkness, 2 arrows tore through the air with deadly force. In an instant, they were lodged deep in the beastman's back. Hu stepped out from the bushes, drawing his bow and shouting, You vicious fiends, today I destroy this fortress. Come and get me. Timid little chickens? The beastman snapped the arrows off his back like they were nothing. So you're the archer from the past few days. How dare you call us that? With a roar, they charged forward like a tidal wave, shouting endless curses. Warriors roar, I will take your life with my own 2 hands. Rage impact, I'll make you cry. Fury of bloodlust, I will destroy you. Hu's face went pale, frozen by the sheer ferocity of the beastman's charge. He spun on his heel and ran for his life. Come on, you slow, stupid fools. You'll never catch me. Akung, hidden behind a tree with his arms crossed, muttered under his breath. If they catch you, Hu, you are absolutely finished. The scene changes, showing him appearing near a deserted-looking building. He gently lifted the curtain, peeking inside. His first priority was to confirm if the girl was inside. Wenton's daughter was there, looking perfectly fine as she asked a question. Hey mister, so did the princess eat the poison apple from the evil witch? He asked in a low voice. Have you ever eaten something that made you become someone else? From his hiding spot, Akung was shocked by this peaceful scene. The little girl puffed her cheeks, pouting at him. I can't eat anything like that. It would make me sick. Suddenly, the beastman's hand grabbed the corner of the blanket, pulling it over the little girl's head. Little one, don't look over here. But Wenton's daughter thought it was a new game. You want to play with me? Okay, let's play. In a flash, he burst out of the building, launching a direct attack on Akung, a move worthy of a cheetah beastman. Selv unleashed a devastating kick aimed at his stomach, his eyes flashing a ferocious red. You don't look like someone from the Pay Guild. Who are you? Answer me before you die. Akung just glared back, absolutely furious, and yelled right in his face. What the hell was that? Reading a fairy tale to a little girl, he roared. I thought you kidnapped her, didn't you, model? In the darkness, Akung and Salvi face each other in total silence. Akung thought that for a kidnapper, the man's expression was way too calm. Something was off. Salvi looked at him and spoke first. An assassin? Bypassing the traps and silently taking out the guards. That's impressive. Kung calmly replied, I'm here on behalf of the Pay Guild to rescue Wenton's daughter. Your group kidnapped her. Hand the girl over. I'm just here for a job, so let's keep things professional, shall we? But the man just screamed back, I refuse. He then launched a kick at Kung, who swiftly dodged the attack. Just as he'd expect from a berserker, no time for pointless chatter in a fight. This class fights recklessly and only gets more ferocious the longer they battle. He couldn't afford to waste too much time. If his opponent's allies returned, it would become a serious problem. Suddenly, a lethal strike came crashing down from above. The kick shattered the ground, and a dark shadow instantly appeared right behind Salvi. He was shocked by the incredible speed. Akung slashed his back hard, sending him flying 100 meters. Kung realized that even with the perfect timing analyzed by his god's eye, this man still managed to dodge every single attack. That kind of sharpness was definitely fitting for a panther. Salvi grimaced. The relentless attack from behind had sliced his hand open. This human assassin's speed, power, and timing were all flawless. He was definitely not on a level lower than his own. He was clearly an experienced assassin, but it was strange. Why was he using a broadsword? Kung let out a breath. Let's end this quickly. His opponent roared back fiercely. Fine, bring it on. Suddenly, Wenton's daughter appeared, asking softly, Mister, what are you two doing? Salvi was instantly horrified. His aggressive demeanor vanished. I told you not to come outside, he said gently. Go back in. Seeing this, Akung was even more stunned. There it was again. Wasn't he the one who kidnapped her? Why was he being so gentle? No. Why was he treating her as if she were precious to him? The girl kindly took Salvi's hand, asking, Mister, are you hurt? He replied softly, Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally cut myself. The girl then whirled on Kung and yelled, Hey, he's a good person, don't bully him. Salvi quickly tried to intervene. It's a bit of a complicated situation, you see. Kung rushed to deny it. No, I'm here to rescue you. I'm not the bad guy. Her expression reminded him of Xiao Han. That was the same look Xiao Han used to give him whenever she got angry. The girl yelled out, looking distressed, I don't want to be rescued. It's fun here and he's nice, so I don't want to go back. Salvi immediately played along. Right. I won't let you go anywhere. Kung was completely lost and had to ask, Hey, what is going on here? Explain yourself. I know you have a reason you can't state. But are we going to continue this fight or not? Salvi picked the girl up in his arms and casually replied, Let's talk inside. I'll put her to bed first. She gets scared if I don't tell her a bedtime story. After a while, Salvi returned. She's finally asleep. Kung commented, She's really attached to you. This isn't a simple kidnapping, is it? Salvi pulled the blanket over the girl and answered quietly, I work for Wenton. You could call us a secret gang. Kung was shocked. You work for Wenton? Then why in the world did you kidnap his daughter? Salvi answered honestly, For money. To extort a massive sum from the other guilds. Kung fell silent. Extortion. I get it. He then realized that's why it all felt so strange. The entire fight was just an act. Salvi continued. Wenton secretly hired us as low-level thugs to execute his plan. We kidnapped the girl, and Wenton demands a huge ransom. No normal adventurer would ever accept a mission that involved a group of fighters like them. And it was obvious that the local guilds weren't nearly strong enough to even enter this fortress. The traps and mechanisms here were all set up by Wenton himself. Kung replied coolly, I see. Wenton made the defenses so strong that no local guild could possibly succeed, thus, buying time until he could secure the ransom money. How very interesting. But once the ransom is collected, isn't it risky for the girl to be seen returning home to her parents completely safe? What if someone discovers she was unharmed and went back to her family? It's impossible. Salvi said grimly. Wenton stole an infant and raised her as if she were his own child. All for this plan. To him, a child he's already used has no more value. There's no reason to keep her alive. Akung stared him down. So in other words, he plans on disposing of her. That's not just trashy behavior, that's something much worse. But why is she so attached to you? He revealed a dark secret. He was the one who had taken her and raised her in secret. He confessed that the older she got, the heavier his guilt became. He pushed further, asking if there was any hope for the little girl now that Wenton had what he wanted. Couldn't he just grab her and escape? Savik replied with a heavy heart, explaining he was just a homeless man, practically starving to death. Before Wenton took him in, he gave him food, clothes, and training. He forged him into a skilled warrior. He couldn't just betray that. Kwang's response was serious. So there's no such thing as real freedom in this world, is there? Everyone lives for some purpose. Even her so-called father, Wenton, seemed totally indifferent to the girl. To her, Savik was probably the only real father she had. You should cut ties with Wenton and run away with her. It's what's best for both of you. But Savik just sat there, drowning in sadness. If Wenton hadn't taken me in, I would have died a long time ago. But the girl is. He trailed off, turning to walk away. Haven't you already repaid Wenton over all these years? Take the girl, give her a new life, and give yourself another chance. Savik looked at him, completely helpless. You know, if I actually go against Wenton, he would never forgive us. He'd hire every assassin necessary to hunt us down to the ends of the earth. You think we could actually live a new life in peace? Kwang remained silent, just thinking. Don't worry, I understand your pain. It's hard to live helping each other, but good things can still happen. Savick was just stunned. If that's the case, Ah Kwang cut in. Then if you can't do it, I will. I won't let scum like Wenton harm either of you. Outside, Hu came rushing over. Oh, there you are. I've been running them in circles this entire time. Just like you said, they couldn't handle their own traps. But thanks to your signals, I dodged every single one of them perfectly. You should have seen the dumb looks on their faces. Ah, Kwang just gave a slight smile. Huh? Sounds pretty good. Suddenly Hu stopped. Wait a minute. Why are you back out here by yourself? Weren't you supposed to be rescuing Wenton's daughter? Did you fail? No, that's all taken care of. Ah Kwang replied calmly. We succeeded. The girl has been brought to safety. Go back to the guild and report our success to the chairman. I'll join you after I collect my reward from Wenton. Hu was shocked. For real? That's awesome. My brother will be so thrilled to hear this. I'll go tell him right now. I'll wait for you at the guild. Great job. Watching Hu leave, Ah Kwang decided it was finally time to have a word with Wenton. Inside a lavish building, Wenton was sitting alone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. My income's been falling lately. Maybe I should ramp up the kidnapping and rescue plans. Wenton jumped up, screaming, Who's there? Ah Kwang appeared like a phantom, his voice cold. The person who's come to take your life. Wenton shrieked, Guards? Save me! It's useless to call for them. While you were busy with your little affairs, I've already taken care of all your men. Back at Wenton's opulent mansion, the floor was now littered with the bodies of his guards. Wenton began to tremble with absolute fear. Are you from the Pay Guild? What is the meaning of this? All of my bodyguards have been taken out? His face went pale, shaking uncontrollably. They were all elite warriors, every single one of them over level 15. Not to mention you beat them alone. Ah, Kwang's reply was chillingly calm. This house has been peaceful for so long that none of them could sense danger. I simply approached them quietly and slit their throats before they even had a chance to react. Seeing how easily Ah Kwang had slaughtered his guards, Wenton's caution went into overdrive. He immediately started blaming his men. Useless fools. I paid them generously every single day, and this is how they repay me. If it's money you want, just name your price. I promise I won't pursue this matter any further. Ah Kwang sat down right in front of him. If we're talking money, I expect you to repay the 5,000 gold coins you owe the guild. You remember our bet, right? Technically, the request has been fulfilled. The child you call a daughter is now in a much safer place. With a glare that could kill, Ah Kwang continued. I heard you've been raising children. He pressed a blade to Wenton's throat. Do those kids help you make money? I'm just a little curious. With death inches away, Wenton started to spill everything. Curious? Of course they do. If my plan is executed correctly, they'll bring in an absolute fortune. He then tried to tempt Ah Kwang into joining him. If you help me, I can make those kids even more useful. We can fake kidnappings, or even sell their organs on the black market. So, what about a 50-50 split? If you spare my life, I'll give you half of my fortune. You want money, don't you? Hearing the part about organs, Ah Kwang's expression darkened. Organs? You're planning on harvesting organs from children? Wenton stammered out his answer. Exactly. It's faster and far less risky than faking kidnappings. Hearing that, Ah Kwang's voice dropped. I see. Wenton sensed the shift and panicked. Is that still not enough? Fine, take it all. You'll live in luxury for the rest of your life. Surely that should satisfy you, right? He asked, his eyes filled with a desperate, gentle plea. But Ah Kwang shook his head. No, I'm feeling a bit greedy. There's still one thing I want that I haven't gotten yet. Hearing this, the man grabbed onto this last hope and asked, Name it. If it's within my power, I'll bring it to you. What is it? Without a moment's hesitation, Ah Kwang unleashed a fatal blow, ambushing Wenton and ending his life right there. The next morning, a crowd gathered in front of Wenton's house, whispering. There were no signs of a struggle. It was definitely a surprise attack. Their backs, their necks all struck with fatal blows, wiped out in a single night. Inside the mansion, Wenton's body was also found. The crowd outside kept talking, piecing together what they'd heard. Wenton himself was found in his bedroom, but his body was in horrific condition. Who on earth could have done something like this? Wenton's body was covered in dried scars from Ah Kwang's earlier attacks, but the killing blow was a single stab wound straight through the heart from behind. Through the heart? That must have been a painful death. Someone must have held a deep, deep grudge against him. In the man's other hand, there was a piece of paper. The crowd's murmuring outside grew even more intense. A confession letter was found right next to his body. With all the crimes he'd committed, his death really wasn't that surprising. Whoever did this must have forced him to write that letter right before he died. The letter exposed all of his crimes, including fake kidnappings and other illegal activities. Nizato was also standing right there in the crowd. Listening to the gossip, he thought to himself, a single stab through the heart from behind, there was no mistaking it. He recognized that kind of wound better than anyone else. His mind began to race, putting the pieces together. All the fatal wounds showed signs of an ambush, especially the one on Wenton. Ambush was a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild he once belonged to. But according to his intel, Wenton wasn't a guild target, so who could have done it? Then, something clicked for Nizato. It had to be that human warrior. He clearly remembered the man's final move in the arena. It was almost identical to his own ambush skill, but he wasn't a member of the Assassin's Guild. An image of A Kwang flashed in his mind. He was definitely a warrior. So who was he? A thought raced through Nizato's mind unless he had somehow stolen that very skill. If he reported this to the branch chief of the Assassin's Guild, he might just get a chance to get back in. Nizato quietly slipped away from the crowd. He had to report this to the guildmaster immediately. Meanwhile, at the Pei Guild's meeting room, Pei suddenly shouted, "You really managed to get back the 5,000 gold?" In the room, A Kwang showed off his prize, a chest with 5,000 gold. Hugh and Vi were there too. Vi had a proud look, her eyes shining like stars. "I knew it. I was certain from the moment I first saw you. I just knew you would succeed." Pei spoke up. "I just heard that Wenton was assassinated. It happened right after you left. If you hadn't recovered that gold, we never would have gotten the reward," Hugh added from the side. Even so, with all the scandals about Wenton being exposed, his death still didn't feel like enough. A Kwang just shrugged. "I don't care. The request was completed, and I even got to level up." At the same time, he thought to himself that after dealing with Wenton and his gang, the system had even given him an extra reward. It seemed that eliminating enemies yielded way more experience points, which in turn increased his leveling potential. After taking out Wenton's guards and his crew, A Kwang had reached level 11, and his combat power had jumped to 15,500. Hearing he'd leveled up, Pei started clapping. "You leveled up? Congratulations. You not only protected the guild's honor, but you also brought us a huge sum of money. Let's split the 5,000 gold coins evenly between you and the guild." A Kwang simply rubbed his head and smiled. "I don't need 2,500 gold. I was only supposed to get 250, so I'll donate the rest to orphans or families in need." Hearing A Kwang's words, the other three were stunned. "Donate it?" He then took out 250 gold coins. "Yeah, there are a lot of people who need this money more than I do." He turned his back, coolly saying, "I'll take the 250 as we agreed." As A Kwang walked out of the guild, he raised a hand to say goodbye. "See you later." Hugh watched his cool departing figure and said, "He's truly admirable, not just for his skills, but for his generosity too." Vi agreed, indeed, giving away a huge fortune without a second thought. Pei then announced, "As he wished, let's donate the rest to those in need." "Understood." Ah Kwang walked down the street, lost in thought. He had reached level 11, just one more step to level 12. That was his goal. She should have been here by now, but where could she possibly be? She would definitely be surprised to see him now. He continued looking around for her. Maybe he should just wait for her at the Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, A Kwang's attention was drawn to a large crowd. He squeezed his way in, curious. Why were so many people gathered here? What's going on here? Right in the middle of a crowd, a woman is caught in a standoff with a mother and son. The mother bellows at her, claiming she's the wife of the president of the Northern Beastkin Trading Company. The woman tries to explain calmly. She says the son bumped into her, and she was simply waiting for a friend. But this mother isn't listening to a word of it. She just keeps on screaming, "How dare you!" She calls the woman a disgusting half-breed, accusing her of calling them liars. The mother spits that they would never go near someone like her, calling demi-humans despicable. Her son chimes in too. "Yeah," he says, "there's no way he would ever bump into someone like her." He calls her a liar. The guard, hearing the mother's powerful connections, gets nervous and tells the woman to just apologize if she bumped into the young master. He says it's for her own good. A demi-human, huh? But she refuses to back down, her face like stone. No apology is coming. She declares that even if they doubt her, she will not stand there and be insulted. She points out the huge crowd, insisting that someone must have seen what really happened. But the crowd suddenly seems to have vision problems, every single one of them looking away. Seeing this, her hope fades. She asks if anyone will speak up for her. In response, the mother lunges forward and smacks her hard across the face. The mother screams at the filthy half-breed to apologize or she'll have her arrested. Even the guard starts looking down on her. He calls her troublesome and stubborn, telling her to know her place. A fool. A red mark now stains her cheek, but she still won't give in. She states again, with absolute certainty, that she will not apologize. The mother just gets more aggressive. What? You dare defy me? She sneers, threatening that she has the power to make sure the woman never sees another sunrise. The little brat mimics his mom, shouting that his father is the president of the city's trading company. Seeing her hand move to her weapon, the guard threatens her to drop it. Even if she's a high-rank adventurer, there are still laws here. Under the barrage of threats from the family and the guard, she struggles to keep her composure. She thinks to herself, endure it. I can't let my master's plan be ruined. Her hand trembles as it grips her sword. Endure, endure, just endure. She suffered enough for long enough. She can't let this one incident ruin everything. Just endure it. And then a figure suddenly launches out from the crowd, right into the middle of the argument. He lands a brutal kick square on the mother's face, distorting her features completely. The kid screams for his mom in terror. Mom! But standing before him now is a Kwang, his eyes like daggers. He raises a hand and delivers a slap so hard the kid spins like a top. The guard and everyone in the crowd are just stunned, completely frozen by the scene unfolding in front of them. After taking care of the kid, a Kwang finally speaks. He says they dared to insult his person and dared to lay a hand on her. Looking impossibly cool and handsome, a Kwang stands protectively in front of her and makes a blunt declaration. He doesn't care who they are. Every single one of them is about to face the consequences. Elsewhere, Nizato is standing in what looks like a prison. Surrounded by shadows, he thinks that even though it's daytime, this place is as dark and damp as ever. Suddenly, from the darkness, two sharp blades appear, pressed against his neck and head. A cold voice echoes from the shadows. Take one more step, and you'll never see the sun again. Another voice speaks up from a different direction. What do you want? With two blades at his throat, Nizato can only tremble as he explains that it's him, Nizato. He was once part of the Assassin's Guild, and he's here to provide some critical information. At that moment, from the shadows, a man steps out. He's the branch manager of the Northern Assassin's Guild. His level is a respectable 30. He tells Nizato he's no longer part of the guild and shouldn't be here unless it's for a mission. The other person now reveals himself a much younger-looking man. He's hanging upside down from the ceiling with a savage grin and a mouth full of sharp teeth. This young man is the Northern Branch's team captain, level 27. He also speaks up, recognizing Nizato. He's the guy who embezzled info, got caught, had his hand chopped off, and was kicked out. He tells him to give up if he's here for a reunion. Nizato's face is slick with sweat from pure fear. He quickly denies it's about that. He found a warrior in the city who has stolen skills from the Assassin's Guild. He figured they would be interested. The older man's interest is piqued. Stealing the guild's skills? That's something they can't just ignore. Are you sure? He asks. Tell me everything. The younger man, now also intrigued by Nizato's words, cuts in. He can't believe someone like that is operating in the north right under their noses. Nizato recalls his fight with a Kwang as he tries to convince the two men in front of him. Trust me, he tells them. I'm absolutely certain about his ambush skills. After all, I fought him myself. He offers to share his intel, but on one condition. If it's accurate and helps take down the skill thief, he wants a chance to rejoin the guild. The man listens, clearly surprised. He's adding another condition to the deal? Still, the request is reasonable. If the info checks out, he agrees to pass the request up the chain. Then he urges Nizato to spill the details about this skill thief. Now, tell me what you know. The scene then shifts to the city, where the girl is confronted by the sudden appearance of a Kwang. Master A Kwang now stands before her, striking an incredibly cool, protective pose. A nearby guard sees his action and shouts in a panic. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea who they are? You just hit the Merchant Guild master's wife and son. You're not getting away with this. The mother, who was just kicked in the face, grows even more furious. She tries to console her son, whose head is still spinning from the slap, all while screaming threats. I'll kill you both. This is the first time anyone has ever dared to touch us, so get ready. The boy just clings to his mother, crying his eyes out. It hurts so much, he wails. She finally snaps, yelling, Guards! Gather the troops and arrest these two immediately, or I'll have my husband cut off all funding for this city. The guard immediately replies, Understood. He then turns to a Kwang and shouts, Both of you are under arrest. Come with me peacefully, and I won't make this difficult. But a Kwang seems completely unfazed by his words. He approaches the girl and asks softly, They started it, right? Isn't this just self-defense? Hearing that, the guard is left completely speechless. He stammers, unable to say who was right or wrong. The mother, on the other hand, continues to scream hysterically. When did I ever touch that filthy demi-human? She shrieks. Besides, there aren't any witnesses. I would never dirty my hands on a creature like that. Hearing this, a Kwang glares at her. his eyes filled with absolute killing intent. Keep talking, he threatens, and I'll break every tooth in your head. There are plenty of witnesses right here. From behind, the girl pulls on Kwang's arm. Master, no one here will stand as a witness for us. I'm sorry for causing all this trouble. Kwang turns to her with a calm gaze and says, don't give up. But his encouragement only reminds her of how everyone ignored her cries for help before. For a moment, she really thought someone would step up and clear her name. But she's a demi-human, and that woman is the Merchant Guild Master's wife. No one would risk angering someone that powerful over the likes of her. Hearing her say that makes the woman even more arrogant. Who would ever be a witness for lowlifes like a demi-human and a commoner? A bunch of worthless trash. Just then, a large figure steps out from the crowd. It's Captain Ha-Vi, along with his teammates, and he has a friendly smile on his face. Well, if it isn't Captain Kwang, he says. Really? What's going on? The surrounding crowd begins to murmur, surprised to hear his title. I heard he just completed the main quest for the Bay Guild. He's really as good as they say. Seeing Ha-Vi, Kwang greets him warmly. Oh, it's you. It's nothing, I'm just doing what needed to be done. The mother watches the scene unfold before her, totally bewildered. What is he talking about? From the crowd, Hu and Kai also step forward. Hu is delighted to see Kwang, saying, Oh, you're still here? I just got back from making the donation you requested. Kwang replies, I was about to leave with my companion, but we seem to have stumbled into a bit of trouble. Seeing him interact with so many people, the girl beside him is stunned. Master, you know them? They seem to have so much respect for you. Hearing that Kwang is in trouble, Ha-Vi steps in. Is there a problem here? Hu also speaks up, ready to help him out. Who's causing trouble here? He demands. Picking a fight with you is the same as picking a fight with the Bay Guild. Seeing the situation turn, the young boy clings to his mother, crying. As for her, her face has gone pale as she wonders, who in the world is this guy? At this point, the guard steps in to explain. Actually, these two are having an issue with the guildmaster's wife, and need someone to be a witness for them. If no one can prove the guildmaster's wife attacked first, the law requires us to detain them both. The crowd immediately begins to speak out. Arrest Captain Kwang? Do you have any idea how much he's donated to the poor in this city? He deserves an award, not a punishment. I'll be a witness. Me too, I'll testify. Count me in as well. More and more people in the crowd begin to speak up. Is this still not enough? The manager of the Adventurers Guild steps out from the crowd. The entire guild is willing to stand as a witness if necessary. I'll testify too, he declares. I saw this lady attack first. He's a gold-rank adventurer, and I can confirm her innocence. Surrounded by a sea of accusers, the mother begins to tremble as she tries to argue back. The woman screamed at them. You fools! I'm the wife of the Merchant Guild's master. Suddenly, the very people who had ignored him before started speaking up. One by one, they testified that she had attacked first, a chorus of voices rising to his defense. Seeing the situation turn against her, the guard changed his tune completely. All right, that's more than enough. Haha, ma'am. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. But Kung wasn't about to let it end there. Before any of that, he said, how about an apology for my comrade? Otherwise, you're not leaving here anytime soon. The crowd behind them echoed the demand, shouting for her to apologize now. Someone yelled out that even the guild president's wife wouldn't get special treatment from their guild. You heard the man. He wants an apology. Under the crushing weight of public pressure, the mother finally bowed her head. Fine, I'm sorry. We were wrong, please forgive us. The little boy bowed his head as well, adding, I'm really sorry. The guard, Lin Can, began to lead her away. Well then, ma'am, right this way. With everything settled, Kung stepped forward to give his thanks. Thank you all for your help. But a man named Lu replied, Don't mention it. Captain Kung's problems are our problems. Another man, Hu, spoke up. If you're ever in trouble up north, just give the Pay Guild a call. In the distance, Kung finished thanking the Adventurers Guild manager, then called out to his companion. All right, let's go. Let's go, sir, she replied. Yes, master. The crowd waved goodbye as the two departed, with Kung turning back to thank them one last time. Thank you all so much. Once they were outside the city, she finally spoke her mind. Master, you look so different. I almost didn't recognize you. Hearing this, Kung simply smiled and began to explain. Haha, is that so? I've got some special equipment that changes my appearance a little. Sorry, but the clothes you made for me got torn on a mission. She waved that off, completely focused on the drastic changes she saw in him. Don't worry about that, she said. It's more than your looks. You seem more mature. And your aura. Did you level up? Akung pulled out a heavy coin purse as he replied, "Yes. I helped resolve an issue between a party and a guild. That's how I met those people earlier. I leveled up and earned a bit of money in the process. Here, 250 gold coins. Could you hold this for me?" He opened the bag, and a brilliant golden light spilled out. She gasped at the sight of so much gold. 250 gold coins? Amazing. With this much, you could buy some serious gear at an auction. That caught Akung's attention. "I was planning on buying you some new equipment, but an auction? That sounds interesting. Let's check it out in the next town," he said. With a sweet smile, she replied, "You don't have to spend your money on me, but if you're interested in an auction, then we should absolutely go. The next town over has a medium-sized auction hall. It's also home to the genius mage, Kevin." And with that name, Akung's true goal resurfaced. "Oh, I almost forgot I needed to see him." He thought to himself that this was a meeting he absolutely couldn't miss. After his last few fights, his CO flow felt stagnant, a heavy stone deep inside him. He knew it was a side effect of his sacrifice, and he needed Kevin to heal him. The two of them continued their journey, chatting happily as they walked down the road. They moved on, laughing and talking together. But suddenly, a sharp wind sliced past, leaving a fresh cut across Akung's cheek. In an instant, his guard was up. A second later, a violent storm of leaves rained down from the sky. Akung shouted in disbelief, "What is this? Leaves?" Beside him, his companion was already drawing her sword. She moved in a flash, cutting down every single leaf that flew their way. After defending, she roared, "Show yourself!" A voice answered from the darkness. So there was another one hiding. The sudden appearance of their foe startled them both. Two figures from the Assassin's Guild emerged. "You must be Akung. The price for a skill thief is death, and we're here to collect your head." As if on cue, a murder of crows erupted into the sky, filling the air with their cries. The older man spoke, his hands already forming a seal. "Just as I thought. You don't seem to be a member of the Assassin's Guild. If Nizato's story is true, then you're the skill thief who stole our guild's ambush technique. Am I right?" The younger assassin next to him, however, was focused entirely on the woman standing beside Akung. He licked his fingers with a lecherous grin. "Hee, you brought a pretty little thing with you. And you're both hiding your levels. But according to Nizato's report, the man himself isn't a high level. As for the woman, she seems a little stronger, maybe level 20, not that it matters." His eyes then noticed her distinct features. "Oh? A demi-human, is she?" Now things were getting interesting. She instantly snapped into a battle stance, drawing a sword that crackled with purple magic. Kwang felt it immediately. A dangerous aura was radiating from her, and he knew what was coming next. For the first time, she felt a killing intent, this powerful radiating from him. She turned to Caden, her voice grave. "Master, please be careful. These two are stronger than anyone we have ever faced." She sensed a bloodlust that only came from those who had taken countless lives. If they were from the Assassin's Guild, they would be incredibly dangerous opponents. Her next words revealed just how sinister and terrifying the Assassin's Guild truly was. The Assassin's Guild, a fearsome secret society with origins in the Far East. Its ranks consisted of only the most powerful killers, infamous for taking the heads or body parts of their targets as trophies. Even major guilds avoided provoking them. Once you became their target, your fate was sealed. But hearing the name, something clicked in Caden's mind. The Assassin's Guild? He'd met a Beastman warrior before who claimed he was exiled from that very group, but he had no connection to the guild and had never met these men before. And then, a realization dawned on him. Wait a second. Caden finally understood what was happening. They had called him a skill thief. It all made sense now. The ambush attack skill he had copied was unique to the Assassin's Guild. That was why they were hunting him. The younger assassin glanced over at his partner with a questioning look. The man perched high above spoke, "I know your tastes. I'll let you have the demi-human woman, but be careful, she looks pretty strong." He then began weaving a series of hand signs. "I'll take care of the skill thief. If I bring back his head and hands, the guild won't question us." The younger man grinned at the offer and began his own seals. "Oh, I love feisty women. No matter how strong they are, they're definitely no match for me." And with that, it was done. As they finished their signs, a violent, purple aura erupted around them both. Now, feel the power of the Assassin's Guild's signature combination technique, Absolute Darkness Combo Art. This was a unique capture skill exclusive to the Assassin's Guild. It completely envelops the target in darkness, blinding them and making it brutally easy to trap and attack them. Seeing the skill spread towards them, his companion shouted a warning. "This is one of their unique skills. Stay close so we don't get separated." Hearing this, Caden seemed a little surprised. "Separated?" he calmly replied. "It's better if we split up. That way, we can fight them one-on-one more effectively. In truth, he was eager to see just how strong these so-called elite assassins really were. The technique engulfed them in darkness. Instantly, the two assassins leaped forward like hungry tigers, launching a furious assault. They charged in, mocking their prey. Oh? Neither of you are running or hiding? In a flash, they were right in front of them, and then they vanished. Seeing this, Caden yelled, "Careful!" The older man reappeared, his eyes glowing with a blood-red killing intent as he screamed, How arrogant. You really think you can steal our guild's skill and live to tell the tale? NATO told us everything. You're the one who stole the ambush strike. Let me show you a real ambush attack." He appeared behind Caden, striking at his neck with the skill Thunder Ambush, but Caden's reflexes were insane. He blocked it without a single scratch. A level 30 assassin? With a pair dominance, Caden taunted him. "You'll need to level up a lot more if you want to kill me." His ambush was blocked so easily the assassin was completely stunned. He thought to himself, "He blocked my ambush skill? How did he see the attack coming? And more importantly, how did he know his exact level?" The man immediately leaped backward, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he demanded, "What is your level?" With his massive blade resting on his shoulder, Caden looked impossibly cool as he calmly answered, "Level 11. Feeling utterly humiliated, the assassin roared in fury. "Level 11? Impossible. Are you mocking me? Unless you're a genius, there's no way you could react like that at level 11. Caden just shrugged casually. "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Seizing the moment, the assassin charged forward once again. "You fool." He unleashed another technique. "Let's see you block this next one." The skill moved like dozens of giant serpents, snake walk, a movement art designed to disorient opponents. The skill involved slithering in a zigzag pattern to approach and attack from completely unpredictable angles. While weaving, his speed increased by 30%. Seeing the assassin's technique, Caden was actually a bit impressed. Impressive footwork, he thought. If it weren't for my god's eye, I would have been completely tricked. This kind of footwork is all about agility, body movement, and the tactics used to overwhelm an enemy's senses. The assassin closed the distance in an instant. "Let's see how you handle this. Even my own teammates can't react to it." He then unleashed his next skill, the multiple overlapping siege formation, the multi-shadow ambush, a unique capture skill of the Assassin's Guild. It summons clones from the darkness to swarm an enemy, attacking all at once before vanishing without a trace. The attack was already upon him, but Kwang? He didn't even flinch. He slammed his massive greatsword into the ground. As Kwang activated his skill, the veins on his face began to bulge. Supreme Physique, activated. All of his power surged into his upper body. His defense was massively boosted for a limited time. The assassin's clones lunged forward, striking from all sides, but their blades couldn't even leave a scratch. Seeing the impossible happen, the assassin started to get nervous. What kind of monstrous defense is this? Is it his gear? What level are you? Who are you? In response, Kwang revealed his level. The number 11 floated above his head as his gaze turned sharp as a bullet. He said, "I told you, my level is 11. And in an instant, Kwang countered. He swung his greatsword upwards, slicing clean through the man's technique. The tip of his greatsword was now resting against the man's throat. Could he really be just level 11? The assassin jumped back immediately, but he already had a deep cut on his chest. "Wait a minute." With a worried look, the man spoke. "You're strong. If you're really level 11, you're a prodigy that every major guild would kill to recruit." He quickly changed his tune, trying to recruit him. "I'm the Northern Branch Manager of the Assassin's Guild. Let me recommend you. How would you like to join us? With my recommendation, the higher-ups will take notice and give you the absolute best training. With your talent, you could stand among the guild's greatest geniuses." This was a rare opportunity to join the infamous Assassin's Guild. Kwang replied, "I'm not interested in that sort of thing, and it doesn't suit me. Besides, why should I trust someone who tried to kill me 1 second and recruit me the next?" The assassin stood up straight, as a strange, blue energy began to radiate from his body. "I understand. Haha." He immediately started forming a hand seal. White veins bulged around his left eye, which now glowed a deadly crimson. The assassin said, "But I won't be defeated so easily." The man's entire aura had changed. His own power was so immense it shredded the clothes right off his body. He charged forward, speaking with deadly honesty. "Be honored. I haven't used this technique in a long time. Now, perish." Kwang was genuinely surprised by the assassin's sudden surge in power. He was channeling all his killing intent into his weapon. What incredible power. The assassin swung his blade, unleashing his ultimate skill. "Take this killing intent crystal." This was a high-level capture skill. It condenses all of the user's killing, intent, and aura into a razor-sharp weapon. An attack so powerful it can't be blocked or parried. Without a moment to waste, Kwang activated his supreme physique skill. However, the assassin's attack pierced right through his shoulder with terrifying ease. A gaping hole was now torn through Kwang's shoulder. He thought to himself, "Damn it, my right arm is useless. Not even supreme physique could block that attack. Incredible." If that had pierced his heart, he would have been dead for sure. Seeing his skill tear through Kwang's defense, the man smirked. "Don't you underestimate me, kid. This is my ultimate skill. I'm level 30. No matter how talented you are, you're only level 11. Your skills can't compare to mine. Against this technique, anyone below level 30 is no match for me." The crimson light in his left eye burned brighter. Besides, from the moment you refused to join the Assassin's Guild, you were destined to die. The assassin roared as he swung his blade and charged forward again. "This time you won't escape. I will destroy you and crush your skull." Seeing the situation turn grim, Kwang had to change his plan. If his normal weapon and supreme physique were useless, then he'd have to try that. He quickly opened his weapon inventory. Golden lightning crackled around Kwang's hand, and the assassin froze, stunned by the sheer power radiating in front of him. What is this aura? Kwang's entire body was now enveloped in a storm of golden lightning. The system instantly flashed a notification. Warning: the hammer of the God King has been forcefully removed from the divine sensory inventory due to insufficient level and conditions. The hammer of the God King cannot release its full potential. Attempting to activate it will consume massive energy. Activation time: 1 second. In Kwang's hand now rested a powerful hammer, crackling with raw lightning. He said with a confident smirk, "Let's see if this can block you now." As lightning rained down from the sky, Kwang looked like a god of thunder descending to earth. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand, a new plan forming in his mind. To take down an opponent this strong, he had to find the perfect opening for one decisive strike. The key was speed. The hammer's power only lasted for a second, but that was all he'd need. Alex's eyes began to glow with a golden aura, and the assassin froze, shocked by the power radiating from him. What kind of weapon could possibly contain that much energy? Alex raised the hammer high above his head, his voice booming with a challenge. "So, you want my head? Let's see if you can even block this." Hearing the taunt, the assassin just laughed. "Ha! A little level 11 fighter wants to test me? Don't make me laugh. I'm not falling for some cheap bluff." He gathered power in his legs, then launched himself forward with a battle cry. As he lunged at Alex, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Dark Star Kill. Dark Star Kill was a top-tier assassination skill from the guild, a souped-up version of crystal-killing aura that fused the user's body, weapon, and killing intent. It created a single, unstoppable, fatal attack. The hammer in Alex's hand seemed to answer, gathering an insane amount of power for one epic blow. This was it. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the shadows, Anne stood perfectly calm, though her sword was still slick with blood. She felt the surge of Alex's power and knew, Master is using that power again. I guess the battle is already decided. Behind her lay the mangled body of the other assassin, proof of her overwhelming victory. Back in the main fight, the two ultimate attacks finally collided, unleashing a violent shockwave. For a split second, they seemed evenly matched, but Alex's immense power had a 1-second time limit, and just like that, the balance of power shifted. The hammer's energy erupted, sending the assassin flying backward. The assassin slammed into the ground hard. He staggered out of the dust, looking completely battered and weak. He gasped, "What? That power. It's incredible." No way. He's only level 11. But he wasn't done. He formed a new hand sign, whispering a single word as he summoned a demonic bat from the shadows. He then shot a glare at Alex. "If you kill me, the entire Assassin's Guild will hunt you down." Alex landed back on the ground, just as a notification confirmed the hammer's special effect had worn off. He looked just as exhausted as his opponent, thinking, the hammer feels stronger than before. Is its power growing with mine? Right on cue, a system notification popped up in his vision. Your body is in a state of extreme exhaustion. Recover immediately. Alex's body gave out, and he collapsed, thinking he needed a potion. But just as he fell, a hand caught him, and he heard a soft, gentle voice. "Master, are you all right? Leave the rest to me." It was Anne. She held him, handing him a recovery potion. "The price your body pays for that power is far too high." Alex gulped down the potion, making a face. The taste was just as disgusting as he remembered. Seeing his reaction, Anne gave a small smile. "That's why I don't drink them very often either." She gently rested his head on her lap. "That attack was amazing, but please, Don't use it so often. I'd be so worried if you collapsed like this when I wasn't around to help. Alex nodded. You're right, but he was a tough opponent. I couldn't win without going all out. Anne's gaze softened. I know. He was probably a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild. Ending the fight quickly was a wise decision. Speaking of which, do you remember that story you told me about the level 11 warrior who fought dozens of enemies alone? With your current strength, you have nothing to fear. Hearing her bring that up, Alex looked a little surprised. You still remember something I said so long ago? Your memory is impressive. Anne replied. Of course, Master. Alex's thoughts began to drift. It had been a long time since he came to this world, and he was almost level 12. Maybe it was time to go back to his own world. He had to resolve things for Xiao Han. He immediately thought of Mina's group and how he dealt with them for bullying Xiao Han. And Mina's boyfriend's father. He was a subordinate of the Green Snake Gang's boss. When he got back, it would be his turn to act. Anne then took out 2 purple potions. Oh, Master. The assassins were carrying these high-grade potions. They're experience boosters. A-rank potion increases experience points received by 45%. This was an incredibly rare item, sought after by all adventurers. It was extremely expensive and almost never seen on the open market. Seeing 2 priceless potions right there in his hands, Alex couldn't help but crack a smile. An experience potion perfect. With this, he could even hit level 12 before reaching Kevin's town. Right then, his mind was made up. He would return as soon as he hit level 12 to see Xiao Han again. Chong stood up, a new resolve on his face. Kenji announced that he was fully recovered and it was time to move on. His companion's face lit up, replying, Yes, Master. Along the way, the duo ran into a swarm of low-level monsters before finding their way into a boss area. They stumbled upon another group that had just failed a quest. Kenji joined them and practically cleared the entire mission single-handedly. And with that, he finally hit level 12. His status screen updated, showing his new level and a power rating of 16,000. Under a beautiful morning sky, Kenji spoke up. We're getting close to the town where Kevin lives. By the time they arrived at the town, night was already starting to fall. He suggested they find a place to rest for the night. Just then, an innkeeper stepped out to greet them. Looking for a room? We've got 1 luxury suite left. Kenji asked him, Do you have 2 rooms available? They don't need to be fancy. Any 2 rooms will do. The innkeeper grinned apologetically. So sorry, we only have the 1 room left. You're both adventurers, right? I'm guessing you're heading to the refining tournament hosted by Kevin, aren't you? Most of our guests are adventurers right now, so you're lucky to find even 1 room available. This was news to Kenji, who was visibly surprised. A refining tournament hosted by Kevin? What's that? Hearing his question, the innkeeper gave him a skeptical look. Are you 2 really adventurers? You've never heard of Kevin's tournament? It's been held plenty of times. At this point, his companion stepped in to explain. He said it was a massive alchemy event organized by a world-famous mage. It had exhibitions, competitions, and tons of amazing potions. It's a huge deal for adventurers. He'd already researched it. We've arrived on the first day, he continued. We can explore the area or buy some potions we need. Hearing that, Kenji's interest was piqued. Sounds like fun. Let's go check it out. The innkeeper asked again. So, will you take the room? Kenji awkwardly suggested sharing, and his companion shyly agreed. If it's all right with you, Master. Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind them. We'll take the room. It was a foxman and his companion, another beast person. With a smug look, he declared, 1 luxury suite, please. His name was Vincent, a level 15 mage with the title Blue Mage. The moment the innkeeper saw Vincent, he beamed. Oh, Master Vincent, please, come in. We've saved our best room for you. The mage simply gestured for the innkeeper to get moving. Lead the way. Watching the innkeeper's instant flip-flop, Kenji's temper flared. He grabbed Vincent's shoulder and asked, Hey, isn't there some kind of order here? Vincent glanced back at Kenji with a mocking sneer. Order? Do you have any idea who I am? Don't make me laugh. That last suite is mine, isn't that right, innkeeper? The innkeeper stammered. Of course, sir, absolutely. Hearing this, Kenji's companion finally spoke up. But we arrived here first, and we wanted that room. Shouldn't you reconsider? The man replied helplessly. Do you really not know who he is? That's Vincent, one of Kevin's most brilliant disciples. His master is the Red Mage Kevin himself. Even level 30 adventurers show him respect. It's best not to cause any trouble. The beast woman beside Vincent then asked, You don't know Vincent? Where have you 2 been hiding? But Vincent cut her off, not caring about the answer. Forget them. They'll get the picture once they hear my master's name. Kenji didn't care about the guy's connections, So you're Kevin's disciple? And what? That room is ours. Show us the way. Both the innkeeper and Vincent were stunned into silence by Kenji's response. Vincent's anger started to show. How ridiculous. Do you even know who I am? I believe I just told you. I am Vincent, a blue mage, and the disciple of the genius Kevin. Are you seriously trying to steal my room? You won't be welcome in this town after this, he threatened. Kenji just grabbed his shoulder again. I already told you. With a sharp tug, he sent Vincent stumbling backward. So what? The innkeeper could only gasp in horror. What? The beast woman rushed to help Vincent up. He was seething with rage. You are going to regret this. I'll make sure you're run out of this town. Unfazed, Kenji turned to the innkeeper. Lead the way. The innkeeper's attitude shifted instantly. Yes, right this way. Being completely ignored, Vincent's anger boiled over as he spewed more threats. Such disrespect. You will pay for this. Once they were upstairs and in the room, his companion asked nervously, Kenji, are you sure about this? He's Kevin's disciple. Kenji's reply was simple. I treat people how they treat me. I see no reason to respect someone who shows me none. His tone turned dead serious as he continued, declaring he didn't care if that guy was Kevin's disciple or not. He was done just lying down and suffering like before. Hearing this, our hero wondered to himself, like before, the scene shifts to nightfall, with both of them now resting in their own separate beds. A golden light began to emanate from Chang's hand. His promise was clear. He would be back for Xiaohan soon. And that's where we're wrapping up this part of the summary. What are your thoughts on this chapter? Drop them for us down in the comments section. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next exciting part. For now, take care, and we'll catch you in the next one.